Birdlip, March 23, 1945. Commentary on the food of impressions. We live by impressions. Impressions are the most important food of all the foods that enter the human machine. We have three mouths on our faces: the eyes, the nose, and the mouth. It is necessary to reflect on this, and think what it means. All these three foods give energy to the body, but the most important is the food of impressions. No matter what a depressed person eats with his mouth, or what air he breathes, it will not cure him until he gets that letter that he is waiting for, in which it is said that he has passed his examination, or that somebody loves him, or that he has won his lawsuit. Now, a letter is not air, nor physical food. It is a series of ink marks on a paper that convey to him certain meaning, that transforms his state. This is one of the things we have to understand about the food of impressions. For example, what you hear somebody say about you can depress, or exalt you. Or again, when you see the number of the horse you have backed go up on the board, you will pass from depression to rejoicing. Now, do you think we live chiefly in a world of impressions, and depend upon them? What you hear, what you read, what you see, constitutes impressions, and also what we think to ourselves inwardly. Our real life is this world of impressions, and how we receive them, and how we react to them, and it is in this world of impressions that we have to learn to live in the right way. This very delicate world that we are continually concerned with and concerned about. A telegram may completely alter a sense of the future. A telegram is neither the food of air nor physical food, like a beefsteak, but it is a totally different kind of food which the work calls impressions. When a person smiles at you, it is an impression, and it may warm your heart and your whole being. Whereas when a person frowns at you, the reverse result may be felt. Impressions are psychological, and yet the work says they have a certain materiality, a finer materiality, and the materiality of air, or a beefsteak. Now, I am taking the whole question of impressions from a certain angle in connection with the idea that the work teaches that impressions are the most important food of all. You must understand that this is a commentary on the food of impressions, and that I am speaking about the class of impressions that make it possible for us to exist normally. Being exposed to constant bad news, constant negative criticism by others, constant fault-finding, all these form a class of impressions that will not give us the right force for normal life, under ordinary conditions of life. We all remember when someone has said something pleasant to us, and we must all have noticed how sometimes a single look or word can make us feel much better. In this delicate world of psychological impressions, we are like clumsy hippopotami, both to ourselves and to other people. For a long time we try to get impressions from others that will make us content with ourselves, having no strength to work against the wrong feelings of ourselves produced, for example, by flattery, by compliments, by successful moments, etc. When we are in that state, our psychic life is far too delicate, and not rightly based. What is it we crave most, mechanically speaking? We crave most attention, and this belongs to the satisfaction of the vanity. This certainly gives a very powerful stimulus, so much so that if a person's psychological existence is based entirely on vanity, he or she will feel depressed if there is not a constant mention of him or her in the papers, and so on. To live by impressions of this kind is to live the life of this most powerful thing in us called false personality. To live the life of pure internal considering, and of making accounts, gives a very unsatisfactory basis to our existences, as it depends entirely on how people behave towards us, and this means we have no center of gravity, in ourselves, so that strictly speaking we do not exist except as functions of the praise or blame of other people. Adversity will hit us very hard, whereas success will raise us to an entirely wrong feeling of ourselves. We are then like dogs that depend so much on the praise or blame of their mistresses or masters, and if a number of people meet together having these dogs in themselves, you may be quite sure that these dogs will begin to yap at one another. You will be in a room full of dogs all yapping, all wishing to call attention to themselves, all jealous of each other. And I can assure you that this is the situation of the majority of people in life, when they meet together in a so-called friendly party. Unfortunately, one or two of these people may have cats or tigers, or bears on their laps, or even snakes, and in that case the friendly party will be extremely troublesome to anyone present who has any sensitiveness of the inner state of other people. Now we should not allow the dog, or the cat, or the other animals to take in impressions, and so determine our psychological existence. We should try to receive impressions more deeply than these animals can, these animals in us that we so carefully carry about. The question in the work is, on what do impressions fall in you? Do they fall on your dog that always demands attention and praise, or on your cat that pretends to be affectionate or indifferent, or on your snakes that hiss the whole time? It is for this reason that we are told in the work to watch where impressions go, on what eyes they fall, because all these animals are different eyes in us that are very undeveloped, and are not really properly conscious to us yet, and belong so to speak to the not yet conscious side of us, i.e., to this other person in us that we do not notice yet, owing to our pretenses of ourselves, but which other people perhaps have noticed already. The object of self-observation is to make us more conscious of what is in us. Unfortunately, we move about in life imagining we know ourselves, and not realizing we have another side that has to be made conscious gradually before we can begin to grow. Living merely on the surface of ourselves, we can never penetrate more deeply into the background. That prevents us from receiving influences of a finer order. Influences, in fact, that alone can begin to make us grow, because it is this dark, unconscious side of ourselves that stands between us and the influences of higher centers, i.e. the healing influences that come down from the side octave of the ray of creation. Unless we realize what fools we are, we will always imagine we are not fools, or if, for a moment, we feel we have been foolish, say socially speaking, we will at once heal the breach by a terrific discharge or exudation of self-justifying, so that we once more retain our curiously inadequate idea of ourselves, which we do not see as being inadequate, or indeed as being nothing, but a kind of scarecrow that we imagine to be a perfect man, a perfect woman. When impressions begin to fall on us to a deeper level, we begin to live in an entirely new world. If you want to live in a new world, you must go deeper. You must get away from the surface world of yourself, and this is certainly in one sense painful, but in another sense extraordinarily full of meaning and new satisfaction. You then begin to realize what this means. I am not this, and this already means a certain degree of self-remembering. Now the work teaches that we must have constant impressions in order to live. We must have the impressions of all foods, all the fruits of the earth, because we are a microcosmos, or small world, living first of all in the macrocosmos, or big world of nature, our first big world, i.e. the first cosmos above us, called in the work organic life. We are given the power in the marvelous organization of our senses to taste the impressions of this big world of nature. We are given the power of tasting butter and jam and bread and pears and apples and caviar and fish and meat, and of smelling grass and the sea. Have you ever thought that we have these powers already in us? You taste a peach or a strawberry, and think that the difference of taste lies in the two fruits. Do you not see that the difference lies in your power of tasting differently, and that you have the apparatus already made in you for taking in these two different impressions of taste? Think for a moment, because people find some difficulty in seeing what is meant here, and moreover people find it difficult to see that we are a microcosmos fitted into a macrocosmos, and prepared for it. They find it difficult to understand that we are related to the whole cosmos in general by our construction. They find it difficult to see that we are born in a universe to which we can respond, and which responds to us if we find out the right request to make. One reason is because people take themselves as completely isolated, not seeing that they are constructed to live in the universe, and therefore must be a part of the universe, and so in some way correspondent to it. We have eyes that respond to the vibrations of light, ears that respond to the vibrations of air. In short, we are constructed to take in impressions. Now let us confine ourselves to the first cosmos we live in, namely, organic life, or the earth, without which we could not exist. It supplies us with food and air, and with certain impressions. We are speaking at the moment of taste derived from the products of nature. All these are necessary for us, because we have the apparatus ready. We have an extraordinarily fine apparatus of taste, smell, touch, and sight, for appreciating what the earth produces, and this fine apparatus must be satisfied reasonably with the fresh products so important for health, namely, those impressions that fall directly on the instinctive center. You will perhaps see the argument. The argument is that we have gotten us the powers of tasting and smelling different things created by nature, and so producing different impressions, and since we have these powers in us, such as the power of distinguishing between the rich taste of a strawberry and the equally rich taste of a raspberry, therefore one side of our life of impressions must be satisfied by the products of nature, since we have born in us the necessary apparatus for receiving impressions from these different objects. I think this argument is understandable, and belongs to the general argument in the work, that we have more in us than we use. For this reason you will see that all scientific attempts to make synthetic foods, powders, and so on, from which we can get more right impressions of taste, are entirely false, and, in fact, not at all scientific. Since we are constructed to live first in organic life on the earth, as small living cells, in this vast organism, we require to be nourished by it and not by any substitute for it. Now this constitutes our first or instinctive life of impressions. Food is an impression first of all, then a substance or physical food. The impression gives appetite, but the food substance gives nourishment. To try to replace synthetically the food substance, without the impression of taste, and the pleasure that results, is to ignore the most important food, namely, impressions. I would like you to discuss this, as it is a very important idea to grasp. Ask yourselves why nature provides so many interesting tastes and smells in food. Also ask yourselves why people become tired physically when they receive tasteless food for a long time, and what the difference between an appetizing and an unappetizing meal means in regard to exciting the right activities of instinctive center, the work of the stomach, etc. Now I want to bring in here in this connection what the work calls the supreme food of impressions. Let us suppose we are governed by tastes. We have heard about inner taste, which can discriminate between good psychological food and bad psychological food, just as our physical taste can in regard to literal food. The supreme physical impression that we can give our whole machine is that of self-remembering, the finest taste of all tastes possible, the taste of something akin to The work says that a moment of self-remembering supplies every cell in the body with food of a kind that it does not ordinarily get. The work says that when you remember yourself, you give a shock to the whole of you. Every cell receives force and new energy, i.e. and new food. This is called the first conscious shock, where all our work lies for many years, and this is always what we forget to give ourselves, although we have heard it 101 times. Instead of remembering ourselves, we insist on arguing with ourselves, or on thinking about everything, or even thinking about what self-remembering means. You have often heard that if you do not know what self-remembering means, you should try to stop your thoughts even for a few seconds, to stop everything for a short while, and to be nothing, no one. If you can do this, you will notice that you feel quite different, as if you had turned on the light. Or if you think this image too strong, as if you had suddenly noticed where you are, suddenly come to your senses, or, as someone once said to me, it is as if I suddenly took my head out of the water. When such an experience is undergone, you may notice also that you suddenly see the room you are in, or the window seems to transmit more light, or you hear sounds more clearly, or you can read the paper without your glasses. This means that the cells in your body have been enlivened in some way, have been stimulated. They have received new food that springs out of this act of self-remembering. However, our self-hypnosis, our continual identification with our quite useless chains of thought, our powerful preoccupations which we think so important, and of course never lead anywhere, our continual internal considering, our account-making, and the entire mass of our negative emotions, make it very difficult for us eventually to attempt to self-remember. In the strain of life we never remember ourselves. To do so we must have some force coming not from life, but from another direction, to enable us to make the attempt. We have to step out of ourselves, out of the train and bus of mechanical life. In order to do so we have to step out of the finely interwoven, and usually unpleasant pattern, that we insist on thinking is our life, and we find no reason why we should, and perhaps have no idea what it means to step out of the stream of our daily life for a moment and attempt to expose ourselves to influences that come from an entirely different direction. Now I want you to think what it means when we nourish our machine by the wrong feeling of I, as we all do. We are told that if we could attain the right feeling of I, in self-remembering, every cell in the body would have new life. And so by contrast, does not this teaching imply that when we identify with the wrong feeling of ourselves we will be giving wrong force, wrong energy, to the cells of the body? Can you understand that if we are very negative and evil-minded we feel ourselves through such feelings into which we put the feeling of I, so that we give our body very bad food from this highest source of food which comes from our psychological state, from impressions coming from different eyes, that we are identified with, and not simply through impressions coming from the senses which have their own importance and value, but are on another scale. I remember saying once that we all have eyes that can make us ill when we identify with them and so get under their power. It may be necessary, however, to meet these eyes and fight with them eventually, because sooner or later we have to fight everything in us that is against the work and the harmony it seeks to make in us by the process of perception and inner separation, by seeing what is true and what is not true, what has good will, and what has evil will to the work. I am intentionally leaving this paper unfinished in that I have not drawn together the various aspects. The paper is a commentary on impressions, and, as it stands, impressions coming through the senses are first spoken of, and then impressions coming from the feeling of I. The highest impression is the feeling of real I. This does not come from outside, but is an impression from inside. At the same time, all external impressions coming in change in their intensity according to what you are in to receive them. If you are in some state of self-remembering, external impressions may be intensely beautiful, whereas if you are in negative eyes, the most wonderful meal or most beautiful day means nothing to you. When a thing means nothing to you, you get no impressions from it. The more a thing means to you, the more impressions you get, and vice versa. But all this is a question of long observation and interchange of views amongst you. But everyone should ask himself, or herself, on what food of impressions do you nourish yourself? If you are negative internally, as a rule you will take in unpleasant impressions, and feed yourself on them. Or if you are depressed, you will take in only depressing things from the newspapers. And this will infect the whole of the human machine. Or if you are fearful, nervous, and so on, you will take in impressions accordingly. Usually from the stream of our inner life we get very small inner impressions, or, as it were, stale impressions. However, if you make an effort, you decrease entropy and take in impressions. You must ask yourselves what entropy means. It means, in short, a state where everything becomes equalized, and there is no interchange of energy, and so everything is stale. When you make effort, you go against your staleness. For example, when you deny yourself something, you increase its attraction, and then your entropy is decreased. The idea of self-remembering is to decrease entropy enormously by having a very distinct sense between you yourself and external life. All identifying increases entropy, i.e. runs us down, so that there is no difference between us and life, as it were. If you can see life as an illusion in the right way, as yoga systems teach, you will feel an increasingly powerful difference of potential between you and life, and this will decrease entropy. But if you are immersed in life, everything will come into an equilibrium, and you will cease to take in impressions beyond the minimum necessary. Birdlip, March 31st, 1945. The reason why we have to observe ourselves. Let us begin by taking this idea that is taught us in the work, that higher centers are always speaking to us, and telling us what we should do, but we cannot hear them. We may be quite sure that, since the object of the work is to connect us with higher centers and their messages, one of the first things we are taught, namely, to observe ourselves, must have connection with, ultimately getting into contact with these higher centers in us which are fully formed, but which we cannot hear. I mean, that there must be some reason for self-observation. And I think that it is right to say that if we simply try to observe ourselves merely because we have been told to do so, we will not be observing ourselves in the right way. We will not understand why we should, or what deeper meaning lies in this practice. We shall then be inclined to say, why on earth should I observe myself? With what object? For what reason? If we have not a wide enough grasp of the ideas of the work, and what the goal of the work is, if all these ascending scales shun, in the ray, and the side octave, all these teachings about higher level and lower level, fewer laws and more laws, and all that is said about personality and essence, and so on, mean nothing to us conceptually, and simply lie scattered about in our memory, having no coordinated and emotional life in them. Then of course self-observation will be merely a dreary task imposed upon us, but surely we have to get a much more subtle and interior idea of the work. Let us consider self-observation in the light of why we are told to practice it. We are told to practice it because it can lead to becoming more aware of the influences of higher centers. We cannot hear these influences, because there is a kind of thick substance lying between them and ourselves. What is this thick substance? It is all that part of us that is unconscious to us, which we do not realize, which we are unaware of as existing in us. As you know, it is often said that the act of self-observation lets a ray of light into our inner darkness. This darkness is what I have just called the thick substance, which will not transmit the influences of higher centers. A man, a woman, must come to terms eventually with this dark side of themselves, and this is only possible through long and intelligent self-observation carried out for a definite reason, and not merely as a mechanical task. Remember, all self-observation must be a conscious effort. You will agree that we all have in us eyes of which we are quite unaware. We live in a false personality, not in a real one. We are full of pictures of ourselves, for example, and owing to the action of buffers which prevent our seeing contradictions, we feel quite at peace with ourselves. But the object of the work is to stir up a struggle in us, a struggle with this false contentment and complacency. And what is the method used? The method is self-observation, whereby we gradually become more conscious of what is in us, and begin to lose these beloved pictures of ourselves, these forms of imagination. You remember how the driver is in the public house, drinking. This means he is living in imagination, in pictures, in imaginary ideas about himself, in imaginary. The first thing is that the driver must awaken. Now we can think of the situation in the following terms. We each have a dark side to ourselves that we know nothing about, that is, a side that is not conscious to us, but yet acts. Into this darkness a ray of light must enter through self-observation carried out according to what the work teaches us to observe, to look for, to become aware of. This dark side of ourselves must gradually be connected with our idea of ourselves, and, as it were, a pattern has to be made, a mingling of these two sides. And unless this ray of light enters this darkness, this cannot be done. And in consequence we can never feel the influences of higher centers, because these influences are damped down and obliterated by this dark side, this other side of ourselves, which, as a rule, we see only in other people, and do not attribute to ourselves. So we tend always to blame others, and accuse them, let us say, of evil thoughts, or suspicious behavior, or bad talking, or unkindness, or lying, or indifference, or infidelity, or unreliableness, or meanness, and so on. That is to say, this other side of ourselves of which we are not conscious we tend to see in others, and, as you can understand, this is one of the great causes of human unhappiness, and the constant friction in which almost everybody lives in regard to one another. In order to alter this state of affairs, the work begins with self-observation, with letting this ray of light or ray of consciousness into this inner darkness. Here the teaching of the work is quite emphatic, and cannot be misunderstood. When we study our tendency to blame others, and register it, and deliberately begin to try to observe the same things in ourselves, we are undertaking one of the first and most important steps in personal work, i.e., in work on ourselves. Unless we do this, we can get nowhere. If we attempt to get somewhere without doing this over a very long period, we are like people trying to see through a window that is covered with black paint. This black paint has curious properties, because in some indescribable way it is ourselves. It is a kind of living darkness in ourselves which can only be cleared away by the increasing light of consciousness through self-observation. The increasing light of consciousness is the result of long, quiet, sincere self-observation, long private noticing of oneself, of one's actions, of how one speaks, of one's thoughts, and how one is thinking, of one's emotions, and how one is feeling. It is clear then that the initial task in the work is to become more conscious of this dark side of ourselves, and this means we lose little by little all our ordinary ideas of ourselves which we feel at first as a loss of personality, as a kind of weakening of ourselves. But yet if one does not allow oneself to get negative, and this is very strongly emphasized, the danger of negative states being continually mentioned, then one begins to realize that in the new and strange feelings of oneself, that begin to visit one, there is far more real strength and understanding, than anything in the pseudo-I that previously ruled one. We will indeed find that quite new thoughts, feelings, insights, and meaning begin to come to us, and the reason is that traces of higher influences begin to be faintly heard, so much so that where formerly we only saw one thing, one way, one meaning, one choice between what we thought was right or wrong, we now see a dozen, or more meanings and choices. Where we thought there was only one step, between do and re, and re and may, in some previous barren, rigid, and stilted understanding, we see whole inner octaves extending between these notes. All increase of understanding lies in seeing finer and finer differences, subtler and more beautiful meanings, all interwoven, and full of a magic quality of their own, which we realize are quite different from our previous heavy, crude kind of thinking and feeling whereby we formerly lived. But these finer visitations of understanding cannot enter our consciousness, and become a continual internal source of meaning, that never dies, and is inexhaustible, unless we make this dark side of ourselves increasingly conscious, and, as I said, this making conscious of the dark side of ourselves, or side in darkness, inevitably leads to a complete change in our idea and estimation of ourselves. Indeed, we may feel we are losing sight of ourselves, and where we used to be so sure and convinced, and so ready to do and act, to speak, to criticize, we now feel a great uncertainty, because we see so much more in every situation than we saw before. It is not a negative uncertainty, but a positive uncertainty. It is not a feeling of helplessness, but a feeling of strength, because we see so clearly that where we were so sure before we then were very weak, because the certainty we felt was the certainty of a fool, the certainty of ignorance, which can only be a weakness, and which no doubt continually led to wrong results, and completely useless frictions which we were sure were due to others, and had nothing to do with our own completely untrustworthy reactions. How certain we used to be, but now we see how mechanical we used to be. How we used to think we understood everything, and could do. And now we realize that we had no understanding, and, in fact, everything simply happened mechanically to us according to the nature of our machine. How much we used to attribute to ourselves, and pride ourselves on, and how much now do we see that it was all done by this machine, that we took for granted as ourselves. Now in seeing this other side of ourselves, this dark side, into which the work tells us that we must penetrate, and make it increasingly conscious to ourselves by self-observation, you must remember that the doctrine of eyes is of the first importance in this process. We have to see this dark side but not to identify with it. We have to make it conscious, but not take it as ourselves. This is a matter of great difficulty, and we have to remind ourselves, and be reminded constantly of this point, that is so important. Remember that everything we are taught in the work itself fits together, and you cannot do this work, say, with one idea of it without taking in the others in conjunction. For example, you cannot take self-observation apart from the doctrine of eyes, without doing yourself great harm. The reason is that if to everything you observe in yourself you say, I, and so identify with it, the result will be complete confusion. You will become what you observe, and this is fatal. We have to take our eyes objectively. We have to see different things in us, as we see different objects in the room. We do not take the table, chair, the book, as ourselves. You must never say, what I observe is I, but you must know, that this I, that you observe is in you. Now all this belongs to not identifying. Self-observation carried out with the idea of not identifying with what you observe is the keynote of this system practically, and it is a very difficult thing to carry out. In fact, it may be a long time before you see what this method taught in this system really means. You know you must divide yourself into two, an observing side, and an observed side, i.e., you must not identify with what you observe. This is the same as saying that you cannot change if you identify with everything that goes on in you, i.e., with every mood, every thought, every sensation, every form of imagination. And again this means that we have to take ourselves objectively. We have to take our psychology, and all that lies in it objectively, as we gradually observe it, and gradually become more conscious of it. What does it mean to take a thing objectively? I do not take the table I am looking at subjectively, i.e. as part of myself. I take it as an object that is not me, and that I am distinct from. This is taking a thing objectively. But the work teaches that we have to take the things in our inner life objectively. I notice, for instance, an evil, malicious thought in my mind. It is quite useless to burst into tears, and say, how evil and malicious I am. That would be taking the I that thinks like this subjectively as myself. It would be identifying with it, saying I to it, and this would be quite useless, and would lead nowhere. On the contrary, I must see this thought, and try to see what eye or group of eyes it comes from, and watch what they are up to, what they wish to do and to make me say. Then I will be observing these eyes objectively. Of course, if I consent to them I shall become them, and they will rush out of me and do all the harm they can. If I try to keep them back by force, taking them as myself, I shall soon lose the battle, because then part of my force will be going into them, i.e. part of my feeling of myself. This will always happen if I cannot feel they are not me, and that they come round at intervals, and try to persuade me that they are me, and beg me to say I to them. If you touch them they will at once take force from you, that is, part of your feeling of I will run into them. You then have, as it were, no magic circle that you can draw around yourself and stand in internally. This is why it is so dangerous to go to sleep for too long, i.e. not to work at all or think about the work, or what one is doing in it. Sometimes people allow themselves to be for a comparatively long time unaware of the work. They step out, as it were, of any magic circle that they might have begun to draw around themselves, and then all sorts of eyes fasten onto them like so many leeches, and then before they know where they are some ruffian eyes get hold of them, having, as it were, drawn some blood from them, and so claiming a blood relationship. That is why it is so important to have aim and connection with some eyes that one knows only lead to trouble and useless suffering. About certain things one must keep in her silence, the work says. What does it mean to keep in her silence? Unpleasant eyes may be chattering inside you and persuading you to argue with them. If you do argue with them, you no longer keep in her silence. You can speak to negative eyes, if you are very careful how you do it, i.e., if you see them quite objectively in you, and if you are not astonished that such eyes exist in you. I think, as we get to know this dark side in the increasing light of consciousness, we none of us can be astonished at the eyes we find there, whose existence we must accept, but with which we must not identify. To resume in brief, the meaning of self-observation is to make this dark self increasingly conscious, and to mingle it gradually with our previous imaginary idea of ourselves. This brings about the complete change of the feeling of oneself and begins to dissolve imaginary I. At the same time, while the process of this annihilation of our attributes is taking place, we begin to feel influences reaching us from another source of meaning. These influences could not reach us before because there was this thick darkness intervening. We can think of this dark side as the other person in us that we tend to see in other people. When you begin to make this other person, this dark self, more conscious to you, it is no longer projected onto other people, and your whole relationship to other people begins to change. In fact, you see other people for the first time, and you release them. However, you must realize that this applies to each of you. Do not start with the idea that your neighbor should change and release you. You must release him. Birdlip, Easter, March 31st, 1945. An Easter message from Dr. Nicoll at Birdlip to the group at Queer Meet Ugly. I had thought of coming down for Easter, and now find that it is not possible. You are having very good meetings, and stimulating one another just as reports stimulate me. We were speaking today, at a place you all know, about what Easter means, what this concrete symbol of death and resurrection signifies. We were taking it from a small understandable level, and not in the great terms that it implies in the case of Christ. I asked, what does it mean to die to something quite small, and how could we understand that there always follows a resurrection from what we die to? Supposing that you in a quite real way do not go with some negative thought, and its resultant feeling, supposing you really sacrifice this from yourself, from your own will, from your own understanding, will there be any resurrection? Does it mean that the same thing will recur again in the same form? Surely that would not be resurrection but recurrence. The idea of resurrection is that the quantity of force that would have gone into this thing, and has been genuinely sacrificed from one's deepest will, reappears in the higher form, that is, on another level, and begins to create another form of insight, of understanding, of feeling, of thinking, just as an egg can become something quite different, on a quite different level. Now I am not speaking to you sentimentally, or religiously, but practically. The idea of sacrifice runs through all esotericism, and is implicit in all the work teaches. But the work very rarely mentions the word sacrifice, speaking instead of transformation. If you genuinely forego something, it has a chance of transforming itself. Now, to speak more coarsely, we often receive eggs, but never take the trouble to hatch them into chickens. In fact, we usually eat our eggs, i.e., identify. The egg is an excellent symbol of a new life. used to call the French Institute an incubator in which we ourselves were the eggs, and the friction was the heat that could transform them. Of course, looking back, one can see that this was so. One can see that all these frictions, these difficulties, that we felt so acutely, were the means whereby we could have transformed ourselves if only we had practiced the work, i.e., if only we had lived the work, and not made inner accounts, and identified with our inner states, and above all if we had remembered ourselves. Easter is not something that comes once a year, but something that comes every day. The idea of non-identifying, or dying to some typical mechanical reaction, is a daily possibility, and if it is done in a spirit of a kind of gaiety, it will gradually result in energy being transformed daily, and passing upwards to another level which after a time will become a distinct experience to you. Would you call this kind of work effort increasing entropy, or decreasing entropy? Are you making more energy, or losing energy, if you work on yourself? Everything you do mechanically, just like everything that happens in the universe, tends to increase entropy, and bring about eventually a sort of stalemate, a sort of equalization of everything. But every effort of work increases force, as you can see quite plainly in the octave that starts from self-remembering, whereby higher energies are produced in us. The sacrifice of Christ was to decrease entropy for humanity. Meeting physical danger can be thought of as entropy, because it is a sacrifice of physical life. A man may do enough that way, and then come to the point where he has to decrease entropy in other ways by other kinds of work on himself. All kinds of mechanical sacrifice, if done in the right way, lead to an evolution, and just as Napoleon chose his best and bravest generals to be princes and governors in order to prevent the downfall of society after the French Revolution, he was actually choosing the most sacrificial types on that level. But this is not enough for the full evolution of man, which is a definite path marked by definite stages, in fact, a way that has to be traversed by everyone who seeks to evolve internally, and so fulfill his real meaning of creation. Just in the same way mechanically we have to pass through stages of ordinary development, and become good householders, as necessary starting point. But when it comes to psychological development, which the work is speaking about, which takes us on the level of good householder, we have to have new knowledge, and begin to make efforts in a quite different way. In the paper that follows you will be able to see something of what this means. Now I will stop, because I will write about entropy more fully in connecting the science of the West with the wisdom of the East, which is one of our tasks. But I will ask you only one thing: if you always follow the easiest path, if you are always ruled by pleasure, self-love, and self-gratification, do you not increase entropy, and become staler and staler and heavier and more difficult and tiresome and exacting and small-minded? That is to say, you come to a state where only very slight differences work in you, very slight differences of potential, and eventually you will certainly be quite dead psychologically. But if you practice dying to things in yourself, gradually you will become more and more alive. This certainly sounds very paradoxical. Now if you have an aim and try to keep it, if only for a short time, will you increase available energy, or potential in yourselves? Yes, you will, if you are sincere in your efforts, because you will be going against your mechanical selves. In a particular direction you will be making work effort which gives force. Now I will only add that all this is to do with the idea of Easter, with the idea of a sacrificial rite, with the idea of killing something which rises again transformed, different from what it was. Remember here ascending octaves, And remember, triads that end up worse than they started and triads that end up better than they started. We are going to speak of these next time in connection with entropy. Birdlip, April 7, 1945. The conception of entropy in science, and the conception of effort in the work. As you know, one of our tasks is to connect the science of the West with the wisdom of the East. This means for us practically that we have to connect the ideas and general structure of the work by making parallels with similar scientific ideas that exist at present. We have already mentioned the word entropy, and I will say here that it seems to me a most confusing word, the original Greek meaning being, as far as I can make out, turning, and science uses this word in the following sense as applied to the universe, namely, that the universe is gradually running down, the sun is getting cooler, the rotation of the earth is becoming more sluggish owing to the friction due to the tides, and consequently the moon is becoming more and more distant. And the ultimate picture is a dead world, where no interchange of energy will take place, such as obviously exists at present, in that the heat of the sun warms up the earth and the other planets surrounding it. Now you know that the work teaches that we live in a growing universe, and not a dying one. However, let us not dwell on this for the moment, but try to concentrate our attention on entropy from a psychological point of view. You must bear in mind one thing clearly, that entropy increases in any interchange of energy between two things such as a hot kettle and a cold kettle of water placed side by side. Gradually the kettles become of the same temperature, and then entropy is at a maximum, there being no further interchange of that form of energy called heat. Similarly, if you have an electric battery, and connect the negative and positive poles with a wire, you soon exhaust the current. The battery gets played out and no energy travels from one pole to the other. The next conception of entropy is that it has to do with disorder and order. From this point of view, an increase of entropy means an increasing disorder of the particles forming the thing concerned. For example, a metal clock is a machine which has order, an orderly arrangement of its parts, but supposing you put this clock into a temperature of several thousand degrees, all the metal will melt, i.e. all the atoms and molecules will begin to be in disorder, and the clock will cease to exist as an ordered machine. The clock disappears, and is replaced by a disorderly motion of all its parts in terms of molecules and atoms. Schrödinger uses a good example among others of what increasing entropy means, which I well know, to the effect that if you leave your books and papers on the table without tidying them up, you will get increasing entropy, i.e. increasing disorder, and certainly one can get into that state in which maximum entropy takes place, and everything is in a total muddle star. So I am going to take entropy from the standpoint of order and disorder, and try to connect it with what we might term psychological entropy. Do you know probably that if you do not arrange your thoughts now and then, and make an effort to formulate them, your thoughts pass into increasing disorder, and this means increasing entropy. Since the less arranged and the more disordered any state of nature is means physically increasing entropy of the state, we can, I think, transfer this idea to the psychological realms, and perhaps thereby understand it better. For this reason I suggest that formulation of one's thoughts, which the work so often insists on, can be compared with an effort in the direction of decreasing entropy in oneself. On the other hand, never getting anything clear in one's mind, never saying, "Now what am I up to?" or "What do I really think?" or "What does this mean?" can be compared with an increase in entropy, i.e. increasing disorder in one's psychological or inner world. Schrödinger shows how life and its material basis is very highly organized, and shows an order that is not found in ordinary physical systems, i.e., in ordinary matter. It is perhaps unnecessary that this should be pointed out, because we must have all had the same idea when looking at a seed changing into a plant. But it is a real step forward for science, which rarely faces all the facts. Life is characterized then by a very high degree of order, which is handed on by the germplasm or seeds with ordered results. What is Life by Erwin Schrödinger, Cambridge University Press. Such as plants, trees, human bodies, and this is quite different from unorganized matters such as stones, grass, metals, and so on. Put quite simply, it means that scientists are becoming aware that there is an ordered force at the basis of life which arranges material particles in a definite way and hands on this order from generation to generation, and so is quite distinct from the average rules that apply to non-living matter. Now, regarding the subject from the psychological point of view, I would like to ask you this question. Supposing that you satisfy every desire, supposing that you identify with everything, supposing, in short, that you never work on yourself in any way, do you think your psychological entropy will increase or decrease? You agree with me that it will increase, i.e., you will get more and more hard to please, and reach in every direction a kind of satiety. You will be, so to speak, fed up with everything. This I am taking as the psychological equivalent of physical entropy, as when a hot and cold kettle reach a common temperature, and no further interchange of heat takes place between them. You must all use a little imagination here to catch what I am trying to say. Of course, we have many psychological sides to us which are satisfied in different ways, and the question really is very complex. But you will agree that, taking the instinctive center, starvation decreases entropy, whereas overeating increases it, bringing on a state of satiety. Now the work teaches that we have to make effort on ourselves in many different ways. Will you agree with me when I say that effort tends to decrease entropy, and simply doing as you want increases entropy? We took the example of formulating one's thoughts. This requires a definite kind of effort. Do you feel fresher after it or not? Do you feel more available energy, or not? I think you will all agree with me that you feel more energy, you feel more alive. This means that you have decreased entropy in you and so have more available energy to give out or use. But supposing you are bored to death, fed up, sated with food and sex and laziness, and so on, or supposing you simply live as best you can without even trying to understand your job, or take hold of anything, and just drift, then I think you will agree with me when I say you are increasing psychological entropy. Now I will connect this with going more and more to sleep in the work sense. I mean, that increasing psychological entropy can be thought of as equivalent to increasing psychological sleep. Do you know what happens to us all unless we work? We get to a state where we let everything go, in which we can make no real effort of attention, and cannot concentrate, but really dream instead. We cannot apply ourselves to anything, and so cannot take in any new impressions. We never try to learn anything new, and instead of being horrified by our state of ignorance, we just drift along in the stream of life. The keynote of this work is to rouse us from sleep of this kind. Therefore I think it permissible to say, in the parallel I am drawing between physical entropy and psychological entropy, that the keynote of the work is to decrease entropy in ourselves by certain definite efforts, and certain shocks which ordinarily we should never think of making. Now all efforts involve a certain sacrifice. Supposing I sit down to get hold of some difficult book, What do I have to sacrifice? I have to sacrifice my great desire to be lazy, and do nothing. This means that the energy that would ordinarily be employed in being lazy and comfortable and sleepy is forced into a new channel by my effort, and leads to the taking in of quite new impressions. Will entropy be increased or decreased? Certainly it will be decreased, so that I will have more available energy to use afterwards. Now I will bring in the work phrase, that whatever you do mechanically is lost forever, and whatever you do consciously remains with you. Making an effort is, relatively speaking, doing something more consciously, and it will give you force. It will decrease entropy. Going with yourself mechanically, drifting from day to day, will take energy from you and increase entropy. In fact, you have no right to say you are alive. You have no right to say you are living your life. You should rather say your life is living you. I mentioned the word sacrifice, and said that all effort involves sacrifice of something, as, for example, when you are negative with someone and make the effort not to identify with it. This is a sacrifice. It is a sacrifice of energy that would otherwise go into being negative, and if at the same time you remember your aim in connection with your particular and most dangerous form of negative emotion, energy will go into keeping your aim, and to those eyes that wish to grow. This is a good kind of effort to make, and we are only taking one or two examples of those efforts taught by the work on its practical side. Now let us take some of the great symbols of sacrifice that exist historically in the past, chiefly as religious symbols, and let us think of them in connection with the idea of effort that decreases the state of entropy, and gives new force, new energy. There is first of all the symbol of Christ on the cross, which gave a tremendous force to the world at that time. There is also another symbol belonging to the same period, and more easy to understand, to begin with, the symbol behind Mithraism, the religion that spread over Europe before Christianity overcame it. In the symbol, which you can see on plaques and statuary at the British Museum, and elsewhere, you find the God not on the cross, but mounted on a bull into which he is driving a knife, and from its blood come wheat and other things useful for life. This is the symbol of sacrificing the animal side, and the underlying idea is to decrease entropy, to transform energy from a lower level to a higher level, because if you always satisfy your instincts like an animal, you cannot expect energy to transform itself into anything on a higher level. Now in the work we have another symbol, so to speak, which meets us at the outset, namely, the first conscious shock. You will see that this is transformation of energy brought about by shock or effort. The work does not begin with the instincts and appetites, but with thoughts, feelings, forms of identifying, forms of imagination, negative emotions, internal considering, and so on. The work says that these are the first efforts or sacrifices, before anything further can be done. The second conscious shock lies in a different place, but of this we are not going to speak, because we must first know what the first conscious shock is, and this takes years and years of continual new experience, new insights, and new ways of giving it to ourselves. The work does not start with the bull of Mithra, the animal instincts. It starts with the psychological man rather than the animal in him. If the psychological man changes, then the animal will begin to change, or rather you will begin to see how the animal must change, and become no longer a savage beast, but a useful creature with whom you can live in reasonable peace, and without the feeling of contradictions. Certainly a time comes when we have to know our animals, and have to go right into them to discover what they mean. But this belongs later, and at present we have to begin to see this other side, the psychological man or woman that we do not think we are, this imaginary person, that has to be broken up. Now you will notice that the first conscious shock gives increased energy, i.e. decreased entropy, because energy called H48 becomes transformed into the energy called H24, which is 30,000 times more powerful, 30,000 times quicker, 30,000 times more understanding, and subtle, and this again is transformed into H12, which is still higher, and infinitely more subtle and full of meaning, infinitely more receptive and understanding, infinitely richer and more sensitive. So you can see that the idea of decreasing entropy is shown in the work in terms of this first conscious shock, which increases energy in us, and so diminishes entropy or satiety or sleep. Now to return to the idea of sacrifice, which I connected with effort. Do you know the work says there are endless useless forms of sacrifice? People think they have something to sacrifice and even imagine they are sacrificing themselves, when they are not doing anything of the kind. For this reason the work speaks very harshly about sacrifice at first. I have heard sentimental women at the earlier groups of Mr. Ouspensky asking what they should sacrifice, and heard the reply, "What do you mean by sacrifice? You have nothing to sacrifice. It is all imagination." On the other hand, I have heard him say, "There is only one thing you can sacrifice at present, and that is your suffering." And I fancy many people hearing this reply went away like that rich young man in the Gospels, who was so identified with his possessions, and his merits, and his legal sinlessness, and who, asking Christ how he could gain eternal life, was told, "Go, sell that thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven, and come, follow me." Matt. XIX 21. Yes, here indeed we have something to sacrifice, and I think you will agree with me that it begins with sacrificing our pictures of ourselves, our imaginary, and false personality, our eminent virtue, and extraordinary merits, that we so much cling to, and with which we are so identified. But the work teaches us more than this, if you reflect on it. Take this startling phrase that we have to sacrifice our suffering. Your self-pity increases entropy so rapidly. Have you noticed it? Do you have more energy to work through self-pity? Do you recall what Christ said, when the disciples asked him, "Lord, increase our faith"? He told them the parable about simply doing what you have to do without any sense of unusual merit or suffering, or any self-pity. "Who is there of you, having a servant plowing, or keeping sheep, that will say unto him, when he is come in from the field, Come straightway, and sit down to meat, and will not rather say unto him, Make ready wherewith I may sup, and gird thyself, and serve me, till I have eaten and drunken, and afterward thou shalt eat and drink"? But he thanked the servant because he did the things that were commanded. Even so ye also, when ye shall have done all the things that are commanded you, say, We are unprofitable servants, we have done that which it was our duty to do. Luke XVI 7-10. This is interesting, for here one might say by faith is meant that which decreases entropy, and frees energies which otherwise would suffocate us by flooding into the channels of self-merit, self-pity, appetite, sloth, and negative states. Only if we were to use this idea, the question would be, Lord, how can we decrease our entropy? Do not we derive much of our ordinary sense of I from making efforts with suffering? Then this is a bad sense of I to work from. How indeed we often feel we have toiled, and how much we feel we have suffered in silence. We never get the appreciation we feel owing to us. Also, we sing many songs to ourselves. All this increases entropy, and all this is the field of sacrifice that we are told to enter and work in, to begin with, because, as I said, it is the psychological man that has to change first. And it is a wonderful thing when the psychological man or woman begins to change in you. It is wonderful because you feel an entirely new access of energy. You begin to escape from the limitations you have unconsciously set for yourself. You begin to pass beyond those barriers that your attitudes have fashioned, to escape from this narrow little place in which you have so tightly and respectably lived. You begin to see the other side, the stark side. You begin to let this ray of light into this inner darkness. You begin to open other rooms in your house. You begin to be able to move about inside yourself. All this increases energy and decreases entropy. But you must find examples for yourselves from your own work and observation, and you must each find a clear example that you can be quite certain about and of which you can see the practical result without quibble or argument. The trouble is that people go on in this work without getting a clear example through self-observation of, say, the negative thought, and so live in obscurity as to what it is all about. For this reason Mr. Ouspensky used to say, "I want examples, not theoretical talk. Give me a good example of self-observation, or a moment of work on yourself, a moment of real effort consciously made." This is quite possible for everyone. And to do this is far better than to write long theoretical essays on what self-observation is, or should be, or what mechanical reactions mean, or what sleep means. Once you have got a good work memory for actual work done by yourself on yourself, and from yourself, you will then have no difficulty in understanding that every genuine work effort increases energy, and so decreases entropy. Perhaps you will understand how it is that all great religions with real esoteric teaching behind them have always as their aim certain kinds of efforts that a man can and should make in his lifetime, and without the making of which a man is not a man at all in the esoteric sense. I fancy that hot kettle we spoke about, if it could give itself shocks, would get hotter and hotter, i.e., increase its energy while it still gave out energy. Kettles cannot do this, but esotericism says that man can, by giving himself the right shocks at the right times, and so reach an entirely different level of energy. Not mechanical man, who runs down early in life, and becomes a long-dead person, but a man seeking to become conscious, and a man who by deliberate choice puts himself in the way of inner development, inner transformation, in accordance with a teaching that has come from those who have gone this way already. Birdlip, April 14, 1945. The work idea of yes and no. There are many things in the work that we have heard, but do not yet understand. Some people think that when they have heard a thing they know it, and understand it, confusing knowing and understanding, and when they hear it again they tend not to listen nor become impatient. They say, "Oh yes, we've heard that before." We have heard over and over again that we have to observe ourselves. We have heard that we have to remember ourselves. We know all that. So when they hear these words, these phrases, they become bored, and pay no attention to what is being said. It is like being told that if you want to ride a bicycle you must balance yourself on it. You may hear this repeated often enough, but do you imagine you understand how to ride the bicycle just by hearing and knowing that you have to balance yourself on it? Just in the same way, to observe oneself in terms of what the work teaches takes long personal work and practice. And to realize by practice what to remember oneself means takes far longer. Simply to know lies in the external memory, but to be able to practice and understand what you know is quite a different thing. So to begin to understand what self-observation is, and why it is necessary, is quite a different thing from just hearing and knowing that one should observe oneself. Today I am going to speak of something the work teaches that many of you have heard before, i.e., that many of you know in your memory, but probably only in your memory. Remember that what you have only in your memory is not yet a part of yourself, of your being. You may know a lot in your memory, but it is quite external to what you are. It is merely like a notebook with written words, not living. Let us take the work idea of yes and no, and recall what is said about this. The work says that formatory center, i.e. the mechanical part of intellectual center which we ordinarily use and call thinking, can only work in terms of yes or no. Through constantly using this lowest part of the thinking center, everything is divided into yes or no. You know how people argue from yes or no. One man says so thing is so, and another man says it is not so. One man says so thing is true, and another man says it is not true, and so on. All the world is divided like this. You have only to listen to most forms of ordinary conversation to realize that it is based on this division of yes or no. The work says that in higher centers this contradiction of yes or no does not exist, because in the consciousness belonging to higher centers there are no contradictions, i.e., there is no yes or no, but there is a union of the two which the work calls yes and no. Obviously our ordinary thought and language utterly fail here. They cannot comprehend or describe that state of consciousness and understanding that belongs to higher centers. But if we cannot grasp this, you will agree with me that our ordinary language is based on a sharp division of yes or no, and our ordinary thinking is similar. This means that we always exclude one side of a problem in favor of the other side. So we have to take sides all the time, and are regarded as weak if we do not. So we divide ourselves into opposite camps, as the whole world does, and we continually hypnotize ourselves by saying that a thing surely must either be true, or not true, or that a person is either good or bad, and so on. All this is the work of the formatory part of the intellectual center, which can only think by means of opposites, that is, by comparison, and has no idea how to draw the opposites together, and find a third solution which is neither yes nor no, but yes and no. The whole thing lies in this third solution. It is sometimes said that this work is imitating the work of higher centers. Now, since all opposites are united in a harmony in higher centers, and there are no contradictions, it is clear that thinking only by the aid of that lowest instrument of thought, the formatory center, will certainly not be imitating higher centers. What is this third solution? It is not composed of either yes or no, but of some combination of yes and no. We are told that this yes and no is the language of higher centers, and this must mean in some way that yes and no are united into a third thing, a third solution unknown to us, which is neither yes nor no, but some harmony or union of two opposites, so that each opposite vanishes, or loses its identity, and a new thing appears that we cannot comprehend. Let us call this third thing X. Then yes plus no equals X. Our ordinary solutions to problems are yes or no. We do not know X. I sometimes think that sly man knows this X, and how it is rightly reached. But we can be sure that if ever by accident we stumble on this third solution to some problem, we will probably get a sudden force from higher centers, which deal only in X, no doubt much to our surprise. But if we solve our problem only by either a heavy yes or a heavy no, no doubt we will not get any help, not being clever enough. You remember how often in the Gospels the clever person is mentioned, the 5 clever virgins, the clever man, who built his house on a rock, and so on, the word being so badly translated as wise. Yes, I am sure there are clever and right solutions to things which escape our heavy one-footed formatory thinking. And, since the Gospels have been mentioned, think only of the parables. Are they in terms of yes or no? Are they not in another language, in fact, in the language of higher emotional center? However, people get impatient with them and say, why cannot they say exactly what they mean in plain, sensible, downright language, that is either yes or no? But are we sure that what we call plain, sensible, downright language is either so plain or so sensible as we suppose? Does it express all sides, or full meaning, or full truth, or is it one-sided, and inevitably so? In any case, we can grasp that the language and ways of thought and connections of ideas in higher centers are quite different from our ordinary forms of speech and associations, and infinitely more comprehensive and inclusive. We make a dogmatic yes or dogmatic no, but experience shows us that this one-sided solution is always useless, always wrong. We have therefore to be far more careful or more clever in leading ourselves out of some inner or outer problem. It is not a flat denial, or a flat affirmation, that will help us, because we will miss all the many intermediate stages lying between these two violent extremes, all these inner octaves of finer meaning, that we seek to become more conscious of in our daily life, all these sources of new meaning. I was going to say new, and undreamed of meaning. But I fancy that often these finer meanings, finer solutions, are just what we do dream of without realizing it, not understanding the marvelous language which is so similar to that of parables. There is always so much meaning passing through us that we do not realize. The reason is that the activities of the higher centers are continually passing through us, only we cannot hear, cannot contact them, not having a fine enough receptive side. The emotional center, purified of negative emotions, begins to hear them. But when we are identified and negative, it cannot. So that is a good reason to work against states of negativeness and identification. By the way, just think of the solutions you make to problems when you are negative. There is nothing very clever about them, is there? Or again, when you are violently enthusiastic. In both cases you try to solve things through one or the other opposite, through no or yes, in accordance with how the pendulum swings from side to side. I am sure myself that such solutions are valueless, and in fact are not solutions at all. But we all have many eyes that think they are, and these eyes tempt us to make impossible violent decisions that we cannot keep, and by which we only torture ourselves. No, it is only when the pendulum is just one side, or the other of the middle point, that we can see where solutions may lie, and not when the pendulum has swung to its full extent in one direction or the other. The truth is that we are not usually conscious save in the extremes of the pendulum, where we identify most. But by self-observation we become slowly more conscious in the middle region of the pendulum swing, and here something can be done. Here we have, as it were, to create a conscious pendulum, restricted in its movement, that swings a little one way, and then little the other way, and this by an effort of mind, by a pressure of will. This restriction is possible only when you no longer for one moment believe in the extreme violent swings of the mechanical pendulum, that is, when you absolutely reject all violent and excited decisions of any kind. One must not listen to the eyes at either extreme of the pendulum. This we probably can all agree to from our own personal work on ourselves. But what does this to and fro movement of the restricted pendulum mean? It has to do with yes and no. Now suppose you are entirely unconscious of your reactions, that is, that you have absolutely no power of self-observation, and are quite asleep. Then you will say yes to all moods, and all impressions. You will equally say yes to an impression of dislike, or of like. You are then doing no personal work, because you are asleep. You are precisely a machine, as the work teaches. There is then no question of yes or no, and certainly there is no question of the more difficult yes and no. The subject can have no interest for you. Now suppose I am working on myself and I notice an impression of dislike. I see someone, and mechanically react by dislike. Let us take this from yes or no. I can say yes to the mechanical reaction that this impression of this person makes in me, in which case I will probably think how I dislike him after I no longer see him as an external object. Now suppose I do not care for this inner state, and wish to do something about it. I then can say no to the impression, that is, to its effect in me. Then when I see the person I say no to the mechanical reaction in me that the sight of him causes, and also I say no to any negative thoughts that come when I do not actually see him. This may work very well in some cases. It may be enough. The matter dies away. On the other hand, I may find myself still bothered with negative thoughts in spite of this no that I have said to myself. I then try to think generously of the person, to try to appreciate him, to be kind, and so on, and so get rid of opposite ideas and feelings. This may work a short time. Then I find that I am still bothered with him and seem unable to adjust myself. Now what have I been doing so far? I have been practicing the method, as it were, of yes or no, that is, I am trying to solve the problem by identifying with one or with the other of the opposites. I am not trying to bring them together, that is, to practice yes and no. I have been trying to get a one-sided solution, or a solution on one side or the other. I have not mixed the black with the white, and made a pattern of both, but have tried black and then white separately. I cannot explain this any further. It is very difficult to put into words. I can only say that if you can manage to use the second method, yes and no, you will get results that you cannot get with the method of yes or no. In the method of yes and no you go so far in thought and feeling, in one direction, and so far in the opposite, just so far, I mean, a short way only. This is like the to and fro movement of a restricted pendulum. A mixture or mingling results. This is quite different from mechanically swinging from like of a person one day to dislike of him the next. That leads to no mingling. The opposites are not brought together consciously. But in the yes and no method the opposite aspects are brought together by a conscious act of the will. Of course imaginary, and false personality, which must always be right, and can never be wrong, come into all this. However, when we observe ourselves in the right way, and begin to include the other side, the unrecognized side, the side in darkness, we then change our feeling of ourselves and begin to know for a fact that we are both yes and no in regard to everything. You often see people who are strongly based on yes in regard to themselves, and have no conception of no, that is, of an opposite contradictory side existing in them. They always tell the truth, they always do right, and are right, they always know exactly what they are doing. In short, there is nothing wrong with them that matters. These are indeed yes men to themselves, and they are indeed dead in themselves, and to themselves. They cannot grow internally, i.e. they are dead in the work sense. When we are like that, we live in a very strange artificial relationship to ourselves which the work never ceases to try to break down. It never ceases to try to break down this inner situation, because unless it is broken down the person cannot become a real person, but remains a purely invented imaginary person, and it may be quite true in many cases, that this is just as well. But for a person who is not quite so sure of himself, who does not accept all his opinions and valuations without some doubt, who does not take himself for granted, there is a possibility of inner change. If he works, he will gradually be shown at the right time, by the action of the work itself on him, where the no side comes in, i.e., where he is not what he imagined and said yes to. This all belongs to the lessening of the power of the personality, which until then has always been active and dominating. Unless the personality becomes gradually passive, there can be no growth of the essential side of a man. For the first stages of life, personality must be built up strongly, but for the second stage, the esoteric stage, the second education that esotericism seeks to give us, the personality must become more and more passive, and all the values we have attached to the personality must undergo change. We can no longer be like what we were. This is not extraordinary if you think what this work is about, namely, inner change, and how the method of self-observation, of new self-knowledge, is designed to change a man. If you wish to change, you cannot remain the same, because change means something different. Once Mr. Ouspensky said, "It would be very good for some of you to deliberately argue against what you hold to be right and true and good." He said, "Try to take the opposite standpoint deliberately at times, and see what happens to you." He added that sometimes the result was to make you doubt your own opinions, your own yes, and realize there are other points of view, to which you cannot say no. And I remember once at a meeting, that he assumed the position of a man, who was going to argue about everything that was said in the work, and maintain it was not true, and I can assure you that many people were much startled and surprised, that is, people who had never really thought for themselves about the ideas of the work, but had simply religiously written them down in the notebooks of their memory without questioning. The effect on those who had struggled from their own thinking was different. Why? Because they had let in the no side, and had come to some decision, as a result, and so could not be so easily shaken by doubts and contrary arguments, but had found their own point of view for the time being. Now in the fourth way, we are none of us protected lambs, spoon-fed children, and we have to undergo all the temptations of yes or no individually in connection with esoteric teaching, and all the ideas behind it, otherwise we have no real point in the work, as it is called, and then we are like those people mentioned in that marvelous parable called The Sower and the Seed, which speaks of the sowing of esoteric ideas on humanity, where it is said that those who hear the ideas a little but have no fruit wither away when the sun gets up. Supposing I walk into a meeting, and say, "I don't believe this work. It is all nonsense," what would some of you think? And suppose I spend, as did, some time in bringing all sorts of negative views to bear on the work teaching, and did my best to undermine the whole thing, how would some of you react? Do you know it is sometimes said in the work that you have to reach the stage in which you can be turned and twisted in every direction, and yet you always eventually right yourself and point in the direction of the work? Do you think this is possible unless you have met the no side of yourself individually? One thing I am sure of, if you have simply said yes to the work without thinking about it, you will be overwhelmed by such a manifestation of no as I have indicated. Now let us speak again about how we have to practice yes and no in place of yes or no. I have compared the practice of yes and no with a kind of to and fro movement or friction, one movement corresponding to yes, and the opposite movement to no. You can imagine a movement of your hands going one way, and then the opposite way. I told you in the example I gave that it was difficult to understand what this to and fro movement might mean, and I said it could only be done consciously, and with a kind of controlled restricted movement, so that one only goes so far in one direction, and so far in the opposite direction. This means that you cannot just feel and think mechanically about a person important for you, a situation important for you in the work sense. You have to control the mechanical movements of the pendulum, and restrict them. This is quite different, as I said, from letting yourself go mechanically in a full swing, of liking and disliking, loving and hating, or, let us add, elation and despair, enthusiasm and dejection, overestimation and underestimation, disappointment and eager expectancy. Do you know how people who live in these mechanical swings are easily dashed, or easily elevated, and so, as it were, have no middle part? It is very important to create a middle part which is neither one extreme nor the other, and it is in fact only from this middle part that one can grow, otherwise the opposites eat each other up, as it were, or cancel one another out. All that is strong and permanent in us must be wrested from the power of these extreme swings, protected from them. Emotional people particularly have this difficulty, unless they use their other centers, and become more balanced. We understand from the work that our first aim is to become balanced number 4 man. But this means far more than we can grasp at present, and it means a proper and harmonious development of all centers. Sometimes instinctive types or moving types imagine they are extremely well balanced, and cannot understand the swings of the emotional type. But this balance that they flatter themselves about is no real balance, it is simply insensitiveness, a complete self-centeredness, a pure selfishness, or grossness of being, a lack of understanding, which cannot be commended, and has nothing to do with the conception of the all-sided balanced man in the work. For when a person lacks all capacity to think or feel, he is just like an animal, and is certainly not a balanced person, but merely an ox, or a cow. However, where such a person's appetites and comforts are concerned, we may find considerable swings of the pendulum. Now let me repeat that in this practice of yes and no, in this conscious restriction of oneself to the middle part of the pendulum, having said yes, you must go a little into no again until from this to and fro movement a solution is reached that is neither yes nor no. You neither admit nor deny to yourself. This movement must become quicker and quicker until something emerges which has neither yes nor no, but is actually yes and no. This is the third solution. If you can do this, you will find an extraordinary result, namely, that you catch a glimpse of the person objectively, as if the person were reflected in a mirror in you undistorted by your subjective attitudes. The scene then changes, and perhaps for a long time you are undisturbed by the person. You are free from the person, and not only that, but the person is free from you. Then perhaps later the whole thing will start again, and you have once more to do work of this kind, if you can. Now, unless you have already been able to see opposites and contradictory sides in yourself, you will find this yes or no friction impossible to understand. I say this because you have to do it also to yourself, and see the stark opposite side of you that you are unconscious of. It is easy to take a negative view of yourself at times, at least it should be if you have had any power of observing yourself, but to rest on such a feeling is wrong. Negative eyes directed towards yourself will then get hold of you. When we have reached the stage of being able to be negative towards ourselves and feel we are no good, and so on, we have opened to us only unpleasant memories of ourselves. You all know that our memories are divided into two groups, pleasant and unpleasant. For example, when you are negative towards a person, you can only remember the unpleasant things about that person, and vice versa. It is the same with ourselves. To give weight to negative thoughts about oneself is useless, i.e., if we go too far into them, so we have to draw back from them by an opposite movement, and in some way say yes to ourselves. And this struggle between yes and no in regard to one's relationship to oneself is, in my experience, as important as the same struggle with regard to other people. It is neither in yes nor in no that the truth lies, but in that combination called yes and no. Now this makes a mingling of dark and bright in us, a pattern of two opposites, a synthesis. As a result of this, we are immensely broadened and strengthened both towards ourselves and other people, although, as I said in a previous paper, it may seem to us as though we were losing our very identity, our very sense of ourselves. But this is exactly what we have to lose in order to change. All our values have to change, particularly some quite absurd values that we cling to in regard to our own integrity and self-estimation. For example, most of you are people who often lie, whatever your imaginary idea of yourself is, nor are any of you people who always lie. If you are going to put the question, am I a liar, yes or no, you will get nowhere. The actual situation is yes and no, it is both. In this respect you are not pure white nor pure black, but black and white. It is this stage that we have to reach and acknowledge first of all, this mingling which comes through direct self-observation and self-knowledge. From this mingling quite new things may start, far beyond us at present, in regard to inner development. But we have to reach a basis of this kind, to begin with, because this releases us from the personality, and shifts the center of gravity of consciousness inwards, towards that which can grow in us. This is the meaning of many phrases in esoteric literature to the effect that a man must lose himself, lose his attributes, lose all he has ascribed to himself, and it is what the work calls making the personality passive. Now I will speak from a different angle about this subject. When you are in a state of real self-observation, you can see different eyes trying to take hold of you. Do you want to sit down? Do you want to rest? Do you want to eat? Do you want to smoke? Do you want to listen to some negative eyes? Do you want to feel depressed? Do you want to feel bored? Do you want to feel wronged? Do you want to find fault? Do you want to hurt somebody? Do you want to get into a temper? You hear all these different eyes speaking all round you, and probably many others, and you say no to them all. All these eyes wish you to say yes to them, to consent to what they suggest. Now to what do you have to say no? You have to say no to yourself, and not to the others, and this is self-remembering. You do not say no to the eyes, but you say no to yourself. G used to say, in self-remembering, which self do you wish to remember? I do not suppose anyone will understand what I mean here, but at the same time it may explain something that you may have experienced. In this state of agreement between I and myself, a state is reached in which no eyes can touch you for the time being, and, although they wish you to say yes, and, as it were, beckon, I and myself have agreed together to say no, not to each eye individually, for that would simply lead to argument with them, which is nearly always fatal. But this agreement is rather a silence in which I and myself decide to say no to ourselves, as if we could not be disturbed by any as surrounding us, as if we were going to occupy ourselves with something quite different, as if I and myself were in some conversation with one another that none of these surrounding is had any power over. This is the best description that I can give you at present of self-remembering this agreement between I and myself. Let us not waste time asking what exactly I means there, or what myself means, but only recall that self-remembering means remembering, and so contacting some self in us that lifts us above the power of the crowd of eyes. Of course the state I describe is transitory, but it is a quite different experience, nor must you expect that if you ever touch it everything is going to be quite easy afterwards. Remember that learning this work, understanding it, and doing it, is a task that lasts our whole lifetime. Now I will only give you one hint of what I and myself means. There is something in us called the soul about which the work rarely speaks, but which it acknowledges. The work says that the soul is a very small thing in us at present and is merely a point of intensity. The work says that where we are most identified is where this point of intensity goes into some desire, some I. The work also says that this small thing called the soul must get much bigger, and that this is only possible through not identifying with oneself and not always going with one's self-will. So perhaps you will see from this hint how it comes about that if I and myself are in agreement no surrounding eyes in me have any power. Now will you please discuss first of all this idea of yes and no, this restricted movement consciously controlled between what we usually take as our good and bad sides. Queer meat ugly. May 21st, 1945. A reminder of what the work is about. One of the objects of this work, this teaching, is to observe oneself. Self-observation is a method of self-change. This work teaches that a man, a woman, can change. Why? The work teaches that everyone is created in such a way that they can change. We are created as self-changing beings. We can change not anyhow, but in a definite direction. The work says we are created as self-developing organisms, like seeds. A seed can remain a seed, but it is a self-developing organism. Can we understand this? Is it clear? Is a seed capable of some definite development? This work, the Gospels, and all esoteric teaching, is older than history. How, then, can we put ourselves in the right conditions in order to change? A seed must be planted to develop, and have the right food, air, and light. So it is with us, if we become planted in the ground of esoteric teaching. This is not a fanciful idea. It is not an idealistic idea. It is not a pious idea. It is not a sentimental idea. It is a fact. Given the right conditions, a man, a woman, can begin to undergo what he and what she were originally created for. We were not created merely to live in life. Life does not develop a man, or a woman finally. It is the first and necessary experience. But it only goes so far, that is, to the formation of personality. Here it stops, and nothing more happens. The man, the woman, having attained to this first, this necessary, development of the personality, namely, of the profession, the craft, the business, the labor, the civilian duty, the good householder, remain then undeveloped any further in the sense of esoteric teaching. The man, the woman, having attained to such life positions, to such successes, to such situations, then begin to die. They have become equal to life. It must be said that many do not get as far as that. However, this is the first task, the life task. A man, a woman, must learn, must get to know something definite in life before anything else is possible. They must be good at something, know something, be able to do something. That is why, in this work, it is said that a man or a woman must start from the level of good householder. This work is not for useless people, or people who live on the being and vitality of others. Such are not at the level of good householder. The work can only begin with people who have reached a certain attainment in life, and in life experiences, and who are not evil or criminal or pathological or perverted. The work is not for the riffraff of life, the people who are a nuisance and a burden to others, or for those who expect something for nothing. It is for responsible people, for people who understand the difference between chaos and order, and see clearly that certain things must be done, however they feel personally. There is a work definition of good householder, in the supreme sense of this stage, namely, a person who does what is necessary in life, but does not believe in life. This is a curious phrase and is worth reflecting upon all one's life, for many good householders believe in life, and believe that sooner or later life will become much better than it is now. They believe in progress, in spite of things as they are. But this impulse, this idea, really is one that takes a wrong and outward direction. Progress is possible, and here esoteric teaching, the second education, comes in. A man, a woman, can progress in themselves. They can undergo a definite development by giving up what they have come to think they are. This is where self-observation starts. In my case, Nicoll, the personality formed by life, what life has made in me, my opinions, my bias, my conceit, etc., must gradually be separated from through my observing Nicoll. In your case, it is your own life-built personality that must be observed by each of you, gradually all the time, and also at intervals, until something separates from it. This thing that separates is what can grow. Then you no longer wholly regard yourself, as your meritorious life, your virtues. I begin to see Dr. Nicoll. He begins to see Mr. Wilson. He begins to see Mr. Parfit. He begins to see Mr. Taylor, and so on. That is, we begin to see what is not us, what life has built up in us, what we have hitherto solely taken as ourselves. The method of this slow, gradual shifting of the feeling of oneself begins with the slow, gradual observing of oneself, noticing oneself. It does not begin with going against oneself. How is this possible when one does not know oneself? How can you go against something you do not know? So it is necessary to begin with self-observation, carried over years, in fact, all one's life. This ray of light, this ray of consciousness, arising from noticing oneself, that begins to enter into the darkness, the ignorance of oneself, very slowly brings about the change. This is the beginning of this inner development of which the work speaks so much. Things may, and do, go on just the same, for a long time. But one notices them. One is not asleep to them. If they are observed often, continually, at intervals, they slowly begin to alter. You cannot alter yourself directly. You can only alter by means of certain kinds of effort. These efforts are shunas. There is the great effort of non-identifying, not identifying, with yourself, to begin with. What a fine fellow I am! There is the great effort of self-remembering. This is the first effort of all, but very difficult. There is the great effort of self-observation. There is the great and continual effort of living more consciously towards yourself, towards others, in the work, and towards the work itself. All this increases consciousness. Things alter by your becoming more conscious, more aware of them, by observation, by noticing without criticism, by gradual separation from them. Do you realize that to observe oneself, and then criticize oneself at once is useless? Now if a person asks, how does one alter? Or what does one alter into? The answer is that everyone has something which they can become, if they practice the work, and which they are destined to be. This is perfecting oneself, a phrase in the Gospels. If they observe, notice, and non-identify, they will inevitably begin to alter into what they were created to be, which is not what they are in the personality. A seed alters into what it was created to alter into, to change into, to transform itself into. So it is with us. This is what the work teaches about ourselves. This short paper is to remind us what the work is about. Queer Meat Ugly, April 21st, 1945. Further note on the work idea of yes and no. A question was asked at one of the groups, after the last paper had been read, if one had memory of the swing of the pendulum, and of one's thoughts and feelings of the opposite, would one be less identified? To this question I would say, why, certainly, this is the whole point. The paper made it clear that we remember only on one side, or the other, not both together. It was said, for example, that when we are negative we tend to remember only unpleasant things, and vice versa. Everyone must see how he swings between opposites in the intellectual center, and in the emotional center, and also in the instinctive center. What have you done today, all of you? Have any of you done any work on yourselves? Have you taken in impressions of one another from a negative swing, and not attempted to remember opposite kinds of impressions that you may have had at other times? Remember, you must bring the opposites together consciously. For this you must have a work memory, a new memory, arising through self-observation. Do not get confused by these terms, pendulum and opposites. Do you not think that you already know in a way that everything swings to and fro inside one, between hope and despair, between liking and disliking, between feeling cheerful and feeling depressed, between thinking that something is true and thinking that it is not true? All these are pendulum swings between two opposites, going in different directions all the time, all with their different times, like different kinds of clocks. You will think it very strange when you are told there has to be one clock eventually instead of these many hundreds of clocks all keeping different times. Now every thought or feeling that comes into your consciousness has an opposite. When you identify with the thought or the feeling, you are under its power, and are on the pendulum, and insensibly, without your knowing how, or even remembering, you will find yourself having the opposite thought, or opposite feeling, without seeing any contradiction. This is just where our unconsciousness lies, our living state of sleep, in which we do not see our contradictions. Mr. once said that when the pendulum is swinging down it is going fastest when it passes the middle point, and then, as it rises on the other side it goes slower and slower until it traverses its movement. He said, we are not quick enough to feel this movement because we work with too slow a hydrogen, and so we are conscious, in the ordinary sense, at the two opposite ends. Now it is very wonderful, when you begin to understand that you need not go with your mechanically arising thoughts and feelings, and you have heard this many times from me before. But I am sure that a great number of you do not understand what it means practically. We must, it was once said, learn to rule our minds. And we were told that this takes a very long time and a great deal of work and observation. I fancy that some of us on first hearing this did not imagine for a moment that it applied to ourselves. No doubt we thought that we ruled our minds absolutely. However, when a man begins to observe himself, and becomes interested in his self-observation, he very soon realizes, of course, that he rules nothing within the psychological world of himself. In this invisible world in which each one of us lives we control nothing. Our thoughts come to us we know not how. Sometimes they come in swarms. And the strange thing is that we take them as our own thoughts, and play them on our own piano, as it were, as if they were true. I do not know how to describe this taking of thoughts as one's own, just as I cannot describe the miracle of realizing that they are not oneself, and they need not be made one's own, that one need not believe them, that one need not go with them, that one need not take them as true, and, finally, that any thought of any kind can come to us at any moment. And, of course, in the latter case, if you are not awake, just notice what being awake means, then this thought will convince you, it will be your way of thinking for that moment, and this is just exactly what we have to separate from through non-identifying almost continually. There is a phrase, a person is listening to his thoughts. This is a very good phrase, but I do not think it is true. I would like you to discuss this. I would rather say that we do not listen to our thoughts, but we are them. Perhaps when we get rather horrified at what we are thinking we may stop, but, as a rule these thoughts come in by themselves and play our piano, and we think it is ourselves playing, that it is our music. The whole position has to be reversed. To be like that is just to be a machine in which the mind rules us, and the thoughts make us think them. You have a thought, oh, how tired I am, or how hard my life is, or something like that. Have you got sufficient inner observation? Have you cleared and well dug a big space in your mind through the practice of inner attention, and put a hedge round it and a gate so that you can hear the click of the gate, and watch this darling little thought coming up the drive all ready to say, oh, how tired I am, etc.? I fancy that once we let it in very far every thought gets hold of us and wrings us, takes our blood, makes us react, talk, behave in a certain way, and then, satisfied with having dined off us, it retires for a time. Now, to return to the pendulum, you will not be able to bring opposite thoughts and feelings together consciously unless you have some distinct memories of them recorded in your work memory, as I call it. That is the new memory that arises in us all when we begin to practice a life of self-observation, when we begin to live more consciously, not only with other people, but when we are alone with ourselves. Can you remember that you appreciate some things in a person, and have often done so, when you are negative with that person, and can only mechanically remember negative things? The bringing of these two psychic acts together, these two memories, is working, not between yes or no, but between yes and no. If one does this gradually, one does not swing so far in either liking or disliking, knowing how treacherous the country is beyond, and how asleep one is if one gets into it. This not going very far one way or the other requires inner awareness and a certain inner alertness. It makes everything much more intense. One sees what one has to do. It is not to be confused with indifference. Conscious restraining of the pendulum is utterly different from a state of indifference. One is conscious, the other mechanical. There are many parables and images about this scattered through esoteric literature, such as driving two powerful horses, black and white, and restraining them in the right proportion, and many other images. Now if you do not go with a thought, you are free from it for the time being. The force that might have gone into it does not go into it. In what direction should the force go? It is often said that self-observation should always eventually be carried out in connection with self-remembering. In fact, self-remembering is really taught first in the work. The point is that the force that you withdraw from one or the other side of the opposite should pass in the direction of real I. We attempt to remember ourselves because we have no real I. Now no one can get to an experience of real I, save in an illegitimate way, by drugs, for which he has to pay afterwards, without a certain emotional state which I will simply call evaluation of the work. When a person works without any real individual feeling, without any sense of wonder, that person's work will be on too low a level, that is to say, it will be in too small lies, in small parts of centers. Naturally enough, these cannot make contact with higher centers, or real I. So if a person works on such a level only, there will be nothing real, and nothing new will enter the understanding, because the force that has been gained from non-identifying with inner states has nowhere to go to, and so may, as it were, flood back. I have often told you that you cannot, as far as I know, remember yourselves unless you have a sense of something greater. For instance, if you do not believe in greater mind, you cannot trace yourself emotionally to all the conceptions of the work which concern the conscious circle of humanity, the level of awakening, the level of objective consciousness, the attainment of real I, nor will such great diagrams as the ray of creation, and many others mean anything to you at all. It is very unfortunate when a person is in this state. Sometimes it arises because a person has not perhaps sufficient background, has not perhaps read and thought enough about the struggle of esoteric teaching with mechanical humanity. But this belongs to another conversation about valuation, and what is most important to us, that is, what we value most, which we do not notice, and do not suspect. Thank you for using Queer Meat Ugly, April 28, 1945. On bringing the opposites together. In the last few commentaries on some of the work ideas we have been speaking about ordinary decisions made on the basis of yes or no. In this connection we brought in the idea of the law of the pendulum. The psychological pendulum swings from one side to the opposite side. I mentioned how Mr. O had remarked that we are conscious in the ordinary sense at the opposite swings of the psychological pendulum. We are not conscious of the intermediate stages. He said that the pendulum moves fastest at the middle point, and that with our slow hydrogens, that observe our ordinary so-called waking state of consciousness, which is always compared with a state of sleep, in the work, we have not the quickness of inner perception, of consciousness, of the power of registering, of catching finer octaves of meaning, that belong to the neighborhood of the middle parts of the pendulum. He added that in every situation that we are faced with, especially when identified with it, we do not catch the finer degrees of these situations, the finer meanings, and that if we could work with the speed of emotional perception, that is, with hydrogen 24, and still more so with hydrogen 12, a great wealth of new meaning and new insights would be the result. We would see far finer differences, quite different solutions to the problems with which we are confronted, and we could realize what immense distances of meaning really lie between what we usually regard as continuous. But as we are, our psychological life, our inner invisible life, is ordinarily controlled by hydrogen 48, and it is particularly the formatory part of the intellectual center that works with this slow hydrogen, this heavy petrol. As you know, the work teaches that in the formatory part, our thinking, our whole mental outlook, is only capable of expressing itself in terms of yes or no. It is taught that, by contrast, higher centers work in terms of yes and no. This means that our ordinary thinking, that we trust so much, and follow so much, is not really thinking. It works only with the exclusion of one side, and the affirmation of the other opposite side, or vice versa. For this reason, the whole world of men and women, classes, and nations, is divided into opposite camps, people on one side, or the other side. So too we plague one another all day long with questions such as, do you believe this, or not? Do you like this, or not? Are you a this or a that? There is a rather overused phrase in the work to the effect that the formatory part of the mind is third force blind. This means it is always swinging between these opposites, this yes or no, and has no neutralizing force, no yes and no harmonizing force which brings the opposites together into a combination, one that we cannot understand ordinarily. This union of the opposites, this reconciling force, is a third thing, a third force, connecting both opposites, and yet different from either. Let us recall one of the definitions of third force which lies between the two opposite, and mutually destructive forces called active and passive. It is defined as the relating force. It is a force which partakes of both sides of any question, and brings them into a new relation, into a synthesis, and yet is neither of them. I called it in the last paper XIE something unknown to us, as we are at our level of understanding. I asked you if you did not get tired, after being a long time in this work, and following the path of self-observation, of making sudden decisions which are practically always overwhelmed by an opposite result from what you expected. We make some aim in one swing of the pendulum, and cannot keep it, or are surprised to notice that it rouses the opposite side. Naturally, because an aim made from one side of the swing of the pendulum is made without calculation of second force, the force of resistance to it. Yet at first we must make aim of this kind, because we have to realize that we cannot do in the ordinary violent sense. This introduces us gradually to the idea of what it means that we cannot do in the greatest sense, namely, that we must have help. Now help is always coming to us from the higher centers which are fully developed, and are always working in us, always speaking to us, in fact, always telling us what to do, and I think here I do not exaggerate. But we cannot understand this language, this help, because it is in terms of yes and no, in terms of this X, this middle solution. Our formatory part especially cannot possibly hear the messages from higher centers, because it is always dividing everything up into two contradictory statements, into yes or no, into two opposites, which appear to be irreconcilable. But there is a point in the swing of the pendulum, although it is here going fastest, a point right in the middle of the two sides of this swing, where utterly new meaning enters. Although we cannot hope to be sufficiently awake, sufficiently alert, internally, to hear, to understand, to catch and to register what happens at this point, we can gradually dissuade ourselves from following the suggested solutions that arise when we are at one full swing, or the other. I mean, we begin to distrust the range of thoughts and feelings belonging to these extreme swings, these opposites, in which we are usually conscious in the ordinary second state of consciousness. We begin to dislike this coarse division, this coarse language, these coarse solutions, in fact, these violent solutions to our problems. We begin to know that they are useless, and that some far finer adjustments are necessary. Now if you take an ordinary person, who is very opinionated, you will agree with me that he will always take one side, or the other of a question of opinions. Talking many years ago of the union of opposites, Mr. O once said we must learn to argue from opposite viewpoints. An opinionated man, and of course this means ourselves, often begins this by saying, I always think, I always say, and so on. Now if our inner psychological state rests on a basis of this kind, we cannot do this work. The psychological groundwork is all wrong. Let us take pictures of ourselves. Do you know very well a woman, a man, with strong pictures of herself or himself, after a little conversation? They have a certain idea of themselves, open or concealed. They have certain opinions. They take such and such viewpoints, but they do not necessarily realize this. Now the object of the work on its practical side is to let a ray of light into the inner darkness of ourselves, this not perceived side. Light means consciousness. We have a dark side of ourselves, a side in darkness, that we do not see. In regard to pictures of ourselves, what is the result of light? The result is the seeing of a part of the darkness, and bringing it into consciousness. This is an extension of consciousness, an increase of consciousness. You have often heard that the work is to increase consciousness first of ourselves, then of other people, because that is the only possible order. A man, through self-observation, increases the consciousness of himself. He no longer lives only in the front garden, but begins to walk round his house, and so perform a circle. This inclusion in consciousness of what he did not know, as in the case of seeing what we are instead of living in pictures, in imaginary, brings together opposites. The effect of light falling on pictures of ourselves is therefore to change the whole feeling, the whole idea, of ourselves. False personality, imaginary, pictures, and many other things, keep us on one side of ourselves. We do not see, we do not know, and certainly do not acknowledge, the other side. So we live in a wrong relation to ourselves, and, as was said, the work cannot start from this basis. It cannot start from a one-sidedness. Let us think about this dark side into which light must gradually penetrate. We can begin with the idea of different kinds of people, according to the development of centers in them. In the language of the work, a number one man is a man whose center of gravity, psychologically, is in his instinctive moving center. A number two man is in the emotional center. A number three man is in the intellectual center. Now there are 6 formulations for men and women, from this angle. A person may be 123, 132, 231, 213, 312, 321. This means that a man whose formulation as regards centers is 123 is first of all no. 1, that is, in instincts and movements, and more rarely in 2, that is, in emotional perception, and still more rarely in 3, that is, in intellectual thoughts. He is therefore an unbalanced man, a one-sided man. What then is the dark side of him in this respect? The dark side is formed by the undeveloped and so not yet properly conscious sides that lead into, and 3 that is, 6 in emotional life, and in intellectual life. And so with the rest of the formulations. In every case the undeveloped functions lying in the dark side may take many undesirable automatic manifestations. We can conceive that one of the many forms of swing of the pendulum in a man may be a swing sometimes between the more developed side of him lying in the light, and the less developed side lying in what is dark to him. His task then is to observe and notice, and bring into the light of his own consciousness of himself, by private insight, this undeveloped dark side, and so educate it. This will result in an inner growth, an inner development of the person. It is for this reason that I said, the dark side, into which the work tells us that we must send a ray of light, can be both good and bad. Pictures are always bad. But undeveloped functions are only bad if left in the dark. If brought forward by constant observation and reflection, and here of course the complacent man is incapable of shifting his basis, they begin to add to the life, to increase meaning and interest, and give new impressions. But the feeling of oneself will change. A one-sided, one-center man feels himself in a particular way. If his other centers begin to come forward, then naturally he will lose his former feeling of himself, and many dislike this gradual transformation, and refuse it, and think it an evil thing. But the devil is always the dark side, what we are ignorant of. Some people, for example, think it wicked to read novels, and so on, in endless ways. I believe there are still sects that think it wicked to learn anything. That must furnish them with a special extra-sized devil. They are really devil worshippers without knowing it, that is, worshippers of ignorance, of darkness, of everything strict and narrow, and unmerciful. You will remember that a great deal was said about the Pharisees in the Gospels, that is, this narrow thing in ourselves. Remember that everything said in the Gospels is psychological, and applies here, and now to ourselves. Have you studied your own Pharisee? Now we can come, in this commentary, to another aspect of this dark side, the side lying beyond our small range of consciousness. I will begin by saying that in the example of having pictures of ourselves that are quite different from what we are, what contradicts these forms of imagination, of vanity, of pictures of ourselves, is in darkness we are ignorant of it. The difficulty here is that we do not even see the pictures. People can have a picture of having no picture. We do not think we have any pictures. But when you are upset or unpraised, it is as well to look at some picture at work in you. This may help it to be observed. Then a very interesting process of work on oneself begins, first seeing the picture, and then observing what contradicts it. This is a harmonizing process, a bringing together of opposites, both lying in darkness, and acting on us beyond our control, as everything does that is not standing in recognition, in acceptance, in the light of consciousness. This drawing together of opposite things, this making outer and inner the same, this going against one-sidedness, which prevents the action of the mechanical pendulum, and places consciousness increasingly towards the center, the middle, where yes and no exist, strengthens the whole being. As I said, nothing can grow save through this process, which destroys all self-conceit, and makes you feel another kind of person. You then, as it were, can walk round the whole of your house, front and back, and then things can begin. Why? because you can begin to understand the language of yes and no, in which higher centers speak to us, as it were, in the language of parables. I will add briefly that it is only in higher divisions of centers that all such work is possible. The lowest divisions, as formatory part, can only work in yes or no. And you can only get into higher divisions of centers through evaluation of the work. These higher parts gradually pass towards higher centers. I will now quote some of the sayings of Christ found in the Gospels and in some of the recent discoveries of papyruses, referring to making inner and outer the same. In the Sermon on the Mount given in Matthew, Christ says, "If therefore thou art offering thy gift at the altar, and there rememberest that thy brother hath aught against thee, leave there thy gift before the altar, and go thy way. First be reconciled to thy brother, and then come and offer thy gift. Agree with thine adversary quickly, whiles thou art with him in the way, lest haply the adversary deliver thee to the judge, and the judge deliver thee to the officer, and thou be cast into prison." Matthew v. 23-25. Then there are Christ's words to the Pharisees. When a certain Pharisee marveled that he had not first washed before dinner, the Lord said unto him, "Now do ye Pharisees cleanse the outside of the cup and of the platter, but your inward part is full of extortion and wickedness. Ye foolish ones, did not he that made the outside make the inside also? Howbeit give for alms those things which are within, and behold, all things are clean unto you." Luke 39-41. Among the sayings of Christ not included in the Gospels are the following. When the Lord was asked by a certain man, when should his kingdom come, he saith unto him, When two shall be one, and the without as the within, and the male with the female, neither male nor female, i.e. active and passive are replaced by third force. And again, if ye make not the below into the above, and the above into the below, the right into the left, and the left into the right, the before into the behind, and the behind into the before, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of God. Queer meat, ugly. May 5, 1945. The situation today in regard to the general situation in the world at this moment. What does the work teach? Many feel that everything will soon be quite different, and that various conferences, agreements, and so on, will permanently alter the future. They think exactly in the way that the majority of people thought at the termination of the last great European war. It is not beyond the question to say that in this new war, that has touched the civilian population so deeply, people may naturally expect a better restatement of the future, and a better order arising out of the universally shared suffering. Let us examine this idea from the work side, and see what the work teaches about humanity on this minute planet. Let us particularly examine wrong attitude. As you know, scientific men, astronomers, mathematicians, and so on, take the attitude that this minute speck, the Earth, is the only inhabited point in the infinitely vast creation of millions and millions of galaxies, suns, and planets. What do you think of this mental attitude? Here, on this small Earth, we are first of all an insignificant point in the Milky Way, a galaxy of billions of suns, some of gigantic size. And again, our galaxy is only one of millions of other more gigantic galaxies or sun clusters. Do you know that earlier scientific thought viewed the vast universe of celestial bodies as all turning round our minute Earth? We were the center. Certainly, to the evidence of the senses, it seems as if the sun went round and round the earth, and all the hosts of heaven, all the constellations, all the galaxies, and innumerable suns which compose them. when it was discovered that the Earth by its own rotation makes it appear that the heavens turn around it and that our sun rises and sets, the idea was treated with contempt and hatred. People said and felt that we, on this earth, were the most important thing, and all the rest, all the stars, served us, so to speak. Is this egotism? Is it not a wrong attitude? Is it not a remarkable form of conceit and vanity? As I said, even now scientists teach that it is improbable that any life exists save on this speck of dust, our Earth. I repeat, is this some extraordinary vanity, some total lack of understanding of our own relative importance? I see no signs of this viewpoint, this mental attitude, changing today. We seem to imagine apparently that we are the only real living point in the inconceivable vastness of the creation. Now the work teaches that the whole of creation is living, and that we are almost insignificant, almost totally unimportant, and that if our Earth blew up it would not be noticed, or make any difference. Sometimes people say to me that they are not interested in cosmic diagrams, as the ray of creation, although the psychological teaching is interesting. But this work, like all esoteric teaching, connects man with the universe in which he appears. To study him by himself, apart from the universe, is erroneous, and cannot give the right emotions. Man as a microcosmos, a minute world, represents in himself the macrocosmos, or great universe. The one is modeled on the other. They are in correspondence, and nothing is in man that is not in the universe. And just as the sun is greater than the earth, and the earth is greater than the moon, so are their psychological levels, lower and higher, lesser and greater, in man representing moon, earth, and sun, that is, corresponding internally with these external sense-seen beings, moon, earth, and sun. Now you know from what is taught, and perhaps know through self-observation, that pride and vanity are two giants that keep us asleep, and that walk in front of us and decide everything beforehand. Here notice, please, a man who admires himself. Is he asleep? Suppose then that you are a person who is scientifically convinced that only this earth is peopled, and that the rest of the universe is dead matter. Will this help you to deal with these formidable giants that take charge of us and actually ruin everything for us? I do not see that this standpoint can do otherwise than swell up our self-importance, and keep up the unreal side, the false personality, that characterizes our present level of being. However, sometimes we look at the stars, and feel our own smallness. Science should have increased our sense of wonder. It has done the reverse. It has no message save that everything is meaningless. This decrease in meaning, and therefore in understanding, is noticeable on all sides. This results in the loss of certain emotions necessary to man for his right development. You can call such emotions by what names you like, but they all have the effect of making a man feel that he is a very small creature, and that opens him internally to the possible action of higher centers in him, which constantly seek to send him messages. Egoism stunts a man internally, and turns him outwards, into objects, into things, into the body, into the external sense-given world which is only one side of a man. This is one way of understanding what the work means, when it says that today man is one-sided. So man sees the solution of everything today, as lying only outside himself and not in self-change, in manufacturing more machines, more objects, more complex things outside himself, and not in an increase of consciousness, or an increase of understanding. And so machines make war on him. You may be quite certain that the next war will soon arise from new machines, of which we can catch a glimpse already. Man, with his characteristic violence, his lack of understanding and self-observation, is already busied with new destructive machines, and at the same time attending conferences to produce peace. This is a lack of consciousness, an incapability of seeing contradictions in himself. This incapability, this lack of consciousness, is one of the signs of our level of being. The object of the work of all esoteric teaching of the Gospels is to increase consciousness. And this begins by seeing what you are like for yourself, penetrating the dark side that lies beyond the pretense of false personality. This is the first point, namely, that with our present lack of consciousness, with our present level of being, it is impossible to stop war. Only by an increase in consciousness can war be stopped. Our level of being attracts our life. So humanity attracts war. The next point is that the work teaches that man cannot do. Everything happens in the only possible way it can happen. Everything is going to go in the only way it can go, and nothing can prevent it. Yes, but one thing must be added. If mankind awoke from sleep, then everything would go differently. Why? Because if people began to see, to awaken, to become more conscious, their level of being would change, and so another order of things would be attracted by them, and war, and many other things would cease. If man lived on a higher level of himself, everything would change. One thing would be that he would cease to be violent. He would overcome his own violence. The third point is that sleeping humanity on this earth is used. The suffering, pain, illness, violence, the killing, hatreds, revenge, and so on, are being used for certain purposes by something outside the earth. A man can escape from this by certain kinds of useful suffering that awaken him. But I will not speak more of this point here. The fourth point is that our general level of being is characterized by lying, and that this makes any real agreement impossible. Mr. O. once said that we should study lying in all its forms, our own lying, and lying in general. He said we really need instruction on the subject of lying, that is, we must realize and study lying, and its terrific power. On one occasion he remarked that the formatory part, from one angle, could be thought of as being given to us to lie with. Now how can you get anything right if you and everyone else lie? Lying characterizes our level of being, and so it is one of the things which must change if our level of being is to be changed. I will make some brief notes on lying to remind you of what has been previously said. Nothing is what it pretends to be. Begin with yourself. Are you what you pretend to be? I mean, seriously, do you think so? Again, look at a peacock strutting. Is it a lie? Then look at yourself. Again, all propaganda is organized lying. Officialdom is packed with lies from top to bottom. All politics is based on lying, not necessarily clever. When one speaks, one lies usually. Even to say, "I" is lying, for which "I" do you mean? The whole apparatus for lying, the machinery for its propaganda, has been enormously increased in this century. What is the radio used for? It has been extensively, and often only used for the propaganda of lies. Imagine how much work would have to be done, what effort would be needed, to make humanity able to see through propaganda, newspapers, films, radio, and resist their lies. People let their very souls become absorbed in films about imaginary people and imaginary life. It is all lies. It is a very good thing, however, to resist a film by not identifying with it. Then the strange force working on the imagination does not eat you. A great many things could be added about lying, such as that all negative states are due to lies, and produce only lies. A last point that I will make is that we forget very easily. People forget what things were like once, and also new people are growing up. This makes war very soon possible again. If we were all more conscious, then war would cease. But this is impossible. It is impossible for everyone to be more conscious. It is a matter of the greatest difficulty for one person to become more conscious. You have noticed how all people who have taken momentary charge of the world base themselves on war. All the has-namus type, those whose well-being depends on the ill-being of others, all dictators, ground themselves on war. It shows how deeply man's level of being attracts war, and how the disease of war is in man, and due to his own state. Since man's level of being is the same as it was, then everything will go in the only possible way in which it can go at that level, and no one will be able to do anything. G said once, everything is being done in the only way it can be done. If one thing could be different, everything could be different. And then perhaps there would have been no war. Everything is dependent on everything else, everything is connected, nothing is separate. Therefore everything is going in the only way it can go. If people were different, everything would be different. They are what they are, so everything is as it is. Queer Meat Ugly, May 13th, 1945. Commentary on Emotional Center. Tonight let us try to speak about the emotional center. The work teaches that the most difficult center to control is the emotional center. In so many words it says that the formatory center, that is, the mechanical division of the intellectual center, can to some extent be controlled, and also the moving center which controls all our movements. Mr. O once said that the emotional center was like a mad elephant, and that in India, when an elephant in service went mad, it was necessary to find two sane elephants, and put them on either side of the mad elephant with ropes, so as to teach him right behavior. Let us think what this means. Thoughts can after a time be controlled voluntarily to some extent. Also movements such as looking sulky, which is a muscular manifestation of the face, can be controlled to a small extent voluntarily. But the emotional center is involuntary, that is, beyond one's direct control. Let us take only the voluntary moving center. You can control it, can you not? You can walk faster or slower. You can smile or frown. This is due to the contraction and relaxation of muscles. The moving center presides over muscles. That is easy to understand. I can extend my arm or not. I can put my tongue out or not. That means that I have direct control over the muscles that subserve these movements. But can I control in the same way my emotions, my feelings of dislike or liking? You will agree that this center, which is the most important center of all, is not directly under our control. So it is called the mad elephant, and has to be controlled at first by the two other elephants, the intellectual center which thinks, and the moving center which acts. Let us take the example of finding oneself with a negative emotion towards someone, and let us suppose that one's aim at the moment is not to manifest, not to show, not to consent entirely to this negative feeling, say, one of strong dislike. It is possible in such a case to observe the intellectual center, the thoughts that cluster, and wish to gain consent at that moment, and not go with them. It is also possible to relax the muscles, and not get worked up muscularly, frown, and hold oneself in a certain antagonistic posture, speak with a certain harshness, and so on. This can control at least the external expression of the negative state of emotional center. Of course, if you really believe in your negative emotions, and are doing all this in, so to speak, a social way, the result is negligible. The merit goes into your personality. You become a kind of fox. I mean, you become a very insincere person. But if you have come to the point of disliking your mechanical dislike, disliking having your inner chemistry made negative, in fact, hating being negative, and understanding what it means to be negative, how, for example, it always means that you have no psychological courage, no idea of what is necessary from the work point of view, no inner battle, no inner strength, in short. Unless you see you have always lost the work battle, if you become identified, and negative, and believe you are right, then you do not yet understand how the work shifts the battle area into yourself and looks eventually only at that side, the inner side, or, if you like, the psychological side. The psychological side is the man himself, the woman herself. You may treat a person outside you well. Yes, but how do you treat the person internally, in your psychological world, this invisible world known only to yourself? After a time in the work, if it begins to act on you, you feel far more uncomfortable through wrong feeling, and through anything you may have done outwardly. The work is not mainly about outer life, but about inner life. And here sincerity and valuation are necessary, not bias, not artificial, but genuine. You can feel a fool for having behaved wrongly externally, but you must begin to feel worse than a fool, if you have silently, in the privacy of your internal psychological life, your real life, treated a person in a mean and miserable way in your thoughts and feelings, though no one knows it. So it has often been said to you that it is how we treat people internally, invisibly, in mind and feeling, that counts. The commandment, "Thou shalt not murder," means, esoterically, in one's inner life. It has a psychological meaning apart from a literal one. I fancy that some of you now know what I mean, and what inner wretchedness can arise when one speaks to oneself negative things about others, and enjoys them, and then plasters up one's face, and appears externally, as an angel. The inner and the outer must correspond. This is a long task. They must, like two clocks, keep the same time. Now all this can be very easily misunderstood and taken in a wrong way. So I will remind you again that the point is that if you are in a negative state, it is always your own fault, from the work point of view. No matter what happened, what someone said, what someone did, we have to become responsible for our negative states ourselves. You, over there, must become responsible to yourself. Of course, if you secretly love being negative, and indulging in unpleasant emotions, then I can only say that whatever else you indulge in secretly, this is the worst thing of all. For example, if you are a mischief maker, and enjoy the results, then you are pretty low down in level of being. I will remind you of the first step, namely, we are not asked to like, but to stop dislike, and all its ramifications. This makes a very practical starting point. Later, when you feel the presence of negative emotion in you, as a foreign substance, as acutely as a stomachache, then you will seek, for your own reasons, to work on yourself, and transform your inner state for your own inner health. then you will find it necessary to know and seek to understand all the work teaches, and not merely give it a casual occasional glance, as if it were a thing you could pick up and cast aside just as you like, in a trivial way. The work must become real, but this takes many years and requires a certain inner courage, an inner bravery, an inner determination, until something new is born distinct from life. This is called a point in the work, and this point begins the new development of which the work speaks when it is said that a man, a woman, is created as a self-developing organism. This development is psychological, not physical. Now let us speak about emotions, about feelings. What are they? Dislike is a feeling, an emotion. Does it unite us with a person, or the reverse? Can you understand another person through dislike? This is a simple question enough, but have you considered it? Now you may dislike certain eyes in a person, and, provided you dislike certain eyes in yourself also, it does not mean that you cannot connect yourself with that person, for you may like other eyes in that person. But if you dislike a person wholly, no contact is possible. I think some of you do not yet realize this, and I fancy that this is because you have not yet observed different eyes in yourself, not yet seen that you are many people, and not one person. Unless you can break yourself up into many, you cannot see many in others. If you are complacent and asleep enough to take yourself as being all right, as being one permanent person, how can you escape from either wholesale liking or wholesale disliking, that is? How can you escape from the pendulum of yes or no in all your human relations? You probably all share with me the tendency, when we are to meet someone, and have been told beforehand that he or she is an unpleasant so, and so, to accept this withering statement too easily. Of course, this is not the sign of a person in the work to take people at the estimated popular value. Even before I met the work, I did not accept labels. As a result, I often found myself liking people everyone else disliked, and disliking people everyone else liked. I do not think this was sheer contrariness, a sheer love of contradicting. Is it not true that we are very easily open to suggestion, very easily even hypnotized? A weak person is easily persuaded, and accepts the general prevailing standards. This means there is little that is essential, that is real, and has feelings. Standardized feelings, being told and accepting what it is right to feel in the way of liking and disliking, etc., appears to me a terrible disease, such as we have prevalent at present, that attacks the individuality. But when we come under the healing influences of the work, and learn all that it teaches, we no longer see people in any standardized way, provided we no longer take ourselves in a standardized way. Now people have patterns of feeling, standardized ways of taking everything that their built-up personality has acquired. They keep on behaving according to this pattern, and never observe it. So they remain in the prison of what they imagine is excellent. I am sure that in such cases, if such people were to observe themselves in the light of the work, and what it tells us to do and what not to go with, things would change completely for them. They would feel another set of influences. But how many people who regard themselves as being in the work ever observe themselves from what the work tells them to observe? Why is this so? It is because the feelings are not yet developed. Now there are two directions in which the feelings can develop. Affections can develop. That is an outward direction into life, into objects. There is an inward direction, always at the expense of self-love. What does this mean? When we feel, for example, that we cannot do in the right way, and, as it were, ask the work how to do. We develop the inner direction of the feelings. This inner direction changes the feelings we have of ourselves. It is the halfway to higher centers, the other side in us, so we have to regard what the work says about divisions of centers. What is a sign that we are in a higher division of a center? One sign is that there is always a change in the feeling of I. Another sign is that we can control a lower emotion. Direct emotional control is only possible through one emotion being stronger than another. All emotions belonging to higher divisions of the emotional center have the power of controlling lower emotions. The difficulty is to get into higher divisions of the centers. For this we must discover methods, knowing how the case is. Let us take a small division in the emotional center. The small divisions 1, 2, and 3 are the moving, the emotional and the intellectual divisions of the moving or the most mechanical part of the emotional center. 1 is the part connected with the expression of ordinary emotions. Intuitively all our ordinary personal likes and dislikes, and here is the center of our self-love. 3 as well as the resultant of many small interests and desires. This is not real will, which belongs to the highest division. What emotion can control the emotions arising into when the court of self-love holds sway? Only emotions belonging to the large main divisions 2 and 3. By what can the large division 2 be characterized? By emotions going beyond oneself, by the feeling of the presence of what is greater than oneself, by genuine religious and aesthetic emotions. The quality of these emotions is quite different from that of the lower emotions, and can control them. In the big main division 3 lie emotions that control all the center. These emotions can create, through which a man can begin to have real will. But unless this is accompanied by an equal development of consciousness, which is the highest quality of the intellectual center, the will is not full will. Now how comes it about that we cannot contact these higher divisions? The reason why we cannot contact these higher divisions is that we are always in small moving parts of each center, in petty, petulant, small likes and dislikes, thoughts, etc. In regard to the emotional center, we are always preoccupied with our personal likes and dislikes, and so with all the manifestations of our self-love. Queer Meat Ugly, May 19, 1945. On taking in impressions in a general sense, we cannot take in new impressions unless we have new impressions of ourselves. Particularly can we not take in new impressions of other people unless we have begun to have new impressions of ourselves. To leave oneself out and begin with others is exactly what the work does not teach. We have to begin to change in ourselves before anything can possibly change for us in the outer world of things and people and events. When one is satisfied with oneself, it is difficult to understand what self-change means. So it is difficult to get new impressions. Then, since this thing oneself remains as it was, one takes in only the old stereotyped impressions of people and the world. Why is this so? It is because one's level of being is the receptive thing on which impressions fall. It can only receive what it does, and can receive nothing new. I was talking some time ago to a man, who has died since. He had nothing to do with the work. I said to him that if he could see, let us say, Sir Augustus Smith, and not identify so much with him, he would probably get better in health, and live longer. However, this is difficult. It always sounds strange that one has to see Mr. So-and-so or Mrs. So-and-so, yet the most important thing in this system of teaching interchange is just this. Mr. I used often to return to this theme, and emphasize it. We have to do the same, for, although we have heard it before, we keep on forgetting it, keep on not understanding it, not quite getting what is meant. We do not, for example, easily see that we live with a person called ourselves. We take this person as ourselves. We never draw a distinction between this person and ourselves. But it is on this drawing of a distinction that the work lays such emphasis, for, unless this separation has begun, the interaction of the work cannot come into operation. Here are two sheets, one of cartridge paper and the other a covering stuck to it. Before the work can inscribe its meaning, the covering must be separated from the underlying surface. So personality must be separated from essence. Or, to use a different angle of approach, so, in my case, I must separate from Dr. Nicoll. But you will notice that a quite new impression of oneself is necessary for anything of this kind even to begin to happen. A complacent man is not likely to be able to shift 1 millimeter from his inner situation, because he is satisfied with himself. So he will not be able to get new impressions of himself or of anything else. He is fastened down inside. Yes, but all of us are fastened down or stuck to something we have to get unfastened from, unstuck. It is like these two sheets of paper. One is real, the other is not. But they seem to be one, because they are stuck together. Yet they can be separated. But all this can take place only psychologically. It is one psychology stuck to another. It is nothing about things we can see or handle. That is why it is difficult. It is difficult because it is all about this invisible world in which we live. And it is of such importance where we go, and what we do in this invisible world accessible only to our consciousness. The work is about this invisible world, and what separations are necessary in it, and what directions must be taken in it. But naturally enough we find it very difficult to understand that it does matter, not so much what we think, or feel, but what thoughts and feelings we identify with and say, I to. No one can practice this without making a certain kind of effort called work effort. What is this kind of effort? It starts with becoming conscious of this invisible world in which one is. But, as I said, this requires a definite kind of effort of attention, and also the application of a definite kind of knowledge. So we have to observe ourselves from what the knowledge of the work says. If you have not the knowledge, then you cannot observe yourself rightly. Understand that you cannot work unless you see something of what is meant here. To take yourself as yourself, and merely add the work to this crude undeveloped inner state, is useless. You will get all wrong. A man must divide himself into two, before he can shift from where he is psychologically. You must all realize that people, and yourself, are not merely somewhere in space and time, rich or poor, tall or short, old or young, but each is somewhere at some level, in this invisible psychological world. Then ask, where are you? Ask yourself, and notice. I repeat, that you cannot begin to do this work, unless you see something of what is meant here. Queer Meat Ugly, May 20th, 1945. A note on the pendulum and third force. As you know, the pendulum swings always between opposites, whether literally, as in events of life, such as war and peace, or summer and winter, or psychologically, between love and hate, and so on. G. once said that man lacked third force. He meant first of all that man, who is created to become a conscious being, swings between the opposites in himself, and is governed by the swing of opposite events in life. For example, war starts, and we are governed by it. Mr. O once said some years before this war, that people do not comprehend how they are governed by changing events, imagining that they are always free. They say, in time of peace, that they will never under any circumstances go to war again. And, he added, when a new war starts they always justify themselves, and explain why they must do, as they do, that is, as they cannot help doing. Now G, in teaching this work, always emphasized that we were not yet conscious, but could be so, and were made to be so. Sometimes he explained this by saying that a man was not conscious in third force. He said on one occasion that everyone must bring the third force into his life in order to develop. By work definition, all manifestations are due to the action of three forces called active, passive, and neutralizing forces. Active and passive forces are on the opposites, and cancel each other out, as it is expressed scientifically in Newton's first law of motion, that to every force there is an equal and opposite force. This law, of course, is not true, as it stands, because if things were like that nothing could take place, nothing could move. If Newton had added that to every force there is eventually, in time, an equal and opposite force, it would probably not have been necessary for Einstein to bring the fourth dimension of time into the study of physics. Yet physics today, even though introducing the new factor of time, has not yet reached in any deep sense the idea that there is actually a third force that acts between the pendulum opposites. The third or neutralizing force in the work is defined in many ways. One way is to say that it is the uniting force that acts between yes or no, active or passive, and makes something that is neither. Do you know that in statistics you have laws of averages? For example, so many people % always die at 50 or 60, and on this statistical law, applying to large numbers, all insurance is based on an average. You will have so many gas molecules going one way, so many in another way, out of millions, and, as a result, you can make laws about the behavior of gases under pressure and temperature. But such laws are based on large numbers, and so are called statistical. If you cast a penny 1,000,000 times you will get an average of heads and tails, that more or less is an equilibrium. The science of statistics is really derived from the idea that there is an equilibrium in things, that is, it is based on the law of the pendulum. But there is another force, apart from the opposites, at work in life, in ourselves, and throughout the universe. This is the law of three forces. Note carefully, please, here that average laws, statistical laws, are based only on the idea of there being two forces at work. The work says that one of the two ultimate laws, that cannot be reduced to any simpler terms, is the law of three forces. In everything three forces work. In the minute structure of the atom active and passive forces are found, positive and negative charges, and so on, but from the work point of view there is also a third force, an organizing force, a force that creates and organizes the two primitive chaotic opposite forces, that of themselves can create nothing, since they are antagonists, always at war. Now I would like to make a few comments on this third force, so difficult to grasp. The work itself is a third force, to begin with, but only when it is acknowledged and felt. Its power is to make the active personality passive, and the passive undeveloped essence active, that is, to change the sign of these two parts of our being. From this example you can see how a third force can alter the relationship of fixed things, just as events do in life, such as war. Everything is turned upside down. Events in life are third force, but they keep personality active and essence passive. The work has an internal series of events changes. This life-based relation, that is, alters us fundamentally through a new spirit and a new view. You cannot, of course, understand spiritual life in this sense from the facts of life. From the work point of view, a mart, whose mind and thought is wholly based on the evidence of his senses, has his brain wrong. The spirit of life, that is, the third force of life, is different from the spirit of the work. But the spirit of life, that is, the organizing principle, that makes use of the irreconcilable pendulum forces, active and passive, positive and negative, constructs organized matter, whether atoms, molecules, or cells, and does so on a basis that cannot be taken in a statistical sense. The cell, especially the germ cell, is an example of this, as the physicist Schrödinger points out in his book that I asked you to read. Schrödinger is willing to admit that there are other laws in life than those deduced from the average behavior of millions of particles, whether atoms or human beings. In most ancient esoteric writings, which all deal with the organizing spirit, and never with statistics, it is sometimes said that the soul, that is, the organizing principle, in a man, psychologically speaking, is almost devoured by matter in its descent into the body. The esoteric alchemists, not the pseudo-gold seekers, called this imprisoned organizing force hidden in us mercury. They said that if it were found, lead could be transformed into gold. In the work, this organizing principle is sometimes called buried conscience, or real conscience, not the acquired conscience that we follow from what we have been told by others, and learned from outside. The organizing power in creation, whether bodily or psychological, exists throughout all things. This is the third force, and it seeks to build up by successive stages of separation something different from that in which it is lodged, so that in our case the finer matters in us are gradually freed from the heavier, more chaotic, unorganized matters. It is this third force that seeks to bring about the evolution of all things, to find new and better combinations and relations between the active and passive forces constituting matter, or, better expressed, the opposite forces that cannot create alone and so are comparable to chaos. Organizing spirit, organizing third force, which itself is buried in material chaos, and works always to make something new out of it and so to free itself ultimately, is what we see right before us and yet cannot see. A person may be given new ideas, a new form of third force, as in the case of the work. Do you remember the man who buried his talent in the earth? The spirit of the work is not a thing you can touch or handle, nor indeed is any form of spirit. Is the esprit de corps of a regiment a thing you can see? It is real and invisible. You remember how in the parable of the talents some made more of the spirit given them. One did nothing. He put the spirit given him into the earth, for it is, as when a man, going into another country, called his own servants, and delivered unto them his goods. And unto one he gave 5 talents, unto another 2, to another 1, to each, according to his several ability. And he went on his journey. Straightway he that received the 5 talents went, and traded with them, and made other 5 talents. In like manner he also that received the 2 gained other 2. But he that received the 1 went away, and digged in the earth, and hid his Lord's money. Now after a long time the Lord of those servants cometh, and maketh a reckoning with them. And he that received the 5 talents came, and brought other 5 talents, saying, Lord, thou deliveredst unto me 5 talents, lo, I have gained other 5 talents. His Lord said unto him, Well done, good and faithful servant, thou hast been faithful over a few things, I will set thee over many things, enter now into the joy of thy Lord. And he also that received the 2 talents came and said, Lord, thou deliveredst unto me 2 talents, lo, I have gained other 2 talents. His Lord said unto him, Well done, good and faithful servant, thou hast been faithful over a few things, I will set thee over many things, enter now into the joy of thy Lord. And he also that had received the 1 talent came and said, Lord, I knew that thou art a hard man, reaping where thou didst not sow, and gathering where thou didst not scatter, and I was afraid, and went away, and hid thy talent in the earth, lo, thou hast thine own. But his Lord answered and said unto him, Thou wicked and slothful servant, thou knewest that I reap where I sowed not, and gather where I did not scatter. Thou oughtest therefore to have put my money to the bankers, and at my coming I should have received back mine own with interest. Take ye away therefore the talent from him, and give it unto him that hath the 10 talents. For unto every one that hath shall be given, but from him that hath not, even that which he hath shall be taken away. And cast ye out the unprofitable servant into the outer darkness. There shall be the weeping, and the gnashing of teeth. Matthew XXV 14-30, Quare Meat, Ugly, June 2nd, 1945. Work on being. Some time ago I put to a London group this question of which I have been reminded recently. Have you yet seen in your being that which prevents you from further understanding the work? What have we all understood as being the center of gravity of this question? What work idea is brought in here? The work idea is that one's understanding depends on the quality and level of one's being. On another occasion it was asked, what factor in your being do you think prevents you from growing? Now understanding is the resultant of your knowledge and your being. Suppose you do not see any reason why you should change your being. Then your understanding of everything, including this work, will remain at the same level. No matter how much you hear this work, how much you study the knowledge of this work, your understanding of it will remain the same. Some people are certainly dissatisfied with the state of their being and others are not. Again, many people do not understand what being means. They take the side of their being for granted. But those who feel dissatisfied with the kind of people they are have some idea of what it might mean to change the kind of people they are, to become different kinds of people, namely, to change their being. It has often been said that no one is satisfied in one sense, that is, everyone wishes to change his or her circumstances, conditions of life. This is really seeing one's own being externally as reflected in life. Since your level of being attracts your form of life, it is clearly necessary to think in a new way about your form of life, from the standpoint of your quality of being, the kind of person you are. This of course means a new way of thinking. If you can accept this idea, which is a definite work idea, a definite new form of thinking, you may be able to come to some temporary conclusion at least about what factor in your being prevents you from understanding the work better. A growth of being for a person in the work inevitably leads to a deeper understanding of the work. The work has more to unite with, can give more, it can influence you more, it can become more real. But if you do not work on your being, your understanding of the work and its influence on you will be very slight. You will live your life according to your form of being and with an effort will remember at times that there is something called the work. That is, the work will remain in your memory, but will not be connected with your being yet. So you will not understand the work much, or you will understand it a little according to what good work eyes you may have, and yet your understanding of it will be continually swamped by eyes that belong to your level of being and are in life, and so are not interested in the work, and as often as not are only interested in the cares and anxieties of life, and all the forms of identification which life gives to us at every moment so gratuitously. If you are satisfied with yourself, with the kind of person you are, and have never challenged that wrong feeling of yourself, if more or less life has satisfied you, then it follows that you will have very little real desire to change the kind of person you are, to change your being. This is always a very difficult point in the work, a very difficult thing to grasp. A man who feels uneasy about the kind of person he is has more chance of working on his being than a man who never questions himself, but only sees, as it were, the deficiencies of others, and has never had any idea that he himself may be not quite the kind of person that he supposes. A sense of the deficiencies of one's own being is a quite different thing, and I would say that both senses of deficiency are necessary in the work. As you all know, owing to the action of buffers, and owing in a general sense to our state of sleep, a man who is uneasy as regards his own being, i.e. the kind of man he is rarer than possibly a man who is uneasy about his state of knowledge. In order to see what our level of being is like, we have to observe ourselves in the light of what the work teaches. I know that you have heard this many times, but have you ever applied it to yourselves? As I often say to you, people say, "What have we to observe?" You have all heard many times what it is you have to observe in the strict teaching of the work. Do you, for example, observe when you are full of cares and anxieties, and thoroughly identified with life? Has it ever occurred to you that this is one of the things that you have to observe? And has it ever occurred to you that this is a sign of your being, of what you are, for example, that you are a person whose level or quality of being is such that he or she is always full of cares and worries? Now some might suppose that this is quite easy to observe. Certainly it is quite easy to observe in another person, but it is extraordinarily difficult to observe in oneself. It is extraordinarily difficult to observe that one is worrying, and full of cares and anxieties, and realize that it is due to the kind of person one is in regard to one's level of being. A person on a higher level of being will not worry in the same way, will not have the same cares and anxieties. It is precisely this that is so difficult to grasp. Our worries and cares and anxieties seem to us to be natural, to be perfectly justified, to be right, and yet, as you know, the work teaches that all this is not right, and it is one of the things that we have to work on. In other words, if we apply the knowledge of the work to our being through self-observation, we begin to see what an enormous mass of material we have to work on. And this applying of the knowledge of the work to what we observe from this standpoint in our being will lead eventually to a change in the level of being. But for this we must have observing, in the work sense. In the work sense, observing, is the result of this work, and its side is. We no longer observe ourselves from the life point of view, but from the work point of view, and if we do this sincerely even for a short time, we can no longer remain satisfied with our state of being. If the evaluation of the work is strong enough, and is constantly reinforced by new experience within ourselves, we cannot possibly remain complacent with regard to our being. We realize what an immense gap lies between ourselves and a man who is living more consciously than we do. A man who notices when he is becoming identified, a man who sees when he is becoming a prey to imaginary anxieties and fears, a man who is sharply aware of the fact that he is justifying himself. This gap is so great that if we ever have such a moment of insight, we cannot help feeling by contrast the enormous deficiencies in our quality of being, and we can well understand at such moments that as we are, we cannot expect, either in this life or in any other life, to be permitted to live amongst people of a higher level of being. We can see quite clearly why we can never expect to pass into what is called in the Gospels the kingdom of heaven. Those who are on the outskirts of the conscious circle of humanity, and knowing this, realizing this, seeing it for ourselves in an intimate private moment of self-realization, we begin to understand what a long way we have to go before we can attain what is the ultimate goal of all esoteric teaching. But let me add one thing here, i.e., that if you begin to see all this about your state of being, you are already much further on, however hopeless you may feel, and a person who has never caught such glimpses of himself or herself, because it is exactly this feeling of vacuum, of deficiency, of lack, that is the starting point of work on one's own being. For if a man or a woman has such an experience, they no longer have the same feeling of themselves, they will no longer feel the imaginative delusions of false personality, of this dressed-up invented thing, through which they ordinarily derive their sense of themselves, and if they are in the work, instead of feeling mere hopelessness, mere despair, in themselves, they will feel all the strength of the work round them, and they will be told in many different ways that they are right in what they saw. That is why it is so important to have the work surrounding us with all its strength, because otherwise to realize such things without any help would be disastrous. For a long time a battle takes place between what you think you ought to be and what you know you are, and this battle will go on until you really begin to know what you are, until you accept what you are. This, of course, as you know from what we have been speaking about lately, means an extension of consciousness into this dark side, which one knows and does not acknowledge, because we know many things, in a way, and yet do not accept them as part of our being. It is partly due, or perhaps chiefly due, to the action of the false personality, which is always maintaining something unreal, always striving to exist, in spite of 1,001 things that have been seen, observed and acknowledged privately to oneself, but only in the atmosphere, and under the influences of the work. All self-realization, all self-knowledge which is real, destroys the imagination of oneself, i.e. the false personality. The result is an immense broadening of one's powers, and not a weakening of them. It is the false personality that weakens us so much, and renders us so brittle, so easily upset, so narrow, and so mean in our understanding, both of others, and of ourselves. Now if anyone takes himself, or herself in hand in the work sense, they must isolate themselves from the influences of life, and begin to follow the influences of the work. A person in the work must begin to resist the influences of life. He or she must begin to isolate themselves from these influences of life that are pouring in at every moment. If people are very identified with all that happens in life, whether in their own domestic world or in national affairs, they will not be able to feel the action of the work influences on their being. The work carries different influences from those that life carries. The work is not the same as life. Life is one thing and the work is another thing, although in a sense they meet. But the subject requires a very careful talk, and I am not going into it here except to say that you can use life for the purposes of the work, but you must never use the work for the purposes of life, unless you understand very clearly what you are doing, and in that case you will be doing it really from the work, i.e. you must know what you are doing. Eventually the work must become more important to you emotionally in your evaluation, than anything in life. If life is more important to you than the work, then this alteration of signs between personality and essence cannot take place efficiently. In a broad sense, essence can only grow through the work, through its influence, because the work is real and essence is the real part of you and can only be nourished aright by what is real, what is true, what is genuine. But personality has been built up by life, and there is a particular part of personality, as you know, called false personality, which has taken the place of any real essential feeling of ourselves. So trying to see one's false personality is one of the most important starting points of self-observation, because unless one can separate from this fiction of oneself, nothing can shift internally. At the same time, personality itself, namely, what you have acquired from life, contains many I's, many factors, which also have to be changed. As, for example, a person has been brought up under a very narrow form of religion, or some very narrow social teaching. It is a great mistake to think that only the false personality must be separated from. There are many things in acquired personality that have to be separated from, and in the work as I teach it I advise you to notice this point. In my own case I had to separate myself from many factors that did not belong to my false personality, but were quite distinct from it and that lay in my acquired personality through early training and upbringing. Just think how we can be taught quite wrong things. Just think about how so many people have been brought up in some kind of political belief, and so have I's laid down in their personality, that they take for granted, as being truthful. All this side of being has to be worked on eventually, and this is not necessarily included in the false personality. Take, for example, those I's in your acquired personality which perhaps have been worried about everything, or careful about everything, or anxious about everything. These I's by imitation will lie in personality, in the acquired part of you, and they must be worked on just as seriously as that group of I's linked together by vanity that form the false personality. Many I's that we have acquired by training and that exist in the personality are useful, and with them there is no quarrel, because they give us our relationship to life, our power of being an engineer, or an architect, and so on. But there are many other I's that we have acquired in the personality which must be separated from eventually, or perhaps re-educated might be a better word. Now as regards this isolation from life that I spoke about, Mr. O. used to say, although he talked about it of course from many different angles, that there are four things that help above all others to isolate us from the influences of life which tend to drag us down and keep us asleep. He said, knowledge of your being, self-remembering, non-identifying, and non-considering are four supreme practices that help us to isolate ourselves from the continual impact of external life, and so enable something to grow in us apart from life. How do you think that knowledge of your being will help you to isolate yourself from life? We have already spoken about this in the first part of the paper. I will only add that if you begin to have real knowledge of your being, you will no longer feel the same kind of person. And so I ask you this question: if you no longer feel the same kind of person, will you be so much caught up by life, so much controlled by it, or will you feel yourself to some extent isolated? How will you feel yourself isolated? You will feel yourself no longer caught up so much by life, because you no longer have the same feeling of yourself that previously caught you up in life so much. In other words, your being will change, and so your being will not attract the same life. However, I leave this point for your discussion. I also call your attention to the last practice mentioned, non-considering. This means not identifying with internal considering. Have you noticed how much of the day is spent in considering? How many of your actions are influenced by it, and how often you cannot be in what you are doing because one half of you is internally considering? Have you noticed this tremendous power that life exerts on us to keep us asleep, this factor of internal considering? Now, as long as life is your only sphere of reality, your only field of life, the only thing for you that is real, then you will be governed amongst other things by internal considering. But if something stronger than life governs you, you will find that internal considering changes itself completely. You will find that in place of internally considering, you will begin to externally consider. And then a great deal of peace will come to you, and a great deal of strength that hitherto has been wasted in internal considering. Also, you will begin to understand other people far better, and instead of worrying about everything, you will have real thoughts about other people, and about yourself, and everything will become much more simple and quieter. Perhaps some of you have noticed the connection between internal considering and the idea that one can do, but I leave this again for your discussion. Queer Meat Ugly, June 9, 1945. Work on negative emotions. A man cannot advance a single step in his own development unless he begins to observe and contend with evil emotions. All evil emotions, that is, all negative emotions, are useless. Each of them has its own poison. At the bottom of all these emotions lie violence and self-worship. The emotional center, which should conduct the influences of the work to us almost continually, save for brief periods which we have to endure, cannot do this if it is dominated by evil emotions. If the emotional center gives nothing save negative states, if it continually feeds us with different combinations of these negative states, it stands in the way of any possible growth of being of which we might otherwise be capable. It is a good thing to try to make lists of negative emotions for yourselves. In these lists you must include various states of depression, various kinds of self-pity, various kinds of persisting resentment, of feeling badly treated, and you must also include many kinds of hatred, many unpleasant forms of self-satisfaction and contempt of others, and especially must you include the feeling of meritoriousness, one of the most unclean of all the emotions, and one which perhaps shuts out all influences from higher centers more than any other emotion. The purification of the emotional center is especially emphasized in this work. I remind you here that while it is useful to make a list of negative emotions, both from what one has observed in other people, and what one has observed in oneself, the one thing that can tell us when we ourselves are negative is that faculty that the work calls inner taste. We can think of this as the beginning of real conscience. For a long time people enjoy their negative states, enjoy the taste of them. It may take many years before a person begins to dislike being negative even slightly. He or she then begins to taste them, to know the taste of them, and so to recognize them by this inner organ of taste, which is not turned towards outer life, but towards one's inner world. Some negative emotions are very malicious, they have a very strong taste. It is as well to begin to recognize them, and tear them away from any overlying self-justifying, and to see what they really are. The emotional life of a man, and a woman is completely destroyed by the presence of these many forms of negative emotion. How can you expect people who from early childhood upwards have imitated and absorbed every kind of negative emotion ever to come together? The extraordinary thing is that people sometimes have marvelous pictures of themselves in this respect. They imagine they are amiable and tolerant, easy to get on with, kind, and forgiving, and all the rest of it. What they do not see is that underneath all these things lie a great many negative emotions, a great deal of inner talking, not only in themselves, but also in the person with whom they think they get on so well. I fancy this accounts for many strange looks on people's faces. Sometimes. In other words, such people think they can do, and ascribe the merit of it to themselves. No. We must face ourselves much more sincerely than that and not leave our emotional life in darkness. Negative states arise mechanically, provoked directly or indirectly by some outer circumstance, by something said or not, or by some quite trivial incident. Mr. Ouspensky once said two things about negative emotions that struck me very much at the time. He said that in face of great crises people are not negative, as a rule. It is only the small things of life that call forth negative states. The other thing that he said was that what irritates us in other people is usually their mechanicalness. At least he mentioned this as one source of negative states. He said that we forget that people are machines, and constantly do and say the same things, and behave in the same way, and express the same thoughts, but that above all we do not realize that we ourselves are machines, and that our reaction of irritation is just as mechanical as the thing in the other person that called it forth. To see another person as a machine is not enough. In fact, it is very dangerous, because then one only sees one side of the matter. One has to realize one's own mechanicalness. What does it mean to realize one's own mechanicalness? It means long and continual effort of work on oneself, and the constant increasing of work memory, that is, the special memory that begins to be formed in us through uncritical self-observation, one might almost say, impersonal observation of oneself by oneself. Then one has real moments of realization of one's own mechanicalness, of what kind of machine one is. These flashes in which one realizes one's mechanicalness directly, and not in theory, these moments, in which one sees for a fact that one has behaved in that way many times before, are actually moments of self-remembering. Something is detached from the machine, and is outside the machine, and it is exactly this being outside the machine for a moment that gives the feeling of self-remembering, and that indeed gives a slight taste of real I for the self that one should remember, if one could, is not a machine. Perhaps we should not bring in the idea of real I here, because we are speaking in too great terms. We should perhaps merely think it is a moment of full observation, and that we are conscious in observing I, which is looking at the machine with which we are usually completely identified. But yet, as you all know, observing I, which is formed by the work, and its ideas, is the beginning of that vertical path that leads through deputy steward to steward, and through steward to real doormaster. Now to return to negative emotions. Negative emotions are of course mechanical. They are part of our machine, as it is what is sometimes called our dirty machine. The task is to clean this dirty machine, and the dirtiest part of this machine is the negative part of the emotional center which we have acquired by imitation, and with which we were not born essentially. As Mr. Ouspensky pointed out, If we were born with a negative part of the emotional center, we should have no chance of separating from it. If it were part of our inherent psychological machinery, we could not strip ourselves away from it. Negative emotions are acquired, and are quite useless, whereas all that we are created with is useful. That is the point of which one must constantly remind oneself. They are worse than useless because they absorb and drain away so much of our ordinary force. All the finest transformations of the three foods, ordinary food, air, and impressions, are continually being interrupted and destroyed, or wrongly formed by the action of the negative part of the emotional center. Try to see for yourself by direct observation how a negative state drains force from you, and try to see what happens when, having observed your condition, you genuinely try to separate from this state for your own private reasons, and not for the sake of being congratulated, or to gain merit. If you do this rightly, you will feel a shock. You will experience the sensation that you have suddenly escaped from something evil, something that you did not realize was evil. Then you will begin to understand why it is said that we can detect the presence of negative states by means of inner taste. One can indeed see the negative state that one has escaped from literally lying beneath one at a lower level at such times. Now here would be a good place to speak about negative states in illness. A person with very well developed negative states that have never been observed, and so never contended with, will be inclined to have his or her general powers of resistance to illness diminished. That is one point. The next point is that negative emotion, or, let us say, the energy connected with its manifestations, may link up with the illness, and increase it. In short, it may make the illness worse or more persisting. You may suffer from something that should be merely temporary, some form of illness, some form of pain, and so on, but if it comes on a negative background that has never been faced with any courage, the condition may persist, or become exaggerated. From another point of view, making bad chemistry in us, such states are, so to speak, toxic, beginning in the psychological sphere, and working down to the grosser sphere of the physical matters of the body. Do you know how in this work psychological matters, or energies, called hydrogens, pass by increasing condensations into the grosser matters of the body? Now remember another point. Every psychological event, whether it be a sensation, or a feeling, or a thought, consumes a certain amount of energy, if it is identified with, whereas if you are in a state of self-remembering, energy will be created, and conserved for further use. Do you all know what it means to look back at a state with which you were identified, and see it as something quite small and unimportant, and wonder how you could have consumed so much energy mechanically over it? All energy that is mechanically used is consumed. That is why it is so important to begin to think about what it means to live more consciously, for in this work we all seek to live more consciously, both within ourselves in relation to all that is going on within us, and also outwardly in our relationship to others, and to life in general. Of what use is it to speak of this work as having to do with inner transformation, with what Mr. Ouspensky calls psychotransformism, if we do everything mechanically, that is, if it does everything mechanically, i.e. the machine in us? This is not living more consciously, it is just being what you are, as a machine. It is simply a machine doing everything. Since negative emotions are the greatest wasters of energy, and have so many other destructive effects upon us, it is of the greatest importance to try to prevent force from continually going into them. This will always happen if we identify with our negative states. That is why it is so important to try to separate from a negative state, not to go with it, not to consent to it, with the mind at least. For if both the mind and the emotions consent, then there is full identification, and a full influx of energy into the negative state. That is why we must try to starve our negative states, because the more we nourish them, secretly approve of them and secretly enjoy them, the more energy they will insist on taking from us. A person who is a slave to his or her negative emotions is actually a slave. Only the trouble is that we very easily enjoy different forms of slavery, not recognizing that we are really in prison. But it is useless to speak of all this if you do not yet know what it is to observe negative states and negative remarks in yourselves. So I tell you to observe how you talk. Some can only talk negatively. Now, what negative state or talk have you observed in yourself today, each one of you? If you are at a loss to find an answer, I can only say that you are not working. You are doing no work on yourself, which is the starting point of this work. If that is the case, then ask yourself, why am I doing no work on myself? Then I ask you this question: have you observed yourself criticizing someone else today in a negative way? Probably you will say, yes, you have. Then again I say to you that you are not working on yourself. Why are you noticing how other people behave without noticing yourself? That is behaving in the most mechanical way, in which everyone behaves in life. But we are in the work. We are doing something extra to what is necessary in life. We are learning something that we do not learn from life, and which is not necessary in life. I find it difficult to imagine that anyone who has heard this work for some years can pass a whole day without observing some negative state in himself or herself, and without making some work effort to separate from this state, either by non-identifying with it or by what I call neutralizing it through seeing the same thing in oneself as one saw in the other person. Now, we spoke last time about work on being, and spoke about being complacent about one's state of being, that is, being satisfied with oneself as one is. I advise you to read that paper again, and reflect on it. Now, with our being, as it is, i.e., at our level of being, we have negative emotions. Our level of being is characterized first of all by multiplicity of being, by many eyes, that is, by lack of unity. It is characterized by a state of sleep. It is characterized by the absence of self-remembering. It is characterized by the presence of great numbers of negative emotions which are, so to speak, continually drowning us. A higher level of being cannot be reached if our negative emotions remain as they are, and continue to exert the same power over us as they do. This is quite clear. This can be understood. Therefore study your negative states, for this is one of the most important sides of self-study. Observe them, note them down, and above all remember them so that when they come back again, as they always do, you may gradually recognize them before they can exert their full power, namely, before you can identify with them. Especially in the morning, clear your mind of negative, unpleasant, and criticizing states, before you pass, so to speak, into external life, and at night go through your negative states, and try to see them in retrospect, and if you do this genuinely, if you have come to the point of recognizing your negative condition, and desiring to begin to get free from it, then you may rest assured that you will receive help from eyes in yourself that wish to work. And they are capable possibly of passing on to a higher level of being. But do not let the work get cold for too long. 8 hours sleep is quite enough. But if you sleep psychologically for a whole week, you will be in a bad way, and we'll have to start everything all over again. Queer Meat Ugly, June 16, 1945. The meaning of force in the work. Let us speak about force. When you do a thing too long, you have no force. Some people have difficulty in separating their idea of force from the idea of physical force. But there are many kinds of force that act on us from the work point of view. When a man is completely asleep, he has no force, that is, he has no work force. He is then in life. All force is made through some form of self-knowledge. I mean, that all work force is made in this way. You can be enormously powerful in the physical sense, and yet from the work point of view you have no force. In trying to understand how force is made in us, we have to study first of all what makes us lose force. But again, this is not starting far enough back, because people who simply understand force as meaning physical force will not understand what this force that the work speaks about means. The force that the work speaks about is what keeps us awake, and here again it is difficult to understand what this means if one has always lived one's life completely identified with oneself and so completely asleep. Of course you do not know that you have no force if you are completely asleep. If you are simply a function of your personality, if you are identified with what you are in life, you will not understand what force means in the work sense. Let us try to speak as simply as possible about force. We have different centers in us. Each center requires a different kind of energy or force for it to work properly. There is, for example, force in moving center. A man may have great energy connected with his moving center, and no energy for his intellectual center. Now if such a man uses all his force, let us say, in moving center, he will not understand what it means to have force for the intellectual center. Forces or energies in us are of different kinds. If you get hold of this idea, that there are different kinds of energies and forces in us, you will be better able to understand the more complete teaching about force that the work gives. The idea of balanced man, that I often think dominates our work, or should do so, is that of a man who has force that can pass at different times into different centers, because balanced man is a man who can use all his centers at the appropriate times. A one-centered man, a one-sided man, employs his force, such as he has, mechanically, chiefly in one center, but the work says that we must eventually come to the point of being able to use all the centers with their right energies. Otherwise we remain ungrown, undeveloped. We have 5 ordinary centers: the intellectual center, the emotional center, the sex center, the moving center, and the instinctive center. A full man has at the right times force in all these 5 centers, and the force is quite different in each case. You cannot, for example, use intellectual force for lifting weights. Quite different force has to be employed. Now the balancing of the machine, the balancing of the centers, depends on the right appropriating of force among these different centers. A man and a woman ordinarily live a very one-sided existence using, as it were, the same quality of force, so they get tired. But there are other centers, other forces, that can be used when one is tired in one center. The trouble is that when we are tired in one center we are tired, and that is the end of it. It is like walking up and down the same path. But when you are tired in one center you are not necessarily tired in another center. I may find myself mentally tired and unable to think or write for the time being, but if I get into my moving center, let us say, I find that there is plenty of force there. However, we all have a pattern of life to which we stick to rigidly, and which confines us to a very narrow range of experience, of meaning. Every center has its own different kind of meaning, every center conducts meaning. But we tend to live in one pattern of meaning, and do not realize that we can have other meanings, that are waiting for us in some other center or part of a center, that we have not used for a long time. On one occasion I was talking to Mr. Ouspensky, who said that people do not study how to pass from one center to another, or from one part of a center to another part of a center. He said that a certain kind of effort is necessary to pass from one center to another, and that if we could find a way for ourselves to do this we should have far more energy, far more force. He went on to give one method that he had used which I cannot give you here, but later on he said that the first thing to understand is that it is possible to pass from one center to another, or from one part of the same center to another, and that, unless a person understands this, he does not realize the possibilities in him. I think he meant that, not realizing that some center or part of a center can have force, we tend to feel exhausted when we need not be exhausted, the reason being that we live in a kind of rigid pattern of life, and always do the same thing over and over again, that is, we live in very small parts. At that time Mr. Ouspensky was talking a great deal about thinking differently. He said that supposing a man begins to think differently he will at once get force, because his thinking will change from one part of the intellectual center to another part. But most people do not understand what it means to think differently from the way they are always thinking. I can give you an example. Suppose you have noticed that you are thinking of a person in a certain way, quite mechanically, as you always do, and these thoughts give you no force. Suppose even that you have become sufficiently sensitive to your inner life to realize that you are really losing force by thinking of this very person in this usual way. Now suppose that you apply the work to yourself at this moment, and put yourself into this person's position, or even go so far as to think that you are this person yourself, and that you perhaps are like him. This will change your thinking, and then you will get into a higher part of the intellectual center, and then suddenly you may find that you have force. You are thinking in a new way. Now this is an example of gaining force by applying the work to yourself. After a time in the work you will begin to get tired of your customary thoughts, i.e. the thoughts that you ordinarily go with every day, but you must remember that you can think in a new way about everything, and here you must begin by including yourself. It is a very marvelous experience to realize that you can think differently both about other people, and about yourself, and about your past and present life. The trouble is that we simply accept our thoughts, and believe that they are quite right, and that they are the only possible thoughts that we can have. Why, you can think differently in a million ways. Have you noticed the rigid man, the rigid woman, who always thinks in the same set way, always says the same thing, always expresses the same opinion, like a parrot? Perhaps you may have, but I advise you first of all to notice yourself in this respect. Are you a parrot? Now do you understand that you can think quite differently, and that you are simply using every day only one line of thinking where there are a million lines of thinking? Let us say that you are full of prejudices, crystallized attitudes, smugness, etc., with which you thoroughly agree, with which you are fully satisfied. Now if you are such a person, can you expect to change, to undergo any inner development? Such a person will always be the same person, always say the same thing, always express the same standpoints, take all experience in a stereotyped way. He or she is no good from the work point of view. Why? because being quite satisfied does not lead to self-change. The great key to self-change lies in observing oneself, observing how one talks, what opinions one constantly repeats, what one constantly condemns in others, what one is so proud of, and so on. You cannot change otherwise, because if you take yourself for granted, as being all right, you cannot change. What has to be changed in this work, as has been so often said? It is you yourself, who must change. You have got to see that you are nothing but a mechanical parrot. You yourself must see that you always say the same things, and do the same things, and behave in the same way. That is why the work says that unless you can begin to realize your mechanicalness, you can never really remember yourself. And this is exactly why, if you take yourself for granted, and think that you yourself can be the starting point, and that as you are quite acceptable and right, with the right ideas, the right forms of life, the right attitudes, and so on, you will never be able to change, and you will never know what this work is about. But if you begin to have a sincere observing eye, and this is impossible unless you feel the work emotionally and your own lack of knowledge and being, then after a time you will feel rather unhappy about the state of yourself, about the kind of person you are. This was pointed out recently in several papers, but I am pointing it out again now, as I notice that some people cannot take this, and they start from themselves as being excellent, as they are. Life has built up in us all certain kinds of people. This is our life experience. This is the personality. You may be very good at making shirts, or knitting socks, or gardening, or being a doctor, or being an engineer, or being a good mother, or a good father, or a fine soldier, or a good typist, or an efficient clerk, or a good businessman, or a good anything you like in life, or a good wife, or a good husband, or anything you like in regard to doing your duty, as taught you, and so acquired. How do you escape from all this? This is your prison. Of course, if you do not want to escape from all this, and feel satisfied, then there is no reason why you should do this work, or try to study it. That is why I said in recent papers, that if you are quite satisfied with yourself as you are, you really cannot do this work, and it is no use your studying it, because your buffers, your pride, your self-conceit, and your vanity, and so on, will be so great that nothing can shift in you. That is exactly why it is so difficult to teach this idea of a further development that esotericism speaks about, the second education, in which personality has to become passive. In fact, you have to realize gradually that you are absolutely nobody, nothing but a kind of invention. This again is a great difficulty, and if a man or a woman cannot observe himself or herself from the work point of view, they will not be able to shift from themselves, so they will have no extra force, no work force, but only life force. Life force is that force that makes personality, and keeps it going, day by day, and this is absolutely necessary for the first development, the first education, of a human being, his or her first contact with the earth. But there is another force called work force, the force of esoteric teaching, the force that you find spoken about in every page of the Gospels, the force that leads to the rebirth of a man or a woman. Let me remind you that this work is about transformation of being, that means becoming a new man or woman. This work can eventually conduct to you, if you receive it, and think it sufficiently important, an entirely new valuation of yourself and an entirely new realization of your meaning in life. You will then see you are nothing, as you are. This indeed is the whole point of the work, because the work is not about life and what it has made you, save indirectly, But it is about this further transformation that a man, or a woman, having fulfilled their duties in life, can eventually undergo. But they cannot undergo this transformation unless they feel that they have come to the end of things, to the end of duty, to the end of their own excellence, to the end of science, to the end of all worldly knowledge, and yet feel that there must be something else apart from what life has made them by birth and training. I remind you here of a work phrase: life cannot be explained by life. Life cannot be explained in terms of itself, nature cannot be explained in terms of herself, and you cannot explain yourself in terms of yourself. Ask yourself, how do you think? How do you move? Can you explain it? However, most people do not trouble themselves with thoughts of this kind, and a great many people think that such thoughts are extremely morbid. They advise you to consult a doctor. But if you have such thoughts, you have already the possession of magnetic center, which is a sign of being, because a man who has magnetic center, even if he has done very little in life, is even then superior in his being to a man who is, say, a great success in life, and attributes everything to himself, and has seen no mystery. Now all workforce starts from magnetic center in a certain sense. You cannot get new force without that which magnetic center leads into eventually. This feeling of mystery leads you to a certain point. You cannot get this workforce unless you feel something else apart from the visible world, and visible life, from space, and bricks, and accounts, and so on. If you are quite content with your food, your income, your house, your children, your excellent disposition, your immaculate virtue, your respectability, your fine career, and so on, and your prowess in general, then you have no magnetic center. Sometimes when reading the newspapers I wonder whether anyone has any magnetic center nowadays in high positions, in politics, and so on. It seems to me somehow that everyone thinks that he can do, and all people want is more regulations, more rules, more science, to produce a perfect world. In my own case, as a comparatively young man, I realized that I did not know anything. I met doctors, I became a doctor myself, somewhat against my will, and yet all the time this feeling that I really knew nothing persisted in me. Now a man asleep in life, by which I mean a man who has no magnetic center, will be quite content to become a doctor, a scientist, a general, and so on. His force will be derived from life entirely, from his successes, and he will rub his hands and tell you that he did all this, or all that. This is tedious but usual. Of course, such a man or such a woman will not think for a moment that he or she is all the time attributing everything to themselves. They do not see that life has made them. They will think themselves very good people, excellent people, admirable people, people doing their duty, and so on. Yet I must insist on continuing to point out to you all that this is exactly where the dividing line comes between a man or a woman who can understand this work, and a man or a woman who can never understand it. It takes a very exceptional person to admit, whatever his reputation in life may be, that he knows nothing really, and that he feels himself to be nothing. Some kettles are very small, and are soon filled. But in this work we are seeking people who wish to find something else than what life has made them. Now let us come back again to the subject of force, because all that has been said is connected with the idea of making force, in the work sense. Now no one can make any force in the work sense, if he is completely identified, satisfied with himself, vain and proud, content with himself as he is. It is quite useless. Such people derive the feeling of themselves from their life achievement. You can only make force in the work sense by not being identified with yourself. Now I will try to explain more carefully the point of this paper, which is connected with the other papers recently written. You can come under a new range of forces which are very wonderful, and which can give you very strange and curious feelings of power, provided that you do not identify with all that you have done in life. Of course, you have not done all that you have done in life. It has been done to you by circumstances, outside forces, outside necessity. And if you derive your feeling of yourself from all that you have done in this sense, you will never be able to get this strange force of the work acting on you. Look at your pride, look at your vanity, look at your meritoriousness, look at your self-satisfaction, look at your virtuousness, look at your respectability, look at everything of this kind that life has built up in you, and let me ask you this question: do you gain your feeling of yourself from all that, or have you something in you that rather dislikes it, and feels it is not really you? If so, you can begin to get force from the work. But you must increase this feeling of dislike, of not accepting yourself as life has made you, i.e. you must not get your feeling of your feeling of yourself from all that if you want to change, because as long as you hold on to all that, and take yourself as that what a fine fellow I am, you will be identifying with your personality, and probably chiefly with your false personality. And as long as this takes place, as long as this is your internal situation day by day, and minute by minute, there is no place in which the work can hinder you, because at every moment you are reinforcing this vain, conceited feeling of yourself derived from what you were, or are in life. But, speaking technically, as long as life is your neutralizing force, i.e. as long as life is the force that makes you go, makes you do everything, it keeps the personality active, and that of course includes specially the false personality, and keeps the real part of you that can grow, i.e. essence, passive. The work is about bringing in a new neutralizing, or third force, whose ultimate object is to change this relationship of essence to personality, in fact, reverse it altogether. Many foolish things are said about giving up your life, many foolish people go into monasteries, and so on, but I am not talking about this. This way, this work lies in life, and the secret is not to identify with what you were, or are in life. You have to start all over again. The better kind of person you were in life, the better your possibilities, if you understand what it means to make personality passive, because it is through making personality passive that essence, or the real part of you, can grow, because personality is like the meat in the egg and essence is like the germ spot, that can grow at the sacrifice of the meat of the egg. Now all work force is derived from the realization of this tremendous idea, that the work teaches that a new birth is possible. You have perhaps all of you noticed how many people, who have been in contact with this work, are no longer quite the same as before. They find that in the atmosphere of the work it is very little use to bring in life experience from personality, or especially from false personality. They find they cannot boast of what they have done in quite the same way as people do in life. The gradual sacrifice of this meat of personality so that the germ of essence can grow is one reason why the work atmosphere must be created amongst you all, an atmosphere in which we can really laugh at ourselves sometimes. Yes, but can you laugh at yourself? Even the slight change that can take place in people who have a fairly good attitude to the work is often very remarkable. Yes, but why does this happen? It happens because the atmosphere of the work is different from the atmosphere of life. Technically, The third force of life which keeps personality active and essence passive is slightly changed, and some parts of personality begin to be sacrificed, and owing to this essence begins to grow, so people become more real to one another, because if we were all more innocent than we are at present, everything would become much more real, much more genuine, much more simple, much more true, and much more good. When you try to increase what you have been, and to feel bigger and stronger and more powerful, more important, you are going in the very reverse direction to this work. Then you will get no force in the work sense. Such a state means that you are very identified with yourself or with your personality, which ascribes everything to itself. But you will not get work force, as I said, from this identification with yourself. You only get work force through non-identifying, through self-observation, and through dissolving these pictures, these ideas, this wonderful proud imagination about yourself. The reason for this is quite simple. What prevents the two higher centers, that are continually working in us, the higher mental center, and the higher emotional center, from transmitting their force to us? They cannot get through to us, owing to our self-admiration, our personality. All work force comes indirectly from these two higher centers, which are at a higher level of being than we are, a level beyond our personality. Remember that the work teaches that they are fully developed, and that they are transmitting messages to us the whole time. But we cannot hear them owing to our state of sleep. Is not this an extraordinary idea? Does it not seem a fantastic idea, that there is something in us that is trying to change us the whole time, and cannot reach us owing to this blocking, this blackout, due to the personality, but more particularly to the overweening false personality? Now if a man begins to work on himself through his own self-observation, if he begins to observe his inner sleep, his vanity, if he begins to observe his meritoriousness, if he begins to observe his negative emotions, if he begins to observe his pictures of himself, if he begins to observe his buffers and prejudices, his mechanical opinions, his stereotype talking, his chattering, his evil talking, he, or she, will then begin to be separated from these things, because if you can observe a thing, you are no longer it, do you understand? Which is the first step in this separation, that the work teaches. I could add many other things here that one has to observe, but the ultimate issue is this: if you are identified with yourself as you are, if you are taking all your thoughts as real, and will not see that you have to separate yourself from many, many bad moods, bad self-feelings, you will get nowhere in this work. The method of this work is through non-identifying with yourself. You must learn not to identify with yourself by observing yourself, and separating. What is yourself? Yourself is psychological, yourself is psychic, yourself is whatever you like to call it, but it is not physical, not your body. It belongs to what you are conscious of. Are you going to put your consciousness into an evil thought, or an evil mood? Are you going to put your consciousness into self-satisfaction, self-glorification, or are you going to put your consciousness into feeling that you are always right, and know best? Do you not see that unless you observe yourself you cannot notice where you place your consciousness? I find myself with many feelings, many moods, many thoughts, that come to me mechanically, that I do not put my consciousness into. For instance, I do not put my feeling of I into hate, or the feeling of hopelessness. I do not consent to them, I do not go with them. Now if you do this, you will get work force, but if you are simply yourself, taken for granted, totally identified with yourself, you will get no work force at all, because you will be under the third force of life, and not the third force of the work. There is spirit and matter, to use phrases that do not belong to our system. A man must develop spiritually, and this means in the work psychologically. You all are given bodies, of different sizes, and that is not your fault, so do not pride yourselves on them. But the work is talking about a psychological inner development, where truth counts for so much. Suppose you are trying to build up this second body, that we all have to build up in this work, a psychological body. This body is based on truth, on sincerity. Now suppose you have a negative emotion against someone. This means at once that you will have wrong connections in your psychological body, that survives after death, if it can. So you have a psychological body all wrongly connected, because all negative states make you lie. If you notice, when you are negative you are always lying. Have you yet got the strength to see that you are lying by tasting negative emotion? Don't you begin to understand that this work is to build up truth in us, not moral truth, in the orthodox sense, not truth from a particular kind of orthodox belief, but real truth, through in her sincerity. That is why the work starts with self-observation, uncritical and absolutely sincere. This builds up gradually in us a transmitting instrument, a psychological instrument, that can conduct the influences of the higher centers, because the higher centers, that are always working in us, can only reach us when there is truth in us. For that reason many of us have to go through what you might call very disturbing experiences, to get rid of our false personality, our meritoriousness, our vanity, our prejudices. Prejudice is quite useless. It conducts nothing. Meritorious feeling is even worse. To ascribe to yourself your excellence, in any form, will make it impossible for higher centers to come through to you. I would advise some of you who call yourselves Christians, to read carefully the Sermon on the Mount, and consider what it means as far as you can. But to resume the paper, you will get no force in the work sense, unless you work against personality, and do not identify with the kind of person that you take yourself for granted as being, because you are not what you think you are. This is one paper on force, on workforce. All workforce is derived by going against yourself, by going against your natural mechanical reaction at the moment. But every man or woman must have a private feeling of the work in their hearts, in their minds, so that even when they are alone they do not consent to mechanical negative thoughts, and externally do not talk mechanically about other people in this work. If this is sincerely done, then we can produce perhaps a real work atmosphere finally, to which everyone contributes, and if it drops, people will ask themselves sincerely what they said, what they did, why workforce has apparently leaked. Queer Meat Ugly, June 23, 1945. Commentary on observing, on seeing contradictions in ourselves. In these commentaries that have been written recently about the dark or unconscious or unacknowledged sides of us, which result in our living always in the little parts of ourselves, not remembering the rest of ourselves at different moments, we spoke of the necessity of increasing consciousness so that it begins to embrace the whole circle of human life. For that reason it was once said in the early teaching that we must get to know every I in us, and it was added that why we are all wrong and cannot grow further is because we are conscious of one I at a time which we take as our consciousness, as ourselves. Therefore we see no contradictions in ourselves, and live, so to speak, always in a very small place at a time. As work memory is increased, through self-observation, we begin to distrust the particular we happen to be in at the particular moment of time. When I say that we do not trust it, I mean that we do not quite believe what it is saying, what it is thinking, what it is feeling, just at that moment. If we do not begin to understand this, any, that happens to be at the moment uppermost in us, any, that we take as ourselves at that moment, and which says, and does, and promises things, for a very short time, later we know nothing about. In other words, we have to become far more conscious of this rotation of eyes in us so that we can remember what one eye said, and also what another eye said. Otherwise we have no distinct being, which means that our being is constantly shifting, being controlled by temporary eyes of the moment. Now what is that thing in us that can stand higher than ordinary eyes, and why is it said so much in the work that we must observe our different eyes? The answer is that we have observing eye in us if we can only use it, and it can have a memory of its own, because it stands outside the machinery of these turning eyes, and views them, as it were, in a detached way, and makes in itself its own memory of these different eyes that it has observed, and this memory is called work memory. You must understand that each eye, mechanically getting up and having charge for the moment, has its own memory, but observing eye has a quite different quality of memory. Now I wish to speak to you about narrowness of outlook. We may have a certain vague memory of having acted in one way, and then acted in a contrary way. We are often uneasy, and I do not like any man or woman who is not a little uneasy about himself or herself. Only when you have a vague uneasiness about your own contradictions, and things which you find incompatible with other things in yourself, you must realize that you have a certain kind of observation, a certain kind of vague consciousness of what your own life is like, but that you are identified with it and judge yourself in consequence according to your upbringing. Now the point about observing eye, established by the influence of the work, and the acceptance and valuation of it, is that it is something that can observe you uncritically, that is, without identifying. It observes you impersonally, it observes your personality impersonally, and it remembers what it has observed uncritically, impersonally. Personality is composed of different eyes, and is, as it were, turning like a wheel so that at one moment one eye is uppermost and in charge, and at another moment another is uppermost and in charge. We have a dim recollection of this already, but we always take sides in regard to this dim observation of ourselves. But the establishment of the observing eye in the work sense is the establishment in you of a level of consciousness above these different ever-changing eyes. The observing eye, in the sense of the work, does not take sides with anything. It merely records what you are doing, what you are saying, at different moments, through the action of different eyes, and does not say that this is better, or this is worse. Observing eye is not shocked by anything. It is not a kind of grandmama or grandpapa in you, but it is quite pure and simple, and Mr. Ouspensky used often to compare it with a camera that simply photographs your psychological state at each moment. He said observing eye must stand outside the personality, stand outside this cage of eyes, this zoological garden of eyes, that are constantly taking charge in a kind of rotation, and calling themselves eye, that is, view. The establishment of this observing eye, he used to point out, is something that is very difficult, because such observation, as we have ordinarily in social intercourse, is based really on one eye, a little bit observing another eye, and criticizing it, and finding fault with it. The observing eye in the work sense stands outside all these eyes that take charge of us at each moment. It is therefore a level above personality, and, as you know, this observing I that the work emphasizes so much, and about which it is so constantly said that it must be uncritical, and have no acquired moral values, is the most important thing to establish in ourselves if we want to change. This observing I that the work speaks of is under the influence of the work itself, i.e. it comes under the influence of the work later on. But at first our task is to establish an impersonal uncritical observation of ourselves. What does uncritical mean? It means that if you observe something in yourself you do not criticize it as good or bad. You simply see that you, i.e. the machine of yourself, the acquired eyes, in you are doing this, or that at the particular moment. They are talking in this way, they are talking in that way, they are feeling this, they are feeling that. No single I in your personality will ever include the whole of yourself in its consciousness. But the real observing I will include the whole of your life eventually. It will become conscious of all sides of yourself. It will have its own uncritical, gentle memory of all the different sides of you. Certain things in your life are incompatible with other things, and so you feel conflict and distress. For instance, to a person with a very narrow outlook, many things become incompatible as a result of this very narrow outlook. A man thinks things are evil owing to a very narrow outlook. Now suppose this person becomes broader-minded, many things that were formerly incompatible begin to take their place, and no longer seem incompatible. But for observing nothing is incompatible, because nothing is criticized, so we might say in a rather too small way, that observing is very broad-minded. As you know, lots of people are sure of many things that they do not possess. I fancy all of you think you are very broad-minded, and I always dislike it when I am told that I have to meet a person who is broad-minded. I may remind you that this is no sort of description to give me of a person who wants to come into this work. Your so-called broad-minded person, yourself, is extremely narrow-minded. What does broad-minded mean? It is not a work expression. Do you think that this observing when it is once established, and observes and records every side of yourself, is broad-minded? Yes, of course it is. Unless you come into this relationship of real observing which is so uncritical, you will not be able to shift yourself from where you are, because you will be always in the turning wheel of different and contradictory eyes, that you try vaguely with a kind of dim consciousness to reconcile with one another. You have to accept the whole of your life, all the side that is dark to you at the moment, all that side that is unconscious to you at the instant, the very narrow outlook which of course we all deny having, as the result of your little being, your small tedious little being, always quarreling, and objecting, and finding fault at every moment. Now the only cure for this is to broaden your being, and that means to become more conscious of the whole of your being, all these eyes, in you, and to be able to endure the contradictions of all of them. All this is only possible by establishing this uncritical and sincere observing, through its memory, through a right relationship to it, you will find that you begin to change in your whole picture of yourself, in your whole idea of yourself, because you must remember that when you die all your life appears to you with all its contradictions, because it is yourself. It is sometimes said that people see their whole lives when drowning, or something like that, and this is not nonsense. But what we have to do is to try to see all round ourselves in this life, before we die. Then certainly we will no longer have the same opinion of ourselves, the same prejudices, the same buffers. But this is the work of observing, This is what observing, must fulfill in ourselves little by little. When you have no observing, when you have no power of separating from what life has made you, when you take yourself for granted, then you must remember that you have a very small bank balance, and are very quickly overdrawn. Now what does this mean, to have a very small bank balance? Of course, it has nothing to do with money, or your literal bank. It refers to your capacity for bearing things without being identified. Suppose you have a very high opinion of yourself, then your bank balance is very quickly overdrawn. Let me try to explain this to some people who cannot understand about psychological ideas, psychological meaning. If you have a very great opinion of yourself, you will be easily offended, easily irritated, easily upset, therefore your bank balance will be very quickly overdrawn. That is, you will soon feel negative, feel offended. Now you should not lay up treasure in any ordinary mechanical bank. We are told to lay up treasure in heaven, that is, on a higher level. If you are insupportably full of your own excellence and merit, are you laying up treasure in heaven? No, you are simply a person who is going to be very easily offended, insulted, very soon overdrawn on his or her bank. We have to acknowledge and accept all sides of ourselves, because only through the acknowledgement, the acceptance, the consciousness of all sides of ourselves can we advance at all. This is exactly what broadens our being. Under the influence of the memory of observing, under the influence of this uncritical self-observation, we begin to feel loosened from all sorts of fantastic ideas of ourselves. We begin to be loosened from all sorts of fantastic attributions to ourselves of virtues and merit that we do not possess at all. We certainly then become little children. We certainly then begin to understand what the opening words of the Sermon on the Mount mean. We certainly then cease to be big, overswelling with some small pride or vanity. We begin to get an entirely new sense of ourselves, an entirely new feeling, entirely new thoughts. We cease to be the person we have imagined ourselves to be all through our lives. For this you must have a different kind of self-knowledge. Your whole groundwork becomes different. Through the influence of observing, you will be rescued from many dangers. What is our greatest danger as we get older? Our greatest danger is to crystallize out into our idea of ourselves. After a time things begin to become rather fixed in us, we begin to believe our imagination of ourselves, of the kind of people we are, what good and kind creatures we are. But this uncritical observing, if it is supported properly by the constant feeling and valuation of the work, begins to prevent us from this early crystallization into a certain definite kind of person which is quite false. If we can give value to the work, then we can give value to what observing, notices about ourselves, and then we shall not be in such great danger of crystallizing out into what we imagine ourselves to be, into some definite opinion of ourselves, into our own excellence, our own extraordinary merit, our own unexplained values. We are all such tiny and unpleasant creatures, that it takes a great deal of self-observation to observe that we are really quite ridiculous in our vanity, in our pride. I rather fancy that some people always think that they have a marvelous gift to bestow upon other people. But what is this precious gift that people want to bestow on others? Have you asked yourselves individually what you have in yourselves worthwhile for anyone else to accept? I think, after a time in the work, people become more simple in this way. And why is this so? because they really begin to observe themselves instead of imagining that they are what they believe. They begin to see that the gulf between what they imagine themselves to have been and what they are is very wide. When this happens through the constant uncritical influence of observing, the whole relationship to oneself begins to change. All that you have hitherto based your value on, all your different forms of feeling superior to others, all this begins to be dissolved. You no longer build yourself up on false personality. That is your most dangerous enemy, and is composed entirely of imagination. Of course, this cannot be done artificially by mock humility, than which I fancy nothing is worse. You can go about looking down your nose, while inside you are full of hissing serpents. No, I am not speaking of any false humility. What I am speaking about is what the work speaks about, namely, that if observing, is established in you, and you really begin to observe yourself, and how you speak, and how you feel, and how you think, and how contradictory the whole thing is, then you will have a very beautiful experience, because you will no longer have to keep up the invented person to whom you are a slave. Now this can only happen in the work, because the work must hold you at certain moments, and give you strength. No one is allowed in the work, no one is allowed by the work, to observe themselves further than they can bear. You may be quite sure that in the atmosphere of the work no one will suffer wrongly. A great many have not even begun to observe themselves, and the reason is that they cannot do it. They cannot get beyond their idea of themselves, or rather they cannot get under their imagination of themselves. Instantly they begin to feel they are no good, of no importance, they suffocate. And yet I must remind you again of what we were told when we went to the French Institute, that personality has scarcely any right to exist here, and I will also remind you at the end of this paper that unless a man begins to realize his own nothingness he can get nowhere. If a man or a woman begins to see through his or herself, through all their lies, and their inventions of themselves, and if they do it in the atmosphere of the work, feeling that the work will lead them to a new level of being, they are safe, and they will undergo little by little a perfectly definite and real transformation of themselves. But if they try to do this without the influence of the work behind them, they will get nowhere, and all their observation will be useless, and simply lead to quarrels, arguments, and negative emotion. We are all trying to study something that is very big, and we must realize that we are very small. Queer Meat Ugly, June 30th, 1945. On changing our level of being, let us begin this paper by saying that a typical feature in us will always attract a typical event. In speaking about chief feature, Mr. Ouspensky said on one occasion that chief feature is comparable with a number of typical features that can constitute chief feature. At a meeting here recently we spoke about different levels of being and drew them as lines, as parallel lines, like the wires on telegraph posts. It was said that if we could raise the level of our being even a little by work on ourselves, which is the only way to do this, we might get to the next parallel line, above our present level, and thereby avoid a number of unpleasant things that would inevitably happen to us were we to remain on the same level. If we always behave typically, characteristically, and that of course means mechanically, if we are simply machines reacting to life, and to people always in the same way, as we have always reacted, then we shall always be following one telegraph wire, one line of being. We shall always be following the lowest level of our being, that is, the mechanical level. A person who does this does not transform his life in the least possible way, so life always meets him in exactly the same way. The same things, the same situations, the same misunderstandings, the same difficulties, always meet him or her. In a way you can, as it were, reduce your level of being from noticing what always happens to you, because your level of being attracts your life. This means that your life is your being, your life is an expression of what you are, therefore your being is what you are, and all that happens to you in life is the result of your level of being. Of course, if you are perfectly satisfied with your life, there is no necessity for you to attempt to change your level of being, but I have always noticed that people who say that they are satisfied with their lives are not really so at all. They say things like this to me: I am quite satisfied with my life, but I dislike this or that person very much, or I did not have a proper chance, or I am very worried about someone, or I do not seem to get on properly in the way that I should like, for I always have these recurring difficulties, or these people do not seem to like me, or I do not think I am appreciated properly, and so on. Yet they say that they are satisfied with their lives. What I am trying to say is that people do not see any connection between their being and their lives, and, as you know, one reason is because no one ever thinks that what happens to him in life is anything to do with his level of being. People do not see that their level of being attracts all these things which they regard as having nothing to do with themselves. But the work teaches that it is your level of being that attracts all this, and keeps you constantly under its influence. On one occasion Mr. Ouspensky said, "Can you see your level of being at all yet? Can you see where you stand in the world of being yet?" Now I would ask you, do you understand about levels of being? Do you understand how deeply the work is based on different levels from the ray of creation downwards, and how everything is at a certain level of being in this vast scheme of being, reaching up to the being of God? The question then arises in a practical sense: how can we change our level of being? What is it we have to do to change this level of being that we speak of as all-having? The answer is that the whole work is about changing our being, and giving us methods as to how to change it. We spoke briefly of the Sermon on the Mount as being a practical illustration of how to change one's level of being, and we took the first saying, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." Now bliss is a wonderful thing to touch. The work says that we must practice non-identifying. And non-identifying begins with not identifying with yourself. Now if you are full of yourself, you are rich in spirit, but if you begin to observe yourself through what the work teaches about identifying, you will become poor in spirit, that is, you will not identify with yourself so much. What will the result be? You will find what for you is bliss. You will find an enormous relief, a strange kind of happiness in no longer having to keep up the idea of yourself with which you were formerly so identified. Now here you have a quite direct practical method of changing your level of being. The work also, as you know, speaks of many other methods which have to be applied at the moment. All the practical work, all the directions given to you constantly in terms of the original teaching, belong to methods of changing your being. That is why I say to you so often, do you know practically what the work teaches that you have to do? It is a very good thing when a person reaches that stage in the work, when he or she realizes that it is about something absolutely practical, and that all these phrases, these formulations, that they have to listen to for so long, are real instructions as to what they have to do to change the level of being at which they are mechanically. Let us take another phrase from the Sermon on the Mount, Blessed are the meek. This means that those who are meek will get bliss, inner happiness, will get something that everyone is looking for, because no one is happy internally, no one has this strange source of inner happiness called bliss. People often think blessedness is what is going to happen later on, but from the work point of view as well as from the gospel point of view, this is not the right way to take the profound idea that is indicated here. You can get a source of inner happiness if you apply the ideas of the work to yourself. Now, what does meek mean in the original sense of the Greek word? It means not resentful. Blessed are those who are not resentful. Now I think you can connect this with that phrase used in the work which says that we must stop making internal accounts. When you are resentful, are you not making internal accounts? Are you not considering internally? You will notice that the Sermon on the Mount begins with the practice of non-identifying with yourself and puts it into the phrase, those who are poor in spirit will get bliss. A man very full of himself, a man completely identified with himself, is a man who will not be able to reach this different level of being where different influences begin to act on him, that will fill up this extraordinary lack of inner happiness that everyone, if he is honest, knows he suffers from. Now you will see that if a man can observe himself, and cease so much to identify with himself and with his pictures of himself and with his vanity, and so on, he will be able to practice being meek in the real sense of the Greek word, that is, he will not be so resentful when people do not behave to him as he thinks they ought to behave, that is, he will not make so many internal accounts against others, and, in fact, he may eventually reach the state that is mentioned in the Lord's Prayer, of being able to cancel the debts of others against him completely, for this is the real meaning of the Greek word translated as forgive in the phrase forgive us our debts, as we forgive others. No, the meaning is far more powerful than that, far more practical. The meaning is cancel completely. From this we can see how close the teaching of the work about not making internal accounts comes to what is said also in the Gospels. I remind you that this work was always said to be esoteric Christianity, namely, the inner meaning and fragrance of the Gospels that has survived. The Gospels speak a great deal about the kingdom of heaven and what it is necessary to do to enter it. The Gospels say that you have to become a quite different person to have any chance of entering the kingdom of heaven. They also say that unless a man becomes as a little child, he cannot enter the kingdom of heaven. Yes, but what does it mean practically? The work talks not about the kingdom of heaven, but about the conscious circle of humanity, and by that it means people at a much higher level of being than we are at as we are now. Christ lays down certain rules, certain indications, certain teachings about how to get to the kingdom of heaven. These are given in the Sermon on the Mount, and we are given a perfectly clear indication as to how we may reach the conscious circle of humanity, by work on our being, by work on our level of being as we are now. I fancy that the Sermon on the Mount cannot be understood, as it is translated, save through what we have been given through this work. By means of what we have been given by this work on its practical side, we can understand more or less what the opening verses of the Sermon on the Mount, which have been so badly translated by ignorant people, really mean. As I said, we can understand what it means to be poor in spirit in the right way. Now let me speak about the next level of being awaiting you. What for you is the kingdom of heaven? What for you is the conscious circle of humanity? It is no good thinking about matters very remote from you. The whole thing is very close to you, in fact, closer than your neck vein. Your kingdom of heaven, Your conscious circle of humanity is your next level of being, which lies very close to but very distinct from your present level of being. That is why it is such a good thing to work on yourself. That is why once you begin to see this, you feel that you have something that no one will ever take away from you. You begin to understand what the work is about, what the kingdom of heaven is about, what the conscious circle of humanity is about, on your own scale. Each one of you can become a little more conscious than you are. Each one of you, whether man or woman, can live a little more consciously than you do. Each one of you can feel the force of the work entering you in the ordinary affairs of the day. You can do this work, remember. You cannot do in life, but you can do this work. I remember it was once said a long time ago by G, that we must remember that we can do this work. What would be the good of teaching a system of work that no one could do? He said, all call out in loud voices, and say, I can work. We did this and I think we all got force from it. So every one of you say to yourselves sometimes just this phrase, I can work, because this is what we can do. I can remember myself according to my own level, I can separate from negative emotions according to my own state, and my own level, I can stop making internal accounts, I can practice non-identifying, I can stop fantasies, I can stop self-justifying, and so on. And even if it is only for a short time, yet you are working if you can do this, and you will change your level of being, not downwards, but upwards, not outwards, but inwards, and through this you will come under different influences, better influences, influences in other words, that belong to your next level of being, your next telegraph wire. This next level of being close to you, and above you. But you will never get up to this telegraph wire. This next level of being, unless you practice this work, and you cannot practice it unless you begin to feel it's good, and so begin to value it, as one of the most important things you have ever met in your life, because if you do not value this work, and if you do not see that it is about something other than what you have ever done before in your life, it will simply pass into your ordinary level of being, your mechanical being, and will become twisted and distorted, and useless. Some of you know that there is discontinuity in the universe. This has been discovered and verified by experiment. In other words, there are different levels discontinuous with one another. The level of being awaiting you just above your present line, which is your evolution, your inner development, your inner growth, is discontinuous with your present level, just as one rung of a ladder is not continuous with the next. You have to jump. You cannot apply the methods of thinking that you have at your present level of being to the work, because the work comes down from above to you, and you have to go from below upwards to it. You may argue that it is a very good thing to be identified, but the work says it is not, and you have to see for yourself by inner experience through long self-observation, that it is not good to identify. The work comes down very close, but it is not on the same level. Now suppose you have been in this work for some time, and you have heard many things said in the work, and you have always taken all the things you have heard just on the level of your being, as it is now. Then I will tell you at once that you have never tried to apply the work, but simply listened to it. You have never observed yourself from what this work teaches. You have no work observing, I formed in you. You have never seen where and how you are identified with yourself. You have never observed your pictures, your imagination of yourself. You have never observed your forms of internal considering, making accounts. You have never observed when you lie. You have never observed your forms of self-justifying. You have never observed different eyes in yourself or even different centers in yourself. You are simply asleep at your level of being, and however earnestly you may tell me that you want the work, I will not believe you in my heart. I notice that such people say to me, I would like to hear more about the work. But if I am a teacher of Greek, and have taught you over and over again how to pronounce some simple word, and make a few simple sentences, and I notice that not one of you can speak even a single word of Greek, then I will come to the conclusion that it is useless teaching you Greek. One person, however, may suddenly begin to speak some quite good Greek to me, and I realize that this person has been taking in what has been said practically, and has really begun to work. So once more, at the end of this paper, I ask you again, as so often, what work have you done on yourself today? Have you observed, each one of you, anything of what the work teaches you about yourself? Have you noticed yourself being very identified? Have you noticed yourself being negative? Have you noticed yourself laying up a lot of accounts against others, as by criticizing them, seeming superior to them, thinking they are fools? Have you noticed your forms of imagination, and given them free play? Have you been full of self-pity? Have you been gloomy and depressed and useless to others? Have you spoken only mechanically and said things mechanically when you might have said things more consciously? Has the day defeated you, or have you defeated the day? Have you lost force all the time, or have you gained force? Have you got the feeling that you are doing something else than merely living the day, and objecting to it? Have you gone to the day, or has the day made you go to it? In all this you will see a great difference between living mechanically and living your life more consciously. We all suffer from our level of being. We have to see that we ourselves have to do something, each one of us. The mechanical way in which we take everything characterizes our level of being. We have to take things differently, and the work shows us in what way we must begin to take things differently. And even if you have behaved badly, if you have given way to negative emotion, and even worse experiences, if you have reacted mechanically, you can go back and see where you went to sleep and in some way correct it, and remember next time that you have to live more consciously, for all this work is about how to live more consciously in mechanical life. Queer Meat Ugly, July 7th, 1945. On beginning to live more consciously, each one of you is under the law of the pendulum. Each one of you feels good, and then bad, feels happy, and then feels dejected. Each one of you feels affection and liking, and then feels the opposite, disliking, and that curious opposite to affection for which there is no word. This is all mechanical life. This is all living mechanically. This is all living in the swing of the pendulum of life, and as long as you do this, what you gain you will lose, and so you will always remain at the same level of being. At one moment you love, at the next moment you hate, at one moment you feel enthusiasm, the next moment you feel dejected, at one moment you think you are a fine person, and the next moment you feel you are not. This is the law of the pendulum which swings to and fro. Somehow or other we have to be no longer so much under this inevitable law of the pendulum which causes the tides to advance and retire, which causes the winter to be followed by the summer by the winter, and which in the case of your own heart causes it to expand and contract. The law of the pendulum is very well illustrated by the action of the heart. The heart has two phases called diastole and systole. The diastole of the heart is when it is receiving blood, the systole of the heart is when it is contracting, and driving the blood through the body. You can see perhaps how interesting this idea of the pendulum is as illustrated by the heart, because when the heart is passive, and is receiving blood, it is on one side of the pendulum, it accepts what is coming into it, and then at a certain moment it changes its rhythm, and becomes active, and drives out what it has received, and this nourishes the whole body. Diastole is connected with the Greek verb meaning, to put in order, to arrange, to make ready. This means that when the heart is not doing anything, but receiving blood, it is, as it were, arranging, putting in order, making ready for this next phase called contraction or systole. Systole means, in the Greek, drawing together of what has been received, and driving it forth, as in the contraction of the heart, that drives into the body the blood that it has received. I have often thought that this is a very good way of thinking about the pendulum in a practical sense. We have sometimes moments of expansion, and sometimes moments of contraction. We have moments in which things go right and moments in which things go wrong. The pendulum of our psychology, of our emotions, of our general feelings, swings to and fro. But when the pendulum swings back, this should be surely a phase in which things are put in order, in which one consults oneself, in which one gets things arranged rightly, and made ready before one goes forward again. You cannot expect always to be just the same. Yet how many people are disappointed when, having felt something, they find that for the time being they no longer feel it. Then of course they quarrel, feel bored, and so on. In other words, the negative swing of the pendulum for most people is simply a blank. But it should not be a blank. It should be a phase inhabited by consciousness, and by a sense of the work in which one collects oneself together again, and reflects, and does not necessarily think that everything is over, at an end. Now if one can inhabit with consciousness both sides of the pendulum swing, in every center, in every part of a center, one's life no longer becomes discontented, a mere function of the pendulum swinging. One learns to see things from 2 points of view. One learns to take oneself from 2 points of view, and especially one learns to take other people in the same way. Instead of being very disgusted or disappointed or bored, one begins to inhabit this uncivilized country, in oneself, this barbarism, with more conscious thoughts, with memory, and then one returns on the swing having prepared something, and once more re-enters into life without being depressed, and without feeling hopeless. All this that I am speaking about tonight has to do with seeing both sides, the dark and the bright side, together, through conscious memory, through work, and it is only through work that you can remember both sides of the pendulum, and so gradually pass psychologically into the middle part of the pendulum, where everything that we seek in this work lies. This corresponds to making full circle, to being able to go around the circle of life so that it is no longer a pendulum, but a circular motion which is no longer governed by opposites. I have already told you that the motion of a pendulum is really a circular motion seen in 2 dimensions. Try to illustrate this for yourself practically. Now when you go round the circle of all experience, you will begin to include the dark side of yourself in your consciousness, and you no longer see any contradictions such as the pendulum view of life gives. This means an increase of consciousness. This means seeing that summer and winter are not opposites, but lie on a circle, a rhythm, that is necessary. People who live very much in opposites, people who are always arguing whether this is right, or that is right, as we see very obviously today, are in the illusion of the pendulum. I will quote you a very ancient saying about this. As long as you stand on a basis of rigid right and wrong, you cannot make this psychological circle, in yourself, as, for example, in the Enneagram, about which we have not spoken much recently. The quotation is from the writings of Guangzi. He says, all subjects may be looked at from 2 points of view, from that and from this. But that view involves both a right and a wrong, and this view involves also a right and a wrong. Are there indeed, or are there not, the two views, that and this? They have not found their point of correspondency, which is called the pivot of the Tao. As soon as one finds this pivot, he stands in the center of the ring of thought, where he can respond without end to the changing views, without end to those affirming, and without end to those denying. Therefore I said, there is nothing like the proper light of the mind. This thing called the Tao is really the work. It is a reconciliation of opposites in yourself, and the reaching of a new place, in which the opposites do not control you. It is called the Tao in ancient Chinese esotericism. It is a way. Tao means a way or a harmonizing way. For example, at one moment you think you are good, and at the next moment you think you are bad, and if you observe yourself critically you will always be in this dilemma, in this double feeling. Now I quote from later writing on the same subject. According to Plato's report, Socrates tells his pupils that he once went to see a wise woman, the prophetess Diotima, and asked her about love. He said to her that love was a great deity, and beautiful, but Diotima replied that he was neither beautiful nor good. What then, is love ugly and evil? He objected, but Diotima answered, do you think that everything which is not beautiful must of necessity be ugly? Certainly, said Socrates. You will see here that Socrates was thinking on the opposites, that is, he was thinking in the ordinary way, in which we all think that if a thing is not beautiful it must be ugly, and if a thing is not good it must be bad. The conversation continues. Diotima asked Socrates, do you think everything that is not wise is ignorant? Do you not perceive that there is something between ignorance and wisdom? What is that? Said Socrates. To have a right opinion or conjecture, was the answer. A right opinion is something between understanding and ignorance. Socrates admitted the truth of this, and Diotima then continued, do not then say that what is not beautiful is of necessity deformed, nor what is not good is of necessity evil, nor, since you have confessed that love is neither beautiful nor good, infer, therefore, that he is deformed or evil, but rather something intermediate. If we are on the pendulum, all thought and feeling lies in opposites. If a man does not agree with your political views, he is hateful to you. If a man does not like you, he dislikes you, and so on. This is the law of the pendulum exemplified in all of us at our present state of being and knowledge. This is how the world of war and strife is carried on, namely, by people disagreeing with each other according to the law of the pendulum. In this work we must find some way of reconciling these opposites, and not being on this pendulum swing at every moment, because you will all know by now that by being on the pendulum swing, and taking up violent opposite standpoints, nothing can be reconciled, no harmony can be produced, and our own lives, and the life of humanity will continue as always. I knock you down and then you knock me down. One side produces the other. One opposite with which you identify instantly causes other people to take up an opposite opinion. It seems to me so important that you all begin to realize this, and especially in regard to yourselves, because your own views of yourselves are on these opposites, and are specially governed by false personality. You all do many things that you do not accept, that you do not include, in your general sense of yourselves, and so you swing all the time, and have no central point, no individuality. That is why the work teaches us to observe ourselves uncritically, because only by observing ourselves uncritically can we go round the whole circle of our being, of what we really are, and this will destroy false personality completely. It will destroy all fanciful ideas, all pride, all vanity, in you. You will no longer be the same person as you imagined you were, because the imagination always lies. But, as I said in a recent paper, this is impossible unless you are held by the strength of the work. I mean, that this realization of both sides of the pendulum in you will not be possible to you unless you have a very strong sense that something is holding you, and making you embrace these opposites, and causing you to get an entirely new sense of what you are. Remember that your private life is quite different from your public life, and also notice that you are always one-sided in this respect, and do not include it in your own estimation of yourself. But the whole of you must be included in your consciousness of yourself, because unless consciousness expands into your total being, you have no real knowledge of yourself, and you will always be pretending, always influenced by one little I at a time. But all I's must be included in your feeling of yourself eventually, and then I am quite sure that false personality will dissolve away into something quite new, and, in fact, very wonderful. Do you know how the Pharisee in yourself pretends so much, and gives you such a false sense of yourself? What nuisance this Pharisee is in one! What a wonderful thing it is to begin to see him! What is the Pharisee in yourself? The work calls it false personality, where you think you are right, where you feel yourself better than others. The Pharisee in you is all your pretense, and the false personality is nothing but pretense. Why are our human relationships so difficult? Oh, one said, they are so difficult because two entirely invented people, two entirely pretense people, try to come together. And on another occasion he said that nothing in life was what it pretended to be. If you have some inner discernment, some sincerity, you will not be surprised at such a remark. You will know the truth of it already. And here I bring in once more the idea of what good householder is called in the work. He is a man who does what he has to do from duty in life. He does not believe in life, nor does he believe that it leads anywhere. Now on the practical psychological side tonight I wish to speak to you about objecting. There was a good question asked recently, as to whether dislike and objecting are the same thing. But the work teaches that you must try to stop objecting. You may dislike a person, but it is not necessary for you to object to that person. I remember being made to clean out a 6-year-old pigsty, and certainly I did not like it. The stench was awful. I noticed one interesting thing, that provided that I did not object to my task, I did not feel inclined to vomit. I disliked the task but did not object to it. I noticed then the difference between objecting and disliking. Now many people object to everything. What is the result? Do they increase second force for themselves, that is, force of resistance? Will their lives become more easy or more difficult if they object to everything? Yes, if they object to everything, their lives will become more and more difficult. They object to tea. They object to coffee, to getting up, to people they know, to the state of the world. They object to the weather, the government, their parents, and so on. You will see at once that objecting is a form of internal considering, i.e. making inner accounts. People with enormous fantasies, people who live in dreams of beautiful people coming to them, and telling them that they are princes and princesses, people who are filled with the Cinderella fantasies, people who imagine they should never be in the base circumstances that they are in, never have married the people they are married to, never live in the houses they are living in, or have the incomes that they have. All these inevitably discontented people are always objecting to everything. That is, they are always making inner accounts. And all internal accounts, all internal considering, of this type, causes them to blame everything, and to feel continually unhappy. So much so that, even if they marry different people, or have bigger houses, or greater incomes, they will always object by habit to the same things. From the work point of view, such people are quite useless unless they can examine themselves, observe themselves, and see that it is they who are to blame. Now let us take the question of objecting and the question of disliking. They are two different things. I did not like having to clean out the pigsty, but later on I noticed that if I did not object to it, I did not vomit. In working on objecting, and this is a very useful form of self-observation, you must all remember that you may dislike something, or dislike a person, but what you have to do is to stop objecting. If you do a task that you do not like, but you stop objecting to it, you will gain force. But to say in a silly way that you like a task such as cleaning out a 6-year-old pigsty is ridiculous. If however you can stop your objecting to it, which is a purely psychological matter, you will find that the result is entirely different, and you will probably not be asked to do it again. So try to draw a distinction between objecting to a thing and disliking a thing. I may not like a person who comes into this work, but as far as I am concerned, objecting to this person is on a quite different scale. I am quite prepared to find from my own experience that I begin to like this person after a time, but if I start off by objecting to this person, I will never come into a relationship with him or her. So I advise you to observe objecting as distinct from disliking and not think any longer that they are the same thing. This is a very good subject for discussion and for self-observation. Remember finally that we are told not to like one another, but to stop dislike. If you are on a certain level, if you are more conscious than you are ordinarily, you will not object to a task, although you may dislike having to do it. But if your level drops, you will both object and dislike, and your objections will feed your dislike. But if you will stop objecting, you will find that your dislike will not be fed, and will not increase. This is a result that is well worth reaching through self-observation, and through work on yourself. It will enable you to pass through many difficult trials in this work, and it will also make your ordinary life much more simple. Always remember that if you object to other people, and nourish these objections, you may be certain that these other people will object to you, and nourish their objections. All this has to do with rendering personality more passive, and weakening the false personality. We must all practice silence towards one another, inner silence, stopping inner talk in regard to objecting to one another. Then things will grow and develop in our branch of the work. What is the result? The result is that if we stop all this mechanical objecting, we begin to include other people in our lives. So we shall see that this last talk about practical psychology has to do with the first part of the paper. If you like and dislike, you are on the pendulum, and nothing can happen to you from the work point of view. Now if you non-object, which is not making accounts, and therefore non-identifying with people, you will begin to be much richer and wider and more sane in yourself, and after a time you will feel your disliking and liking change. But this will never happen if you object the whole time, and I mean by objecting in yourself, although you do not express it. In connection with all this, I got a very interesting report from one of you, who met a woman who had undergone severe mental stress, and had broken down. This woman said that she had met Lucifer in her visions, and that she knew him, because he had such hopeless eyes, and then she said, "Do you know, sin is not smoking too much, or drinking too much. It is something which grows big inside you and makes you think you are right. Do you know that in the East people who have got a little beyond ordinary mental control are often regarded as sacred, being under the hand of God?" All that I can say is that these two remarks seem to touch very closely on what this work is speaking about. False personality cuts us off from everything and drives us straight into life, according to this woman, straight into hell, where Lucifer with his hopeless eyes rules. Queer Meat Ugly, July 14th, 1945. On self-remembering, we should remember ourselves at least once a day. It is very important to remember oneself, and in every act of self-remembering lies one of the great inner meanings of this work, and of all esotericism in general. If we cannot remember ourselves once a day, then we should remember ourselves 3 times a day. That is to say, we should make a bigger effort. Remembering oneself is just as if an actor on the stage, who had become completely absorbed in the role he was playing, suddenly remembered that he was merely acting the role, and that he was really somebody else, and not the part he was playing. This would mean that he would wake up. He would no longer take himself as the hero, or the king, or the cardinal that he was playing. But what do? We are just like that actor who has forgotten that he is playing a role. We find ourselves fitted into the parts belonging to every phase of tragedy and comedy, but we identify with everything. We do not see that we ourselves are something else, something different, and so we do not remember ourselves, and so we are set in the work to be asleep. A little while ago it was asked, why should we not identify? It is possible to answer this question from 1,000 points of view. One great reason is that if we identify, we are not doing this work. The question is like saying, why should we do this work? There is absolutely no reason why we should do this work if we do not wish to. This work is only for people who are looking for something. If we identify, we cannot remember ourselves. As I said, the work lays the greatest emphasis on self-remembering. It says that the most important thing we have to do is to remember ourselves, and it adds that this can only be understood when we realize that we do not remember ourselves. Now, if a man is identified, he is not remembering himself. There are degrees and qualities of identifying. Some slight forms of identifying are trivial and unimportant. On the other hand, some slight forms of identifying lead very speedily to bigger forms, and of these one has to be careful, just as one has to be careful about all small things that start up in oneself innocently, so to speak, and very speedily lead into unpleasant places in ourselves, such as very unpleasant forms of negative emotion. One has to be just as careful where one walks inside oneself after a time, as where one walks in the world visible to one's senses. Through self-observation, our internal world becomes visible to us, that is, we become conscious of it and learn to recognize where we are in it, and what takes us down in it, and what takes us upwards in regard to our experiences, and the small degrees and level of being that we all possess. Can you afford to walk in your sleep too long? Since identifying is the enemy of self-remembering, and since self-remembering is our supreme task, it is clear that we have to study our forms of identifying. With what have you been identified most today? Or let me ask you another question, have you remembered yourself today? Of course, we do not take our lives in the sense of parts that we have been given to play. The work says that we start from our lives just as they are, and that this is the best starting point for the work. We do not have to break off our lives and go into monasteries or hermitages. For instance, our lives may go on just the same as before, but if we begin to understand what the work means, we take our lives in a different way. I always find this difficult to explain to those who do not yet catch a glimpse of what is meant. Suppose you were to go on a stage where there were hundreds and thousands of actors dressed up in all sorts of costumes, quarreling, and making love, and murdering, and so on, and you realized to your horror that they were all fast asleep, and were completely identified with their parts, which means that they were taking themselves to be what they had been cast to be in the big drama. What would you do? You would probably seize hold of the nearest one, and shake him violently, and try to make him wake up. You might shout in his ear and say, "Don't be so silly, don't stick that knife into that person, you are asleep, you forget who you really are." And what do you think the result would be? Probably that knife would be pushed into you. Now if we can see that our lives are somewhat similar to parts given to actors, and that each of us has a different part best suited to him, our attitude would change. What does best suited to him mean? It means best suited to him to wake up from. If you take your life on earth as an end in itself, you can never get to the attitude that the work teaches. The work takes life as a means to an other end. If you take life as an end in itself, can you ever cease to identify with it? Do you know how in various myths and fairy stories and esoteric legends there is the idea that the hero is sent out into the world to seek for something, and he is warned not to forget whence he came? This is one thing that he must always remember. Let me quote from an ancient hymn which contains a great deal of teaching. Here the son of kings is sent by his parents down into Egypt into the world, to bring back a pearl. But after he had been in the world some time, he forgot that he was the son of kings, he forgot the pearl, and lay in a deep sleep. He was awakened from sleep and remembered himself. "I remembered that I was a son of kings," he said, "and my free soul longed for its natural state. I remembered the pearl, for which I had been sent to Egypt. And I snatched away the pearl and turned to go back to my father's house." In this allegory you will see that the prince remembered his divine origin. He remembered that he was not what he had begun to take himself in life. Many ancient teachings speak of life as being an illusion. But this is not easy to understand. The work does not speak about life as an illusion, but it says a great deal about our taking life in the wrong illusory way, and it constantly emphasizes that we must learn to take it in the right way. In this connection it is constantly speaking about identifying both with ourselves and with the events of life. This identifying, whose direction is inwards and outwards, keeps us asleep, and makes it impossible for us to remember ourselves, and in consequence makes it impossible for certain influences to reach us that can help us, consisting in certain emotions, certain thoughts, certain feelings, not derived from our business affairs, our daily existence, or life, as seen, as it appears to be. The illusion of life flies. The work says, in man's thinking he can do, in man's thinking he is conscious, in man's thinking that he is a unity. The work says that in life everything happens in the only possible way it can happen. When you apparently act in life, when you apparently do something in life, you are doing the only thing that you could do. It is not you who are doing it. When you begin to see this, when you begin to realize your mechanicalness, in this way, you are already beginning to remember yourself. You are already beginning to be separated from the machine of yourself and to approach something that lies behind the machine of yourself in the direction of real I. This is why the work says that realization of one's own mechanicalness is a form of self-remembering. In this kind of self-remembering you are aware that what you are doing, and saying, and thinking is not really you. You become a spectator of yourself and you see that all that you have called you and your life is an illusion in the sense that it is all happening, and in that sense it is not real, it is not reality. When I see that an event is entangling me, and that I am reacting to this event quite mechanically, the whole business becomes unreal to me, because where I thought before that I was doing, I was acting, I was seeing, I see it now, as it that is acting. In the same way, in separating from one's inner fantasies and thoughts, that spring from false personality, from vanity, and so on, a person may have a moment of self-remembering in which he escapes from their hypnotic power, and sees that they are trying to get hold of him and that is their real object, namely, to put him to sleep again. You must remember that everything in life seeks to keep us asleep. In the legend of Endymion it is related that the moon kept Endymion asleep, because this was the only way in which she could keep her power over him. Remember that the work teaches that we live in a world of sleeping people, in which everything happens, and that we are also asleep. The only difference is that we are trying to wake up. We cannot change life. A man must begin with himself, a woman with herself. We can begin to change ourselves. But this is impossible unless we begin to see that we ourselves are asleep, that we are identified with the tragic or comic parts given us in life, and that we have forgotten ourselves, and that we do not even try to remember ourselves. Are you overcome by your difficulties? Do you feel no one has ever been in such adverse circumstances? Or, on the contrary, do you feel yourself the happiest person in the world? In self-remembering one does not start from this situation, this state of affairs, this domestic scene, this particular event one is in. Life becomes our teacher only when we understand that it offers us different circumstances, different experiences, different events at different moments, with which not to identify. Life is a series of outer events, and inner states, and they are always shifting, and turning. If we stick at every point, then we are identified all the way round. We take everything personally, as being ourselves, like the actor, who takes every role he has to play as himself. Then we are indeed asleep, and being turned round like little wheels by the big wheel of life. When all traces of individuality fail, collectivity grows. We have to struggle hard not to become only small wheels driven by life, by the circle of events. The secret lies in not identifying, and in self-remembering. But if you take every little upset, every domestic incident, seriously, and with full identifying, how then can you work, or expect to work? You do not even realize you are playing a typical role that millions of others have played, or are playing, and that you will not get free from it unless you wake up and see that you are not remembering yourself. Now we each have a circle of different eyes that revolve. Each plays its role: pathetic, silly, fine, serio-comic, tragic, and various other stock parts. The trouble is that we do not play these roles, but they play us. Really, to play a role in the work sense, a man must be conscious. To play a role consciously is an example of what the work calls doing. Only a conscious man can do. As we are, roles play us, so it is a good thing to observe them, and not identify with them so much to see them acting in oneself, and yet not feel that one is them, to say silently, I am not this. This is to begin to remember oneself as different from these eyes. But every day we must practice self-remembering, at first simply by stopping everything, by being not in anything, not connected with anything in life, or in ourselves as life has made us. Now remember, a man identified with himself cannot remember himself, because he has no horizon above him. He is limited by himself. A man who blames everybody, a man who ascribes everything to himself, is identified with himself and really dead. Let us recall the first three levels of consciousness. 1. Sleep in bed. 2. So-called waking consciousness, in which people live and also kill each other. And 3. Self-remembering. It is only to this level, the level of self-remembering, that help can penetrate and actually reach us from higher levels of the universe of being, that is, from conscious humanity. That is why it is so important to practice self-remembering, to try to do it, and gradually find the way to do it. If the intention is sincere, and the aim intelligent and based on an understanding of the work, the way will be found. Sometimes when you watch a person, you may wonder what would happen if he or she saw their forms of identifying in a flash, their mannerisms, their dress, their intonations, their expressions, the seriousness with which they take themselves and their position. Yes, and the same applies to ourselves. I will tell you a story about forgetting to remember oneself. There was once an island on which a number of people landed from a ship in order to rehearse a play. One person was cast for the part of a villain, another was a spy, another a noble woman, another a brave man, another a miser, another a hero, another a misunderstood wife, another a misunderstood husband, another a long-suffering person, and so on. The first day they all acted the play, and enjoyed it, and afterwards laughed at one another's parts. But the island had peculiar properties. As the days went on, each time they acted this play they began to feel more and more that they were actually the parts they acted. And then everything went wrong, and they remained on the island, and the ship vanished, leaving only a little boat behind. Queer meet ugly. July 21st, 1945. Further note, on changing our level of being. On one occasion Mr. Ouspensky said, in so many words, we must learn to isolate ourselves from life. He was speaking about the work formulation, that there are two third forces, or neutralizing forces, in their broadest definition, that we can be under: the neutralizing force of life, and the neutralizing force of the work, or esotericism. As you know, in this great formulation of these two quite different third forces, i.e. the ideas of life and the ideas of the work, we are told that the third force of life keeps personality active, and the real, essential part of us passive, and so ungrown. On the other hand, we are told that if we can feel the third force of the work, the position is reversed, and the personality begins to become more passive, and the more essential part of us, the real side of us, begins to grow. Man was created a self-developing organism, to practice a certain growth of essence, which if you like you can call a growth of the essential individuality. In life in general, this individual growth, which is latent in us all, does not take place. In certain stages of history there have been no doubt better outer circumstances for this more individual growth, this unique growth of people's individuality to take place. From the work point of view, all attempts to standardize people, all wrong ideas of equality, are antagonistic to the fundamental conception behind our creation. Regimentation, mass production, machine-made people, all such viewpoints are totally antagonistic to the ideas behind esotericism in general. Man, says the work, is an unfinished creation, and he is left to finish himself, to complete himself. I used to say that there were certain periods in history when this possibility was more likely to be achieved, but now, as you know, the work says that we are faced by a general movement to political ideas which have as their aim a society of bees, or a society of a social organism in which no individuality is allowed. I think you will agree with me that this is dimly what we all understand. Now let us first of all talk about the third force of life, and try to get a clear idea what third, or neutralizing force means. War, for example, is one of the third forces of life, because we must divide up what the work calls the neutralizing force of life into many different subcategories. War as a third force brings people together in a certain way. We all know this. Immediately war ends, a different third force comes into operation. This different third force again belongs to life. It is one of the variants of the general third force of life. You all saw what happened when the war ended. The war of course has not ended, but in the immediate sense it has for the time being ceased. You saw instantly how things that were formerly united fell apart, and all sorts of quarrels broke out. People began to split up into antagonistic groups. But it is still all the same thing, i.e. it is still the third force of life acting in different ways, and under different guises. The third or neutralizing force is defined in the work as what brings two things into relationship. It is like a fulcrum or middle point of a seesaw that brings the two ends into relationship, or it is like, chemically speaking, a catalyst that brings two otherwise inactive substances into relationship. The force of war brings certain nations into relationship as allies, and certain other nations as enemies. If we try to study this force of life in our own relationships with one another, we shall see that it is precisely of the same kind. At one moment we are great friends with those people and enemies of those people, and vice versa. Sometimes through self-observation we begin to get tired of taking sides. We notice, after a time, that when we feel very enthusiastic towards this person, we are usually feeling very antagonistic to that person. And there is a phrase in the work to this effect: life divides, and the work unites. I think you will agree with me that through the influences of the work, which are different from the influences of life, a great many of you have been brought together, and held in a certain relationship to one another which would have been impossible in life. So I return now to my opening sentence about isolating yourself from life. We have to practice a certain self-isolation from what is going on in life, which is always trying to divide people into antagonistic groups. What does it mean to practice isolation from life? I will say one thing to begin with, that if you believe that life is going to change completely, and bring about an era of progress and human development, you will not be able to isolate yourself from life at the very beginning, at the very start of your work. You will always be thinking that life is going to get better soon, in spite of the fact that history does not show that this is so, save for very short periods possibly, and in spite of the fact that we are obviously living in one of the very worst periods of history. In other words, if you have this attitude mechanically acting in you, you will not be able to isolate yourself from the force of life in the right way. You will always be expecting life to be different, and, although it is true that life is different at different moments and periods, yet you have to have a subtlety of understanding that enables you to see that it is always really just the same. It may be slightly better, or slightly worse, but it is the same thing all the time, and this is what the work calls the third force, or neutralizing force of life. Now the third force or the neutralizing force of the work comes from a quite different source, and its effect is to change your being, by making personality more passive and essence more active. I have often heard people say to me, "Why can't people get together and prevent all these horrors and disasters?" The answer is that with life as a neutralizing force it is impossible to do so. Everyone thinks that he is conscious already. Everyone thinks, for example, that if war is going to break out again he will refuse to fight. One used to hear this said over and over again in the war before the last one, and, in fact, one always hears this echoed throughout history. Well, how is it that apparently men cannot learn, cannot remember, cannot alter things, and prevent war once and for all? The work says that the answer is that man is not yet conscious, but is a mechanical being acted on by the various forces of the third force of life. It adds that man can come under another form of third force called the work, or called esotericism in general, and that, if all humanity could do this, war would cease. War would cease, because personality in people, or the acquired side, that people have been taught, or have imitated, would cease to be active in them. But for this to happen there must be a quite different third force acting on them, i.e. quite different influences, that they follow, and seek, and obey. Now in this work we seek at our very elementary stage, to follow influences of a quite different kind from those that belong to life. We try in general to become much more conscious. We try to struggle with what the work teaches us to struggle with identifying, with personal emotions, with negative states, with wrong attitudes, that make us have accounts against one another, and so on. In other words, we study how to come under the influences of a quite new third force, but new only in the sense that we have not followed it before and have not even perhaps known about it. Esoteric teaching is not new. It is more ancient than mankind, strictly speaking, but it is given in new forms in every age, and to every nation. The trouble is that people will not work on themselves, because they do not wish to. They expect everything to be better than it is, and do not see that they themselves have to change for things to get better. But a few people can work, and can begin to change things for themselves internally. A few people can become connected with a third force that does not belong to life itself. And this is what we are trying to do. And, as I said, you can see for yourself that this third force, with which we are trying to get into contact, and to transmit, does not tend to break up people, to divide them, but to unite them. On one occasion O said, for people to come together, for people to unite in the right way, they must learn a common language. Now you know, all of you, that we are trying to learn a common language in this work, and we are trying to study the same ideas and understand them, because the work is full of new ideas and full of practical instructions as to how we should work on ourselves. When you meet a work person, you are capable of speaking to him or her in a way that you cannot speak to a person in life who has never heard of any of the ideas of this work or any other forms of esotericism. You all know that if you talk to a person in life, and even touch upon any of the ideas of this work, the person will begin to argue at once and probably become very hostile. What is the reason? The real reason is that this person in life instantly feels uneasy. He feels that in some way he is being attacked or depreciated. That is why it is so dangerous to speak of this work to people who have no magnetic center, or who have not been prepared a little in some intelligent way so that they can see a little bit beyond their immediate life interests. Everyone flatters himself, everyone has a very strong self-conceit, and everyone feels that he or she is right, quite apart from the fact that they may be very unhappy. That is why it is so difficult to speak to people about this work, because they very easily become suspicious, and always become resentful. Yet unless they can shift a little bit from their life basis, and let some of the ideas of the work into their minds, they cannot change their fixed position in life. They belong to the great machinery of life that has made them what they are. They have the illusion that they are conscious, they have the illusion that they can do independently of life circumstances, they have the illusion that they are one person, and do not see that they are many different people at different times, and they have many other illusions which you will study in this system of work. In other words, by these illusions, by their general attitude to human existence on this earth, they are completely under the power of the third force of life. They cannot isolate themselves from this prodigious force which takes so many different aspects at different moments, and yet is always exactly the same force, and always has exactly the same inner taste. For this reason nothing extra can grow in them, and so the work says that they are like seeds, and that they live and die as seeds, without undergoing any growth. In the language of the work, we are part of organic life, which is a sensitive film that surrounds this earth and transmits certain influences to the undeveloped tip of the twig of the great cosmic tree which is our moon. This little twig formed by the earth and the moon is growing. From the work point of view, the moon is not a dead planet, a dead creature, but a growing one, and it is fed by all the useless suffering on the earth, all the useless pain. This is a very startling thought, and sounds very strange to us. Our self-conceit is such that we even believe that this earth, this minute speck, is the only inhabited planet in the enormous universe of suns and galaxies. Even from this you can see how enormous our native ignorance and our native egotism are. Now the work says that we are at a phase in our human existence at which it is possible to escape from serving the moon. The trouble is that through long-established habit of mind, habit of feeling, habit of attitude, as well as other habits, we cannot wake up and cease to feed the moon with all our useless suffering. And having no right ideas about our existence on the earth, we cannot isolate ourselves from these life influences that keep us exactly where we are, and keep us at our level of being. We might think that war would wake us up, make us become more conscious. Yet this is not the effect of war, although it may happen at certain moments of common danger, but we fall back afterwards into sleep, because we cannot isolate ourselves from the third force of life. The picture changes and we all start quarreling with one another, i.e. we are still governed by the blind cosmic forces, under which we are, and under which we should not be. Now in this work we speak about ourselves and about self-change, about changing ourselves, and coming under new influences ourselves. If we want to do this, we have to isolate ourselves from the force of life, and we have to do this in the fourth way, which is this work, without physically isolating ourselves. We have to do it here, and now, in the midst of our present life. Recently I was speaking about aim, and said that every one of you in the work must have some aim in connection with changing yourself. I said that people who are quite satisfied with the state of their being are not really suitable for this work. Do you want to change anything in yourself? Have you faced yourself with this question? let me remind you of some of the characteristic phrases used in the work. One is, if you change your being, your life changes. Now everyone probably wishes his or her life to change. Everyone feels he or she ought to have a better life. But the work says that your being attracts your life, and that if you want to change your life you have to begin to work on yourself, and change your being, which is constantly attracting this life that you made. In other words, you have to begin to quarrel with your being, with the kind of person you are. Now this is quite impossible unless you observe your being from what you are taught to observe in this work. A very great difficulty lies here, because everyone is quite satisfied with himself or herself. Owing to the action of buffers in us, which are like big blocks of wood, we live peaceably with ourselves without seeing all our contradictions. As you know, if these buffers, which life has made in us, and which play in the personality, were suddenly removed, and we saw all our contradictions, and became conscious at the same time, in all our different eyes, we should go mad. We could not stand such an experience. It would utterly destroy all our self-conceit, and our self-complacency, and our excellent estimation of ourselves. But the action of self-observation in the work makes us gradually conscious of our contradictions, and gradually undermines this curious static frozen state that we are all in as regards ourselves. Then we can begin to work on our being, because we begin to see at what level our being is. Sometimes some of us may catch glimpses of our state of being, and then we know how we feel about ourselves and our past life. At such moments we discover, or rather it is revealed to us, that we are nothing like what we suppose, or imagine, and that imagination has played a tremendous part in making our life tolerable to ourselves, and pictures of ourselves have been our most darling possessions. Now such glimpses make us willing to work on our own being, and this enables us to understand what it means when the work says that your life will not change unless your being changes. You begin to see the connection with yourself. A man with a great feeling for himself cannot see his being, because he is blinded by his pictures of himself. But a man who has such an experience as I have described above, such a revelation, begins to get a trace of feeling his own nothingness entering his consciousness, and this is exactly the germinal force of the work acting the regenerative or third force of the work. As long as a man is entirely supported by success in life, how on earth can he feel such a force acting on him? Now in order to isolate ourselves from life, apart from what has been said above, there are three great work practices that aid in this. The first is self-remembering, the second is non-identifying, and the third is non-considering, in the sense of not making accounts against others. If you practice self-remembering, non-identifying, and not making accounts against others, you will begin to isolate yourself from all the aspects of the third force of life. As a result, you begin to pass under the new third force of the work. This latter third force can change you, because it will gradually make personality more passive. But if you are always under the third force of life exclusively, you cannot change. Your level of being will always remain the same, and you will always attract the same kind of experiences. This is what you all have to think about and try to see what is meant. Suppose that I am a poor man and I become a millionaire. I will be just the same as I was as regards my being. I will attract exactly the same kind of experiences. Why is this so? It is because life has made me a poor man, and then a rich man, but my being is just the same as before. But suppose I have some experience in the work, and realize what my being is like and no longer identify with myself as previously, then whether I am poor or rich my life will begin to change, because I am letting in a new influence, a new third force, i.e. the work. If you begin to see your level of being, you begin to have a quite new thing to think about and to work upon. That is why it is so important to observe yourself. Now all this in this paper is quite fundamental, and has been spoken of often before from different angles. The emphasis is laid upon the importance of isolating oneself from life, because it is only through some form of isolating yourself from life that you can build anything up, that you can change, that you can, in short, do this work. If life is very strong, and hypnotizes you completely, if you always see your aim as lying outside yourself, in the world, you will not be able to isolate yourself sufficiently from the terrific power of the third force of life. And you will not understand what the work is about, i.e., about changing oneself. We are all fitted into life in the very best way, to work on ourselves. Our troubles, our grievances, our forms of blame, are just what we have to work on through self-remembering, through non-identifying, through not making accounts against other people. But unless we observe ourselves we can't do none of these things. Remember, there is help but our minds, our brains, if you like, get connected up by the senses, by the impact of the external visible world, in the wrong way to receive it. First we must be efficient in life, before we start this work. Later the ideas of the work, if received with understanding, begin to make a new set of connections, and these conduct help. These new connections, these new association paths, are our second education. The second education is what the work is about. But if you cannot begin to stop, to alter, some of the old mechanical association paths, you cannot make a new set of connections capable of transmitting the influences of the work, that is, of the third force, which opens a higher level of understanding. We must, said Mr. Ouspensky, believe in higher man. We must believe there is something, already there, higher than we are. We must believe in greater mind. Otherwise our minds are closed. The way is shut, and we look downwards, like the animals, at the physical earth. Queer Meat Ugly, July 28, 1945. A note on internal considering. It is always useful to observe what forms our internal considering takes. Internal considering is one of the things that the work teaches us that we must observe in ourselves. If you practice self-observation in the work, meaning you must observe what the work teaches you to observe and, as it were, classify your observations. It is no good simply trying to observe yourself without any rhyme or reason. I will ask each one of you here now this question: have you observed your typical forms of internal considering? Did you think that someone ought to have answered your letter earlier or said good morning to you? In other words, did you think that someone ought to have treated you differently? This form of internal considering is called making accounts, feeling that you are owed something by others, feeling that you are not properly treated in general, and that your peculiar excellence and value are not appreciated. All that gives rise to a great deal of bad psychological material in you, and lays down many forms of association in the mind that later it may be very difficult to get free from. Moreover, such forms of internal considering always lead to negative states. A great deal of internal considering arises from a kind of weakness in us. We expect too much. In the work phrase, we make too many requirements in life. A person who makes very many requirements is always difficult. But you must remember that the work makes certain requirements of you all, and this is quite a different matter. I may get angry with a person in the work, not because of mechanical internal considering, but because this person is not treating the work rightly, that is, this person is not properly evaluating the work. When you are brought face to face with yourself in connection with evaluation of the work, you cannot behave entirely mechanically towards it, and if you do behave mechanically, you will find that you will suffer as a consequence. For example, if someone tells me, and obviously, if I am angry, whether I express it or not, I am not acting from mechanical internal considering or personal feeling. It is my feeling for the work itself that makes me angry with a person who lies to me. The work says that you must never lie to your teacher. If he asks you, say, exactly what happened. You may be very rarely asked such a question, but if you are, you must remember and understand not to lie, because a man who lies in this highest sense in the work lies to the work itself. Then the work cannot help him. This feature, lying, which may be the person's chief feature, will run through everything he or she does, because there is not a single thing that we do that is not connected closely or remotely with our chief feature. At the same time, a person may lie at some critical moment from one center or from one eye, and later on feel shame because some other and better class eye checks him. This is at once a sign that such persons can grow, that their being can change. Now, just as the physical body cannot grow rightly unless it is properly proportioned and rightly connected, so the psychological body which we are trying to form, the second body, as it is called, cannot grow rightly unless it is properly formed and properly proportioned and rightly connected. You can all see for yourselves that lying makes wrong psychological connections, and that if you are a persistent liar and always justify yourself, you are building up a psychological body that is twisted and distorted, and so no good at death when life influences cease. Now, if a person internally considers all day long, secretly or openly, and is full of accounts against other people, two things at least will happen. One is that a great deal of force will be lost in this continual internal considering that leads to so many negative trains of thought and feeling. The second thing is that the psychological body will be all wrong. It will be deformed. In fact, it cannot grow into its right development, and so is no psychological body. Why? Because there will be no inner strength and saved-up force through which it can grow. Everything that happens in life will cause inner resentment and internal considering, and so loss of force. One will be simply identified with everything in life, and unable to make this inner isolation that we spoke of recently. If a person always thinks that he is neglected or badly treated, he will be in a continual state of internal considering. Of course, one can easily pretend that one is tough and does not mind, but this is merely a picture of oneself, and behind it internal considering goes on just in the same way. A kind of hard crust can be formed towards people. But it is precisely this picture, this hard crust, that must be dissolved and replaced by understanding. Sometimes I think that one of the things that helps us most in regard to internal considering is the constant thinking and constant reminding of ourselves that we and others are mechanical. We are machines, each of a certain kind, that behave in a certain mechanical way. Then you can't say to yourself, well, he or she is like that. But this again is a very dangerous thought, especially if it is said contemptuously, because you have to see yourself. You also are like that. You are a machine and always act mechanically. You are just as difficult for other people as you think other people are for you. Everyone has a different kind of rudeness, but you must remember that you also have your own form of rudeness, open or concealed. Then again, there is another closely connected thought that may help when one observes that one is internally considering, and that is that we keep on imagining that people are doing things intentionally to us when they are not at all, and they in their turn think that we are doing things intentionally to them. Therefore we have to enter one another's unpleasant manifestations, and realize how we are machines at present. The one thing we must struggle with is forming long unchecked trains of internal considering, trains of pitiful thoughts, because they will drag us down and make us ill eventually. A pleasant independence is quite different from rudeness or self-pity. A dislike of arguing is a good sign also. It is just the same as when you wish to say something to someone that is not very easy, and so instead of saying it rudely or arguing, you say it in a certain indirect and pleasant way, and also include yourself as capable of having the same fault. We have to learn to laugh at ourselves far more than we laugh at others, just as we have to learn to have more contempt for certain sides of ourselves than we have for other people. A man who has a great deal of self-conceit will only expect a great deal from others, and will make many requirements, so much so that he will be incapable of enjoying his life, but will only enjoy his self-conceit. Such a person is sick in his or her mind. When you observe a train of internal considering in yourself, notice what it is saying to you, and if possible remember that you have had the same kind of train of thought before, and probably, as you will soon see, all through your life. You must also challenge this train of thought, stand up to it inside, and have, as it were, a conscious dialogue with it like this. You say to these eyes, or this eye, now what are you up to? What are you saying? And then, as it were, you make them speak. Such dialogues are very useful, because you will practically always see the absurdity of these mechanical streams of internal considering that you are allowing these eyes to form in you unmolested. It is very good to have a good row with oneself now and then. But the first requisite is that you are able to observe yourself. If you cannot observe yourself, and are simply identified with everything that goes on in you, then you cannot have a row with yourself. You are not able to separate from a single thing in yourself. It is all too sacred. You will simply be yourself sacredly and solemnly, and adore yourself. So then you are fixed and unchanging day by day. You are without any power of seeing what you are like impersonally. You will then be identified with yourself just as you are, with every feeling, with every thought, with everything that goes on in you, and with all your phrases and habits. You will give full acknowledgement to all these mechanical things, and not see for a moment that it is exactly these things that you must observe and begin to separate from by not going with them, by not consenting to them, and, as I said above, by challenging them, that is, by asking them what they are doing, what truth lies behind them, and what your inner life means, if it means anything. You all know how easy it is to misunderstand something, especially if you are inclined to be negative. Then internal considering starts up and you simply go with it instead of giving yourself this conscious shock and saying, what is all this that is going on about? Did things happen like that? Was what took place done intentionally? Is it simply my suspicion at work, and so on? It is this inner psychological mess that we are all in, owing to lack of any organized psychological body that causes so many of our troubles in life. According to G, it causes something like 80% of our physical illnesses. Do you not all understand that with wrong thinking, with floods of negative emotion, with continual lying, with these constant inner forms of self-justifying, with this terrible self-conceit which makes us so big, and the state of sleep towards the kind of people we are, it is a wonderful thing that we are not all insane. We are given a physical body, with a wonderful, delicate organization. The work teaches that we have to make a psychological body, and that this is our real destiny on this planet, and the meaning of our creation down here. Imagine this delicate organization of the physical body governed by a psychological mess. It is remarkable, therefore, that we have any health. To build up a well-connected psychological body, it is necessary for a man to begin to live the work in himself, and learn to know what he must separate from, what he must struggle with, what he must not identify with. It is not so much what we do, but what our inner state is that matters. That is why the work lays such emphasis, for example, on negative emotions, because when people indulge habitually in negative states, without for a moment seeing what enormous harm they are causing to themselves, they have no idea about their own responsibility to themselves. After a time in the work we cannot prolong negative states unchecked. Real conscience begins to touch us. Now we may have excellent bodies, but if our inner states are allowed to express themselves without hindrance, and without observation, we are really comparable to lepers. This is what is meant in the Gospels by the word leper. That is, we have terrible diseases internally. Sometimes these psychological diseases work out into the body, and express themselves in various physical disorders. This may not be the case with a purely animal man, but it is certainly the case with an emotional or an intellectual man, in my experience. Now all negative states, in which we will include internal considering, because internal considering always makes us negative, do us harm. The greatest harm that they do us is that they cut us off from help, i.e., from higher centers. You will remember that these are fully developed in us, and are constantly at work, but we cannot hear them owing to the bad state of our reception. The thunderstorms of our negative emotions render reception impossible. Yes, but have you seen any of your negative states? Are you aware of them? It is extraordinary to watch a person who is habitually negative, and notice how he has no observation of himself, no consciousness of himself. As you have often heard, you cannot begin to work upon anything in yourself if you cannot first begin to observe it, and all negative states eat you, and take your force. But since there is something in us that wishes to help us, it may be a good thing to study how to get in touch with it. Now negative emotions will always prevent this, always form a dark cover over us. Negative states simply make us empty of all meaning except those unpleasant meanings with which the negative part of emotional center can continually feed us, and which sometimes lead down to those inexhaustible and horrible forms of meaning derived from suspicion, which is so close to insanity. But we try to reach more difficult meanings, not such easy meanings. After a time, when you can be alone with yourself and at the same time alone with this work and its meanings, you begin to realize that you have no right to be negative, and that you have no excuse for it. You see, you have got to find some way out. You may not be able to prevent negative states from starting, but you may be able to stop them. This is one meaning of what is called work on oneself. You become responsible. It is a very good thing to have some private responsible idea of what this work is about, and that begins when one begins to apply it to oneself, and to the state one is in at any moment. This can be called living more consciously. It can also be called walking instead of lying down flat. G1 said, "In this work we have good leather to sell for people who wish to walk, but people must make their shoes out of this leather for themselves." Now we can do a thing from the wrong and do the same thing from the right. To walk, to live more consciously, it is necessary to understand this. Anything done from internal considering, or negative states is useless. It does not belong to what we seek to form in ourselves in making the second body. Queer Meat Ugly, July 28, 1945. A note on recurrence: the work is the finest, the thinnest, the purest force that exists. It arranges everything in the right order. Do you remember how the work is defined in Hebrews, which is a Gnostic book? It is called the Logos, or the Word. The Word of God is living, and active, and sharper than any two-edged sword, and piercing even to the dividing of soul and spirit, of both joints and marrow, and quick to discern the thoughts and feelings of the heart. Heb. IV 12. All this means that nothing can be done wrongly without payment. Quoting from another source, it is said that the Voice, which is the mind of God, which is the Logos or Word of God, is infinite and self-ruled. We seek in the work to come under a discipline which is nothing to do with physical discipline, but is a mental and emotional discipline, and we are taught in this work that we have something buried in us called conscience, and that once we can get a little free from our personality, and all its tiresome manifestations, and its tedious repetitions of the same thing, the same behavior, the same attitudes, the same phrases, we can begin to touch real conscience, which comes actually from higher centers. From this point of view, you must all understand that we have many accounts against us for wrong behavior, for wrong thinking, and, above all, for wrong talking. Everything has to be worked out eventually. Now I will talk for a moment on the idea of recurrence. As you know, modern physics says that time is curved. This means that it is a circle. It is not an extended line, but a line that bends round on itself, and comes back to the same place. For this reason the work teaches, in its secondary teaching, that our lives are curved and come back to the moment of birth. This means that if nothing is changed in our lives, we shall once more enter the same circle, do the same things, feel the same things, and behave in the same way. But the work teaches that if we try to work on ourselves, and change our being, next time we shall not have quite the same kind of life. But this depends on many things. For example, it depends on how we are brought up, on the influences acting on us from outside, from our parents, our nurses, from the literature of the day. You all know this strange phrase in the Decalogue, the 10 Commandments: "I the Lord thy God am a jealous God, visiting the sins of the fathers upon the children, upon the third and upon the fourth generation of them that hate me." XXX 5. This means practically that if the parents change, the children can change. It means, in short, that if I am a parent and change, during my circle of life, I will help my children. For this reason there is much to hope for, if parents work, and change their level of being, because, if that happens, the children born again in recurrence will not have the same kind of parents, because the parents have changed. For example, if I have a child, who dies, with the ordinary conception of time as a straight line leading from past to future, I shall not be able to see how I can change my child. Do you understand that no one can conceive what this means unless he or she understands about this circle of life, and about the recurrence of things? If no one tries to change, whether child or parent, then everything will be the same and will go round and round in the same way. Do you imagine that I cannot change my father, because he died many years ago? I assure you that from the esoteric standpoint I can change my father, if I overcome in myself certain things, and that my efforts will affect not only myself but my father. Now this work can change many things in people, as some of you may have noticed. The more strongly you feel this work, and the more you conceive its meaning in your mind, and the more you make yourself distinct from mechanical life through the force of this work, then not only can you change yourself, but also everyone connected with you, even people long ago who are not in your present time. For this reason the work teaches that time is one of the worst illusions that we can come under as ordinarily conceived, because how can we help people a long way back? The answer is, by working on yourself now you can change not only yourself, but everything, both in the past and in the future, because the future and the past equally exist. There is no past and no future if time is a circle. Now some of our circles interconnect with other circles belonging to other people, and if you want to understand what recurrence means you must understand that time is not a straight line but infinite circles all turning on themselves, and some intercommunicating with one another. The past is as living as the present or the future. From this grand conception we can gain hope. We can understand that what we do now affects other people, both in the past and in the present and in the future. Everything the work says is connected together, so that if a person works now on himself or herself and begins to change their level of being, they affect people not only in the past but in the future. Regret is useless but work is always useful. You must remember, each one of you, that when you do a real act of work on yourself now, you change the past as well as the future. And you change your past in relation to all those people who were connected with you in the past. G1 said, if you want to change yourself, you must change your grandfather. What does this mean? One meaning is that by changing your attitude to your father and to your grandfather you will change them also, although apparently they are dead, and so when you are born once more in visible life, on the circle of your own life, when you meet your father and your grandfather again you will change them. Now I do not wish to speak any more on this difficult subject of recurrence at present, but you must all remember that everything you do now in regard to work on yourself and changing yourself will reflect itself in a million ways both into the future and into the past. For this reason we may have people who no longer exist in our time, but all people exist in time and constantly repeat their circles. In other words, there is no time as our senses conceive it, and everything is living, and everything is always present. Now let me add one thing. In the Old Testament there are many ideas about recurrence. There is in Ecclesiastes the idea that time is not a straight line of past, present and future, but a circle constantly recurring, constantly repeating itself. It is said, that which hath been is that which shall be, and that which hath been done is that which shall be done. EC. I 9. But you must remember that that which hath been shall be depends entirely on whether you work, and not identify, and separate from it, because then it has no power over you. Then you will change, and everything else will change in connection with you. Recently I was asked a question, what is the meaning of this? There are two futures, one in time, and one in space. A future in time means that you are always just the same person, always saying the same things, always behaving as you ordinarily do, This future belongs to the level of being that you are actually at. It will always attract the same things. Your future in vertical scale means that you change your level of being and no longer identify so much with personality, with the person you have taken yourself to be. You will begin to change yourself. Then you rise vertically in the scale of being, and your future is then different. In terms of recurrence, instead of circling round the same life again and again in the same part of time, you do not do the same things, because you remember. But it is a strange idea that we can change the future and the past. It is a strange idea that I can change my father. It takes a long time to understand this conception of time, as bent, as circular, and not as a straight line. In Ecclesiastes it is said, God seeketh again that which is passed away. ECEC. III 15. This means that what you think is over and done with is not over and done with, and the work says that you can change what was in the past by working on yourself now. I sometimes think that this means that you have to see the whole of your past as living, and that by working now you can change the whole of the past, and all that is connected with it. So you will agree with me that if you can catch this vision of something above the senses and the sensory mind, there is hope of an extraordinary kind. Note in this paper Dr. Nicoll refers to the ideas of time and recurrence which are discussed by Mr. Ouspensky in A New Model of the Universe. Chapter 40. Queer Meat Ugly, August 4, 1945. A note on buffers. A little child has no buffers. A little child is awake, although of course it is all on a very small scale. The work says that children are born awake, and that they are born into a world of sleeping people, and very soon they fall asleep themselves in the work sense, and they lose a kind of integrity that belongs to small children. In small children there is a kind of real conscience, but very soon this is overlaid by the action of life, and the personality begins to be formed. Personality is formed differently according to each period, and is encouraged by nurses and parents. The important thing to remember is that there is something awake in us, because we are born only with essence which is awake. Then personality is acquired and imitation sets in, and something artificial is formed. With this formation of personality, which is acquired, and which must be acquired, real conscience disappears. It goes underground. Do you know how difficult it is to argue with a little child about something which you probably know yourself is not quite true? There is a kind of sincerity in the child. But the fate of all of us born on this earth is first to form personality, and then perhaps later on to work on this personality, and reach a new level of development. In other words, personality must be formed before anything else can happen in the way of the true destiny of man, which is to reach a higher stage of himself. All methods of upbringing of children based on the idea that they are natural and simple are wrong, because essence ceases to grow after a very short time. For this reason the work has no sympathy with crack-brain theoretical ideas of children being brought up in a simple way without discipline. If essence were capable of growing continually, then such ideas would be correct. One of the striking things that the work says is that essence can only grow by itself a short way. After that it cannot grow, and personality, the acquired side of a person, must form itself over essence, and surround it. A further growth of essence depends upon the formation of personality through experience in life, and the ultimate gradual rendering of it more passive. Then all the material collected in personality, and all the energies belonging to it, if directed in a new way, nourish the essence, so that it can then undergo its destined further development. So a man must first go into life, and be in his own way good at life. For that reason we do not want in this work people who have undergone no discipline from life, or who have not become in some degree what are called good householders, i.e. responsible people, who know something about life, and can do something in life in the ordinary sense. The work has a special name for people who have never met with life properly. They are called tramps. This is a technical word, a work word. Such people try one thing after another, and as soon as it becomes at all difficult they give it up and try something else. Now tonight I wish to speak about buffers. Buffers are inevitably in every normal person simply because personality must be formed first as strongly as possible in everyone. I am not speaking about false personality, but about personality. In this psychological thing called personality, which surrounds essence, to begin with, lie all the knowledge, all the life talents that you have acquired. You have gone through all the routine of learning a profession, let us say, and all this is laid down in your personality, and has made it possible for you to relate yourself to life. But conscience such as you had, as a very small creature, has ceased to exist. You have of necessity to learn the ways of life, and, as it were, ignore all the obvious compromises that are necessary. You have learned, as it were, to follow your job, and adapt to it without going too deeply into it. In other words, real conscience has disappeared, because if everyone had real conscience the world of today would be utterly impossible. Now what has taken the place of real conscience? The place of real conscience has been taken by what in the work are called buffers. When this concept was first brought forward, Mr. Ouspensky said that buffers are just like the buffers on railway carriages in that they lessen the shock. He sometimes compared them with blocks of wood that separate the obvious contradictions in ourselves. A child, he said, born into a world of sleeping people, very soon learns to have buffers, because he is surrounded by people who have nothing but buffers, people who no longer see their contradictions. He said, buffers make things easy for us, they prevent us from seeing what we are really doing, and saying. Most people who are strong in life, who have perhaps become leaders, are people who have very strong buffers. They are strong because of these wooden blocks that prevent them from seeing what they are doing, and what harm they are causing. A well-buffered man or woman has no doubts about himself or herself. Mr. O said also that people with very strong buffers usually cannot observe themselves at all, and they take themselves for granted. They are kept going by their buffers, by their lack of insight into what they are really like, or what they are doing. Sometimes people say, are buffers the same as self-justifying? This is not the case, because a well-buffered person, a person with very thick buffers, does not even seek to justify himself. It is only a person whose buffers are not quite so strong, and who begins to feel a little uneasy, who begins to use self-justification to keep his buffers going. In order to understand buffers, therefore, we have to understand that they take the place of real conscience, and this they do very successfully in the vast majority of people. Such people will never wish this work or understand what it is about. They think it is a very strange thing, and quite unnecessary, and interpret it in their own way. Now the work speaks a great deal about two things, consciousness and conscience. The work does not teach love or faith or hope directly, but it bases itself on the words conscience, consciousness. The work teaches that all the troubles of humanity arise because people are not conscious, and keep on thinking that they are. If a person asks, why do all the evils and brutality and cruelty and madness exist? The answer is because man is not conscious, he does not know what he is doing. It adds that man is under the illusion that he is a fully conscious being, and what he calls full consciousness is nothing but the second state of consciousness, in the work conception of different levels of consciousness. A man, the work says, an ordinary man, is in what the work calls the so-called waking state of consciousness, but he has not yet attained the third level of consciousness, called self-consciousness, self-awareness, and finally self-remembering. This is something you can all verify for yourselves by thought, and by self-observation and observation of others. The so-called waking state of consciousness, which Western psychology takes as full consciousness, the work teaches, is the most dangerous consciousness of all. The level of consciousness below it, sleep in bed, is harmless in comparison. We do not, while we are in bed, go and kill one another in the name of liberty and justice and patriotism, but in the so-called waking state of consciousness, when a man's moving center is released from sleep, all the evil events of the world take place. Millions of sleeping people kill millions of other sleeping people feeling that they are fully conscious. That is why the work says that humanity is not conscious yet, but is under the illusion that it is. That is why the work teaches that we must try to be more conscious, and this can only begin with self-observation, and an insight into oneself. Now if we were at the third level of consciousness, i.e. the state of self-consciousness, self-awareness, and self-remembering, we should no longer be so much under the influence of buffers. That means that we should begin to feel this buried conscience, this real conscience, that we once knew long ago, and have completely lost sight of. What characterizes the ordinary state of consciousness, our so-called waking state, is the presence of buffers, so that we can do the most contradictory things, without any pain to ourselves, aided by the accessory capacity we have of justifying ourselves in everything we say and do. So that this state of sleep, that we call consciousness, is intensified. We are asleep from the standpoint of the work, the Gospels, and all esoteric teaching. We are sleeping people pretending that we are fully conscious. We think that what happens in the world is nothing to do with us. We read of unpleasant and ghastly things taking place, and we go through unpleasant and ghastly experiences ourselves, but we do not realize that this is not only because other people are in sleep, but because we are asleep ourselves. We are not yet men or women, we are not yet conscious. In fact, the work teaches that we are an experiment, and that if we do not succeed we shall be wiped away, as a useless experiment. Now the action of buffers is so powerful that no one can understand it unless he has begun to see for himself the existence of a single buffer in himself. Now we must bring in the idea of the false personality as distinct from the necessarily acquired personality itself. What are your fantasies that are connected with your false personality? And, on the other hand, what is the reality of yourself? Is there any correspondence? If you have a moment of insight, a moment of awakening, you will get a terrible shock. You will see that all your boasting, all your self-flattery, all your imagination of yourself, is nothing to do with what you really are, or with what you have really done. To put this in the mildest terms, you will find a considerable discrepancy. Yes, but how is it that we do not see this all the time? The answer is because of the action of these powerful, thick buffers, in us, that have taken the place of real conscience. Now consciousness in the work is defined, as knowing altogether, and conscience is defined as feeling altogether. Sometimes a serious moment, a serious shock, a painful episode, begins to make us feel everything together at the same time. If you accidentally overhear something said about you by someone who likes you, you will receive a great shock. If you know the person likes you, you will see that this is the truth that you have never seen for yourself. This is called a shock in the work. If the tone of voice is friendly, and if you can see that the person was merely stating a fact, it suddenly invades the territory of your false personality, the imagination that you are living in, and you feel purified. You feel that it is quite true, and probably you will never forget such a moment. Now you will ask me, is this seeing a buffer? Yes, it is, if you can remember it, but it only is so if it has been very painful to you, that is, if the sudden realization gained from this source is a real shock to you, and contains the pain of truth which cannot be denied by yourself. All truth is painful, and yet beautiful in its action upon you. Merely pointing out to other people their faults has not this effect, and only produces negative results. But one can also begin to see buffers in oneself gradually, provided that one fights for the work against the continual action of life. Of course, if you get right down into life, into matters of the five senses, you will not try to live differently. But if the work has for a long time a continual, even slight, action on you, you will be brought to see your first most important buffer, that is, the discrepancy between your imagination of what you are, and what you are really. You have had a picture of yourself never being deceitful, and, let us say, in some moment of greater consciousness, you catch a glimpse of how deceitful you always are. What has prevented you from seeing this before? What has prevented you is the presence of a buffer. But when you begin to be conscious on both sides of the buffer simultaneously, and see your picture of yourself not being deceitful, and observe yourself being deceitful at the same time, your consciousness enlarges, and then you will feel something coming from conscience, something painful, and yet very tolerable. Seeing a buffer is always painful. When one really begins to see a buffer, it breaks, and can never grow again. But, of course, when this happens, you no longer have the same feeling of yourself. The province of this work and its direction lies exactly here in one's own psychology, and of course, one of the objects of this work is to make a new psychological body properly connected. I do not know if you understand what I say when I say you are all invention, and that you are not your invention, and that you have to pay an enormous quantity of force in order to keep your invention of yourself going. It is such a new experience, to give up one side of this invented stuff, and come to terms with yourself, to terms of peace with yourself. The growth of consciousness and the growth of conscience must necessarily go hand in hand. We must know more about ourselves, that is, we must become far more conscious of ourselves, our contradictory eyes, in order to feel more about ourselves, which is to begin to feel real conscience. This is not an exalting process. It is not a self-justifying process. You do not feel grander and grander, but you become, to yourself and perhaps to others, far more real, and at the same time you get increasingly free from this very unsatisfactory feeling coming from the false personality by dint of which we try to live our rather unsuccessful lives. Now the work says that conscience is the fire which alone can begin to change us. The work says in this connection that man is like a chemical retort, with many metallic powders in it, which every tap of life, every external event, shifts. All these powders in this retort that man is can be fused to form an individuality, or real, but in order that this may take place, a fire must be lit under the retort, and the powders gradually fuse to form something permanent in a man, or a woman. Now you will see from what has been said briefly above that as long as a man or a woman is full of buffers, no real conscience can exist in such a person. Mr. Ouspensky once said, "You must first of all have conscience towards this work. And this is the first thing that you must have." He said, "This work takes the place of real conscience for you, but as this real buried conscience begins to come to the surface, and replaces your purely acquired local conscience, the work merges into conscience, and the two become one and the same thing. This means that what we have to be taught externally by word of mouth in this work gradually connects with something internal and similar in us, and so the two become one and the same. Then the work is in a person, and not outside him. Then he obeys the work, not because he is told to do so externally, but because he feels it internally. We are so far gone in sleep, so far removed from real conscience, which is the same in us all by birth, that we have to be reminded by all the methods of esoteric teaching from outside. We have to hear from without what we really know inside already. You must understand that the concept conscience in the work has nothing in common with the concept morality belonging to any particular period or nation. The concept conscience is far deeper than anything acquired from without by upbringing. Conscience, the work teaches, is something that is present in us all, but has been overlaid, and necessarily overlaid at first, because the personality with its acquired conscience must be formed first of all. Now I will quote from what she taught. He was asked once how it was that we could not change. He said, first of all, no one can change, whether man or woman, as long as they take themselves as one person. And I will point out to you here that although you have heard this more than once, it is not at all easy to understand. You take yourself as one person all day long, and always say, "I," as if this "I" were some permanent unchanging thing in you. Can you bear to see that you are not one person, but many different people? Have you yet begun to doubt yourself? The false personality from which springs the imaginary I takes us as always one unvarying person, and it will not allow even the idea that one has three centers to exist, far less the idea that one has many different eyes that speak in quite different voices. But is it so humiliating to acknowledge this sincerely to yourself? Think of all the tragedies that are caused by people taking one another as conscious beings, and as having one permanent unchanging I. Now G goes on as follows in connection with this question of changing ourselves. He begins by pointing out that our machines are all wrong, that they are very dirty machines, that have had all sorts of wrong connections made in them, that have never been corrected, never been observed, and with these dirty wrongly connected machines we try to make relationships with one another, having no idea that anything is wrong. He said, the chief thing that you forget is that you are not beginning from the beginning with a nice clean new machine. There stand behind you many years of wrong and stupid life, of indulgence in every kind of weakness, of shutting your eyes to your own errors, of striving to avoid all unpleasant truths, of constant lying to yourselves, of self-justification, of blaming others, and so on. All this cannot help affecting the machine. The machine is dirty, rusty, and in some places artificial appliances have been formed, the necessity for which has been created by its own wrong way of working. These artificial appliances will now interfere very much with all your good intentions. They are called buffers. Buffer is a term that requires special explanation. Buffers are like the contrivances on railway carriages to lessen shock. If there were no buffers, the shock of one carriage against another would be very unpleasant and dangerous. Buffers soften these shocks and render them unnoticeable and imperceptible. Exactly the same appliances are to be found within man. They are not created by nature, but by man himself, although involuntarily. The cause of their appearance is the existence in man of many contradictions of opinions, feelings, sympathies, words, and actions. If a man throughout the whole of his life were to feel all the contradictions that are within him, he could not live and act as calmly as he lives and acts now. He would have constant friction and unrest. We fail to see how hostile the different sides of our personality are to one another. If a man were to feel all these contradictions, he would feel what he really is. He would feel that he is mad. Moreover, a thought like this deprives man of his self-respect, self-confidence, weakens his energy. Somehow or other he must master this thought, or banish it. He must either destroy contradictions, or cease to feel and see them. But if buffers are created in him, he can cease to feel them, and he will not feel the impact from the clash of contradictory views, emotions, and contradictory words. Buffers are created slowly and gradually. Very many buffers are created artificially by education, others by the hypnotic influence of all surrounding life. A man is surrounded by people who live, speak, think, and feel by means of buffers. Imitating them in their opinions, actions, and words, a man involuntarily creates similar buffers in himself. Buffers make a man's life more easy. It is very hard to live without buffers. But they keep him from the possibility of inner development, because buffers are made to lessen shocks, and it is only shocks that can lead a man out of the state in which he lives, that is, waken him. Buffers help a man not to feel conscience. Conscience is a term which needs explanation. In ordinary life the concept conscience is taken too simply, as if we had a conscience. Actually, the concept conscience in the sphere of emotions is equivalent to the concept consciousness in the sphere of the intellect. And as we have no consciousness, we have no conscience. Consciousness is a state in which a man knows all at once everything that he in general knows, and in which he can see how little he does know, and how many contradictions there are in what he knows. And as everyone has within him thousands of contradictory feelings which vary from a deeply hidden realization of his own nothingness and fears of all kinds, to the most stupid kind of self-conceit, self-confidence, self-satisfaction, and self-praise, to feel all this together would be not only painful, but literally unbearable. Queer Meat Ugly, August 11th. 1945. Man's situation on the earth. It is sometimes said in the work that the most powerful force that we can make in ourselves is understanding. On one occasion, at the beginning of this war, Mr. Ouspensky was asked what view should be taken, how one should think about it. He said in so many words that we must try to understand why all these things happened. Now there is very little understanding in life, and it has often seemed to me that understanding is diminishing, but when Mr. Ouspensky said that we must try to understand, he meant, of course, that we must apply the knowledge and teaching of this work to the present situation, and try to understand why things go as they do. In order to do this, one must have a certain power of reflection, a certain detachment from external things. The work teaches that we are very far down in the scale of being and exist on a planet which is under 48 orders of laws, and that we are removed by only one place from the very lowest level of the universe, which is that level called the moon, which is under 96 orders of laws. It is necessary to reflect on what this means, and to connect it in one's mind. We exist in a world which is obviously far from perfect, and the work teaches that we exist on this planet, because we ourselves cannot exist on a better one. Our average level of being, the kind of people we are, is such that we could not possibly exist in a better world. Yet the work teaches that there are better worlds, and it says the interesting thing, that a better world is under fewer laws, and a worse world is under more laws. This means that in a better world we are less imprisoned, and in a worse world we are more imprisoned. At present we are in a world under 48 orders of laws, that is, a prison in which 48 orders of laws exist from which we cannot escape, and whatever we do in trying to change our world in an external way, as, for example, by means of science, we shall still be under these 48 orders of laws. The work teaches that the only way to get to a better place in the universe is through self-change. But since we'll, owing to the power of the senses over us, see improvement as lying only in change in external conditions, we miss the point. Let us review for a moment the present state of the world, and the present ideals that dominate people in regard to making this planet a better world. You see on one side inventions such as penicillin, and many other similar things which are of benefit to mankind, and on the other hand you see the inventions of destructive agents such as poison gas, atomic bombs, and so on. For everything that is invented of a beneficial nature, there seems to be invented an opposite of a harmful nature. Man, feeling that he can do, does not see this continual contradiction. He does not see that he is living in a world under a definite number of laws that cannot be changed. It is as if there were always the same amount of everything, and if a thing is got rid of in one place it appears again in another place. There is always the same amount of air, let us say, in an air cushion. You may push it in one place, but it will swell out in another place. This idea that we live in a contained world of this kind, a prison, under a definite number of laws, is not understood. The work says, amongst other things, that the earth is a pain factory from which a certain quantity of pain and suffering is demanded. People believe that medicine is going to do away with illness, but what happens actually is that if a relative cure for one thing is found, you will practically always find that some other illness increases. Let us suppose that smallpox as a disease has been decreased by vaccination, but cancer has increased. I am not making any definite connection between these two things, but simply indicating in general what happens. Can you mention a single law that you are under? I am not talking about man-made laws, but about laws belonging to this earth on which we appear for a brief period. One of these laws is that you have to eat. If you don't eat, you die. This is a law. Another law is that you have to breathe oxygen. If you do not breathe oxygen, or if you breathe carbon monoxide from a charcoal stove, you die. This is a law belonging to this planet. Yet, curiously enough, we do not see ourselves as being under laws of this kind, and imagine ourselves as being quite free and able to do exactly as we like. In other words, we do not reflect upon the nature of our lives on this earth. And we have the constant illusion that we can do, i.e., that we can alter everything in our favor. And because we have this illusion that we can do, we have also the equally firm illusion that we are progressing, and that the mere passage of time means that we all get better and more comfortable. We regard things, like wars, as exceptions, just as we regard illnesses as exceptions, not seeing that they are the rule, and belong to our level of being. What is the way out from this prison in which these laws constantly interact and play on humanity, like a set of different colored spotlights? The work, the Gospels, and all esoteric teachings say the same thing. To begin to escape from these 48 orders of laws governing this planetary prison called the Earth, a man must cease to see the final solution in changing external conditions, but must see it in changing himself. He must begin to change his relationship to this world, and in order to do so he must begin to observe himself and the world and work on his mechanical reactions to it. This is the whole meaning of the Sermon on the Mount, which has nothing to do with being pious, but has a far deeper meaning, and a far more interesting meaning. If a man remains mechanical, if he always thinks, and feels, and speaks in the same mechanical way, he remains in prison. But if a man begins to try to awaken, he begins to pass under fewer laws. Everything taught in this work about negative emotions, identifying, internal considering, self-remembering, about vanity and pride, about making accounts, about imagination, about false personality, and so on, has to do with coming under fewer laws, that is, under better influences, and all these things that the work is constantly talking to you about and asking you to practice begin with observing yourself, with waking up from the state of sleep, in which you are merely functions of life, and merely serve nature, and have no inner hope, no inner stability, no inner peace of mind. In this great prison of the world, under these 48 orders of laws, mankind as a whole is asleep. The work, the Gospels, and all esoteric teachings seek to awaken man out of this state of sleep. The central idea is that man can undergo a definite change, a definite transformation, if he will work on himself aright. This is called inner change or inner development, and it is a quite definite thing, that you can become aware of yourself once it has begun to touch you. Then, instead of remaining acorns which swine can eat, you begin to grow into trees which no swine can eat. What would completely change the world at this moment? The world would change completely if everyone had goodwill. Such an idea is vaguely mentioned even by politicians. Do you know what it means to have goodwill? You may imagine that you have goodwill. Now suppose that you begin to observe yourself and your daily actions. Suppose that you begin to become responsible to yourself for your inner thoughts, and what you say secretly. Can you any longer have the illusion that you have goodwill? You will begin to see what an immense task it is to get free from these evil places in mind and feeling. Then you will begin to understand what this work is about, and you will also understand how impossible it is for humanity as a whole to change, since it is so difficult for you yourself to change in this respect. When such ideas come to us, we begin really to think, we begin to reflect and to want to understand. We begin to understand, for example, why things go as they do, and why no one can do anything. But it is always possible for some people to change who wish to do so, and wish to study how it is possible to change and what it means. As regards these orders of laws that I have mentioned briefly above in the cosmological teaching, the work says that the world is created from the absolute, that is, from the unconditioned, from that which is under no laws. The first and highest level of creation is produced by the three forces of the Trinity: active, passive, and neutralizing forces. This first order of creation is under three laws, or a trinity of forces. The second order of creation is under three laws, and three of its own, that is, six orders of laws. This process proceeds downwards to every level of creation. Our world is very low down, and is under 48 orders of laws. But this will be explained in great detail later. To speak roughly, the Earth is under the laws of the solar system. The solar system is under the laws of the Milky Way, or starry galaxy. The galaxy is under the laws of all the galaxies, and so on, just as in any organ in life, such as the army. A private soldier is under more laws, and a non-commissioned officer, and he is under more laws, and the colonel is under more laws, and the general, and so on. This is called order or scale, and the work takes the universe as an order or scale. In this order or scale our Earth comes very low down, and our mean is at the lowest level. This must be understood not only physically and literally, but also psychologically. Queer Meat Ugly, August 25th, 1945. Knowledge and acknowledgement of the work. In order to come under fewer laws, we deliberately put ourselves under more laws, that is, under the work. To come under better influences, we must put ourselves under influences that do not come from life, but from the conscious circle of humanity. Let us suppose a man never works on himself. Supposing he never makes any attempt to remember himself, and, although he has repeatedly heard about it, that is, knows about this idea of the work, he has never brought himself to the point of making any effort to remember himself. This man makes no work effort. Or again, let us suppose he never observes himself, again he makes no work effort. In such a case the work cannot have any possible action on him, nor is he in any way connected with the work internally. Why is he not connected with the work? He makes no attempt to apply the work to himself, and to realize its truth in himself. Perhaps he never even thinks about it except in an idle or sarcastic way. Now a great deal depends on how we think about the ideas of this work. It is only the deepest part of us that can change, and unless we think from this deepest part, the work remains something external to us, something outside us. A man may have knowledge of this work and not acknowledge it. Or again, he may acknowledge it to himself. Certainly this deeper acknowledgement must take time, because there are so many layers of eyes in us that do not wish to work, or that make the work merely a matter of memory, that is, they remember the ideas formatorily, but do not feel them emotionally. For this reason the work says that a man must value the ideas, and that means that he must feel them emotionally. You have often heard me speak of this before, but it cannot be spoken of enough. The work is not something that you hear about from time to time, but is something that must eventually be always with you, something that you eventually think about even more than your interests and problems in life. This takes time. As I said, it is the way in which we think of the ideas of the work that either makes or does not make deep connection with it. Of course, if we do not value it, it cannot affect our thinking or change it. The emotions, the affections, make connections. It is our most internal thinking which counts, i.e., how we think privately in our own solitariness behind the facade, because from here springs everything essential, and from here essence can grow, not from outer thought or life thought. It is possible to talk about the work quite well, and yet one does not acknowledge it deeply, that is, essentially. As Mr. Ouspensky once said, we have a great many overcoats to take off. When the work begins to enter a man more deeply, it sets up a continual conflict, not a violent, agitated conflict, but a quiet, almost wordless conflict. He finds that wherever he goes, whatever he does, he is aware of the work in him. He begins to see life in the light of the work. In this respect he begins to become different from other people, who are only immersed in the things of life. Sometimes he sees more clearly, and sometimes more obscurely, but he is aware that something is going on in him, in his depths, which previously, before he met the work, did not exist. Of course, by this time he knows quite well that it is useless to try to persuade himself of the truth of this work. It is not a question of persuasion, but of acknowledgement, and acknowledgement comes by perceiving the truth of it through applying it to oneself. Each of the ideas of the work begins to expand into larger and larger meaning. He may begin actually to see that the work is so, and yet he still will not consent to it deeply. His being resists his knowledge. He does not do what he knows, and so, as a rule, does not know what he does. And yet all the time he is aware that there is something new in him that is always acting on him in a silent way, without persuasion, without compulsion. So he feels a constant heat, a pain. The work is now in him. Now it is necessary for a man in this state to work on himself, and to meditate on, that is, pay attention to one or another of the ideas of the work, and see its ramifications. He begins to learn that it is necessary for him particularly to try to remember himself, for the act of self-remembering puts us in contact with influences that otherwise do not reach us. Thinking is not enough. Self-remembering is necessary, and it is not thinking. Again, he does not let himself get negative, because that spoils everything. And finally, he remembers that there are 3 lines of work, and that when he cannot work on one line he can always work on another. I will add one thing that was said recently. You must begin to isolate yourself from life influences through non-identifying in order to make space in yourself to feel this work. If you have no room in yourself for this work, how can it possibly influence you? Queer Meat Ugly, September 1st, 1945. Further commentary on making work effort. In this work all effort must be intelligent. It must have behind it an aim that you yourself understand intelligently, and it must be carried out with your own consent. All real effort, that is, intelligent effort, is about developing the undeveloped sides of ourselves. Each of us has a machine that is only developed to a small extent on one side of itself. All intelligent work effort is about developing all the sides of the machine to which we are connected, and bringing it to a right state of working. However, most people have the idea that effort means simply doing something you do not want to do without understanding why it is necessary to do it. Or again, people think that effort consists only in not doing something, in refraining from something. Now all work effort is based on understanding, and if you make effort without understanding what you are doing, it cannot lead anywhere. It has no meaning for you. A man in this work through self-observation may come to know that he is always in one center, and does not use his other centers. If he has begun to understand the work, he will make an aim to make efforts in the direction of his undeveloped centers or parts of centers. This is intelligent aim, intelligent effort. To make an effort in a direction that has no real connection with what one needs is quite a good experience, but it may have no result, because it is not being done from one's own understanding, and one's own insight into what is necessary for oneself. I may decide to get up early in the morning, and dig all day in the field, and find myself too tired to think afterwards. I may then think it is necessary for me to get up still earlier, and dig harder the next day. But am I making this effort from my understanding? Such efforts are artificial, arbitrary efforts. They are quite useful at first because they give a great deal of matter for self-observation, and for that rare form of thinking, i.e., what am I really doing, and for what reason? For example, it might be much better for me not to go and dig in the field all day long, but instead to make an effort in regard to my emotional center, and my negative feelings, or to make an effort on my thinking center, and work something out in my mind that I have avoided doing. You have all heard that there is a class of effort in the work called making effort to avoid effort. Probably some of you have noticed and become conscious of the fact that you should make some different effort, say, with the mind, or in not identifying with unpleasant emotions, and instead of so doing you go, so to speak, to dig in the field. It is easier, but it is not intelligent. It is not based on understanding our own situation. What do you have to do to change your relationship to your own centers? Now the first aim of this work is to become number 4 man, that is, balanced man, and to cease being a one-sided man, either a number 1 man, i.e. a purely physical man, or a number 2 man, or a number 3 man. In life everyone is one-sided, one-centered, and for this reason no one understands anyone else, and everything is in the muddle. That it is obviously and right effort will give you far more results than an intelligent effort, but you will only get to the point of beginning to understand what right effort means when you observe yourself sincerely and quite objectively. Otherwise you will not be able to see how one-sided you are, and how instead of traveling on 4 wheels you try to travel on 1. At the same time, as I said, artificial efforts are useful for the purposes of self-observation, and making you aware of a second force. You have to fire off, as it were, many bullets in different directions, but after a time you will find that there is one bullet that will hit the mark. One thing that you should do. Supposing a person is very critical or slanderous, and he decides to make the effort of digging all day in the field. Certainly he is not hitting the mark. He is making no effort against his great tendency to criticize others, or to slander others openly or privately. He is not taking hold of himself in the right way. He does not see that where effort should lie, for him, is precisely in the direction of not being too critical, or talking in a slanderous way about others. At the same time, physical effort is necessary in this work. She taught that we have to break our laziness, physically speaking, and in this way go beyond what we ordinarily would avoid in the direction of physical effort, in the whole realm of pots and pans, and digging, and working with our hands, and so on, or we will be handicapped, and will be unable to work on ourselves in any other way. Now if you watch a person working physically you will often notice that the person is not working at all but simply doing what he or she has been told to do and not really consenting to it, or thinking intelligently. She said that in all physical work all centers should be employed, and then it becomes intelligent and useful. But suppose I dig in the field all day, and never notice what I am doing, and how to use my spade, but simply go on mechanically, then I am not working. This is called mechanical effort, as distinct from conscious effort. The simplest way of understanding the difference is to notice what you are doing, to notice your resistance to what you are doing, and to try to work on yourself in such a way that you are doing it yourself with your own consent, with your own understanding. Then the effort becomes, relatively speaking, conscious effort, and you will end up the day with force instead of being merely exhausted, and possibly negative. A man, G said, who is working physically, should try to master what he is doing, namely, to notice what he is doing, and how to do it more easily, faster and more intelligently. Everything you do mechanically is lost, but everything you do more consciously begins to belong to you. For example, mechanical goodness is useless in the work, but conscious, active goodness gives you force. Doing something difficult at the moment, when you feel very disinclined to do it, if it is done intelligently, will always give you force. But if you work in any way with continual internal considering, with continual thoughts and feelings that other people should do this, and not you, your efforts are useless, and this applies even to the small things you do here. Our task is to use parts of centers which we do not ordinarily use so as to open up this three-story house in which we live, and in which we inhabit only a very small part. It is just this inhabiting a small part of this three-story house that makes life tedious, and produces that curious staleness that everyone feels. Now if you do not try to transform the day, and what it brings, that is, if you do not make conscious effort towards any of the events of the day, you will not be making work effort. You are reacting mechanically, that is, as you have always done to each moment of the day. That is undesirable. After a time, when the work is beginning to touch you, you will hate feeling that you are simply doing everything mechanically. Then perhaps you will begin to know what it means to transform the day, to transform the moment, this very moment, in which you are listening to this paper. We have this possibility of transforming each moment. We have this possibility of approaching life quite differently. One way is not to talk about everything, to keep silence. This work is a discipline, in every direction, for every center, not only when you are here, but when you are engaged in your necessary affairs of life. You can bring the atmosphere of the work into everything that you do. But if you identify with everything and make inner accounts, this will be impossible. Life will eat you. Taking things from the work point of view can alter your being. If you make effort of this kind, namely, to bring the work into what you do, you will be working intelligently, and making intelligent effort. This must not, of course, be done heavily, but with a certain lightness of touch that you will gradually find out about for yourself. You must not show too much that you are working. The supreme effort of the work lies in making effort against your chief feature, whether you are digging in the field, or listening to a meeting, or cooking, or traveling by train, or are alone with yourself or surrounded by other people. The reason is that chief feature enters into the way you think, the way you relate yourself to others. It enters into your emotions, and enters into your movements, and the way you do your life work, as well as into your conceit and appetites and quarrels. But it is very difficult even to begin to catch glimpses of your chief feature, and it is quite useless to speculate theoretically on what it is. I would advise you to think about what was said at the beginning of this paper, i.e., about making intelligent effort based on self-observation. I would ask you this question: where through self-observation do you perceive that you avoid making certain kinds of effort? Where do you always get negative? At what point do you always identify? At what point do you find things intolerable? Or again, what do you feel is your right? What is owed to you before you can consent to do anything? We all have a favorable idea of ourselves, but when we are stirred up by what we think intolerable in external circumstances, we soon realize that we are very limited people, capable of only a very little goodwill and very little effort. You may be quite sure that your chief feature has something to do with all this. we have to make effort beyond this narrow limit in which we usually make effort. G said that only extra effort counts, and I fancy that each one of us should know by now what extra effort is, whether intellectual, emotional, or physical. If we cannot get beyond our mechanical limitations, if we only remain in the narrow sphere of ourselves, we have no chance of becoming number 4 man, i.e., balanced man. We shall have no idea what extra effort means. A man whose center of gravity is in the moving center would never for a moment think that he has to make intellectual effort and really think. He will not see where extra effort lies for him. And if he decides to make extra effort, he will only dig longer in the field. But this is not intelligent effort, which I now connect with extra effort. Now I will bring this short paper to a close, and ask you to think only about what intelligent effort means for yourselves in view of the fact that we seek to become the many-sided balanced man, i.e. a person in whom all the centers contribute their different meanings to his daily life. Queer Meat Ugly, September 8, 1945. Commentary on Inner Freedom. Inner freedom is not a thing that is gained by outer compulsion. We cannot impose freedom on a person by law, nor can a person gain inner freedom by being made to undergo any form of training or discipline. Sometimes when you are half awake in the morning, you catch a glimpse of what inner freedom means. You are still asleep to life and awake to some other level, where all the different forms of slavery that our personality imposes on us, all our different forms of internal considering, and all the cares and anxieties of existence, are still, as it were, beneath us at a lower level. And then the next instant you are right down in that level, and, ironically enough, we call this being fully awake. We lose this feeling of ourselves, which we had a moment previously, and which is a form of self-remembering, and belongs to the third state of consciousness, and descend by a very rapid lift to the second state of consciousness. You remember what G said of the second state of consciousness, which we call in the Western world full consciousness? He said, in this state of so-called full consciousness, which I call a state of sleep, millions of sleeping people kill millions of other sleeping people. Thousands of sleeping people write books which thousands of other sleeping people read. And everything happens in the only way it can happen, as long as people remain asleep. However, we do not see clearly enough the nature of this sleeping life that humanity is always leading. So we have not sufficient strength to keep apart from it internally, because we think it is leading somewhere, and so we identify with it and hope for the best. It is through the terrible power of identifying that we get caught up in it, and usually by the most trivial and absurd things, and so we lose all traces of our inner freedom, and serve nature, that is, this enormous machine called organic life, this pain factory. According to the great work principle demonstrated so plainly, so very clearly, in the ray of creation, a higher level is under fewer laws, and a lower level. When we drop in our level, we therefore pass under more laws. We pass, for example, into all our forms of internal accounting and to our personal likes and hatreds. The greater the depth of sleep, the greater the number of laws we are under. The greater the state of sleep, the more we are dependent. For example, we desire encouragement, praise, appreciation, and seem to have nothing strong enough to maintain itself independently. We derive our feeling of ourselves from outside. I can assure you that a sense of the work will begin to give you independence and inner strength, and this I am going to connect tonight, in this commentary, with the idea of inner freedom. But to gain this you have to serve the work, and not nature. For this reason it is said that for a man to become free he must first of all put himself under more laws than other people, and by this is meant under the laws of the work. But these laws of the work cannot remain forms of blind external obedience, but become things that you acknowledge and understand, and eventually will for yourself. Through perceiving their truth we give assent to them, and through beginning to live according to them through our own assent and acknowledgement we make it possible for them to begin to change our being. They set up within us a set of new connections in the mind, and this attracts essence, and in this way they form channels of connections which relate us to a higher level, and so give us an inner power to resist the continued impacts of external life, the world of the newspapers, etc. In other words, we begin to resist and eventually transform the incoming impressions of life, and instead of reacting to them mechanically, and being wholly identified, wholly upset, wholly worried by them, we may begin to be able to use them as material for work on ourselves. Now the more truth you see in the work through applying it to yourself by means of self-observation, the more free you will become. Yes, but how can you expect to have any degree of inner freedom if you are at the mercy of every change, every event, every little incident in external life? If everything upsets you so easily, how can you have inner freedom? You serve life, you serve nature. If you are always habitually worried, and feel this is the best state to be in, how can you have inner freedom? If you are always steeped in powerful forms of self-fantasy, of imagination, and never correct them, how can you have inner freedom? If you are always negative, how can you have inner freedom? If you never seek to deal with the many giant forms of identifying, how can you have inner freedom? If you always justify, and so support your poor false personality, that lives so narrowly and proudly, how can you have inner freedom? How indeed can you understand what the work is about, if you do not grasp that one of the things we have to do is to pass through the day without having been caught and fastened by everything, and not without having attempted to transform the effects of any particular set of impressions of things said or done by others? We have spoken recently of the necessity of isolating oneself from life, and in this connection it was said that a person in the work should practice self-remembering at least once a day, and that if they cannot do that they must practice it 3 times a day, that is, they must make still greater efforts. All self-remembering is to lift you out of the whirlpool and uproar and dreariness going on in yourself, and caused by life acting on you mechanically, and by your looking to life as your only nourisher, your only source of happiness. If you have no conception of what self-remembering is, if you understand nothing about there being a higher level in yourself that you can attain to, then simply try the practice complete stopping of thought for a second, if you can, because it is better than nothing. It will at least break the chain of mechanical associations for a moment, and may possibly enable something else to reach you which otherwise is impossible. At the last meeting we spoke of intelligent effort, and therefore, by implication, of useless effort. We spoke about intelligent effort in connection with the idea of number for man, or balanced man, and we shall speak of this again and many times again, but one of the first conceptions that you can make in your minds of intelligent effort is that you can make effort about what the work teaches you to make effort about. It teaches you to work against identifying, imagination, self-justifying, negative emotions, internal considering, and many other things. So please do not decide that an intelligent effort consists in giving up smoking, let us say. When I hear of effort of this kind I wonder whether the person concerned has ever understood what the work is about. Surely it is much more important for a man to observe one of his typical forms of negative emotion, one of his typical bitternesses, one of his typical prejudices, one of his typical forms of depression, or of being unpleasant to other people, or one of his typical forms of wrong criticism, or of lying, and to try to work against that. To make such effort requires self-observation, that is, application of the work to yourself. When a person says to me that he has decided that he must make aim not to smoke so much, I wonder whether he has ever observed himself in the light of the work teaching. Queer Meat Ugly, September 15th, 1945. Commentary on Inner Talking. One of the surprising things in this work is to be told that you are all wrong. Everyone probably thinks that his or her outer life is all wrong, but cannot grasp that they in themselves are all wrong. For example, all your acquired attitudes laid down, your valuation of things, may be all wrong. This is a surprise. It means that you have been following quite wrong ideals, quite wrong thoughts, quite wrong viewpoints, quite wrong ideas about what you have to do or have not to do, all your life. It is for this reason that a second education is so necessary for those who wish it. I have used the term before. The work may be compared with a second education, about how to live on this earth in the right way from the standpoint of the work. Looking back, I can see how many people who influenced my life in the earliest days were quite wrong. Now if you always follow wrong standards that you have acquired, if you always think that these things ought to be done, and those things ought not to be done, and so on, you may be following something that can never give you any development, or any peace, or any inner freedom. One class of buffers in us can be formulated roughly as, we never do this, we never do that. It is a marvelous experience to feel the work and observe oneself from what it teaches, and see how all one's life one has been following quite wrong aims, quite wrong ideals, quite wrong standpoints. So I repeat that this work can be called a second education which is undergone at the expense of one's acquired education. The second education that the work gives you, and which you must seize hold of for yourselves, each individually, can produce harmonies in you, and understanding that your first acquired education can never give you. The second education is of course at the expense of the acquired personality. You begin to examine yourself, you begin to observe yourself, you begin to see that many acquired attitudes lead nowhere, and only produce a sense of discomfort, disharmony. I have often said to you recently how important it is to observe yourself from what the work teaches you as being important, and what the work teaches you as not being important. You may, for example, always feel it is right to be worried about everything or constantly to write letters giving your serious advice about some insoluble domestic situation, and all the rest of it. This is done because you have acquired certain ingrained attitudes about what is right and wrong, and may cause a great deal of unnecessary misery both as regards yourself and as regards other people with whom you correspond. Now, as regards this loosening of oneself from oneself, this possibility of becoming different from what one is, this possibility of taking everything in a new way that does not agree with what one has been told to do, with what opinions one has been taught to follow, all this is the beginning of the action of the work on oneself. Our acquired opinions and viewpoints can give us no internal freedom, no internal development. For this reason the work comes down as something overshadowing our small lives, to teach us how really to behave, how really to think, how really to view life on this earth. If you study this work closely enough you will find that it gives you a complete new way of relating yourself to life, to other people, and, above all, to yourself. But if you are still holding to your fixed opinions, to your buffers, to your whole acquired way of taking life, as you always have in the past, you will never understand what the work is speaking to you about. Remember, it is you yourself who have to change. It is you yourself who are all wrong, from the work point of view, namely, from the standpoint of higher man. It is you who have a dirty and wrongly connected machine. Let us study one of the things that the work teaches us that we have to try to do. I will take tonight the subject of inner talking, about which the work says many things. Let me ask you this question: have any of you been taught in your ordinarily acquired your first education anything about inner talking? Did you have lectures at school about the dangers of inner talking, or ever have defined to you what inner talking means? I am quite sure that none of you has ever been taught this in life, but when you come into the work, one of the things that the work teaches you is to try to stop inner talking, because it is very dangerous. I am not speaking of people who go along in the streets muttering to themselves. That is certainly inner talking, but I am speaking about this inner talking that goes on in you all the time, that is not expressed outwardly. In other words, we are talking about the inner psychological state upon which the work lays its main emphasis. The work is about our inner states. It is not about outer life primarily, it is about you internally. It is about how you are within yourself invisibly, and what you go within yourself. Here lies the point of application of the work. One of the first things that we have to study in the work is how to save force, and first of all we have to study how to stop the waste of force, before we begin to study how to save force, that is, how not to waste force. Every psychic act takes force. Nothing can happen in you psychologically, invisibly in yourself, without taking force from you. If you are in an envious state, and envying someone in your thoughts, this takes force from you. Now the study of force in ourselves is an extremely complicated question. I will remind you here that when you use force consciously, i.e. as far as we are conscious in directed attention, you do not lose force, but you gain force. But every psychic act that happens mechanically takes force from you, that is to say, you waste force, and it is gone without any result. One of the forms of losing force mechanically in this way is through what the work calls inner talking. Now the work says that inner talking is difficult to stop, and you must be clever about it and find out how to deal with it. But it says first of all that you must be able to observe it, that is, you must begin to be aware through self-observation that inner talking is going on in you. Inner talking is never dialogue, but is always a monologue. Inner talking is always negative in character. A great deal of inner talking is connected with self-justifying, namely, with the attempt to put yourself in the right. You feel, for example, that someone has not treated you rightly. This will start off inner talking. The point is that you have already become negative by not being rightly treated in your opinion of yourself, and have not been quite satisfied by the behavior of someone else, and you begin to become negative towards other people, towards how you are being treated by others. You then start a chain of inner talking, or rather, a chain of inner talking begins automatically in you. And you will often find that it is based on justifying yourself, putting yourself in the right towards this wrong behavior of other people towards you. However, there are other forms of inner talking, often more deeply placed, which sometimes refer to people long ago dead, and are due to old laid-down gramophone records in you that something starts off. I am not going to speak tonight about these older gramophone records, because if you will learn something about these forms of inner talking that are started up now, you will get much better results in understanding the source of inner talking, and you will then be able with this conscious strength to go back to more ancient forms of inner talking and deal with them more consciously. The first thing that we must do in regard to inner talking is to observe it and notice what this inner talking is saying. As I said, it is always a monologue. Yet all inner talking is personal and is directed against a person. This person may be God, but then you are regarding him as a person. You feel neglected, you feel wrongly treated, you feel you have not had a chance, and so on. It is always personal, it is always directed against some person whom you either know about or do not know about, but it is always against a person, known or unknown, a person who says nothing, and who apparently does not appreciate you sufficiently. You can in certain states so identify, and so internally consider. That matter itself becomes personal to you, as a hostile power. You knock a cup over and smash it, and it is the cup's fault. Now in all inner talking you never blame yourself. That would stop it. You may think you do blame yourself, and there are some very subtle forms of inner talking which are mixed up with apparent self-blame, and which are rooted in something quite different. But the more of a grievance you hold against life in general, the more you feel in general that things should have been different for you, the more frequent and habitual your inner talking will tend to become. Now we have to cancel all sense of people owing us anything at all. This is extremely difficult. But it is one of the few things mentioned in the Lord's Prayer. Cancel what we owe, as we cancel what others owe us. When a person allows inner talking to go on and on in himself, he is losing force all the time. This kind of mental mumbling drags a person down very much, because it is basically negative. As you know, all negative states drain force from us uselessly, and are sometimes compared with the state of a person who has opened an artery, and is gradually bleeding to death, without knowing he is dying. To surround oneself with something that gradually becomes more and more impermeable to the impacts of life is one of the ideas of this work. This idea is expressed in many different ways. One is that one must isolate or insulate oneself from the effects of life upon us. This insulation is the idea lying behind non-identifying. We have to make a good container. We have to make a vessel in which this work and all its results can live without being completely dissolved at every moment, completely lost by the many awkward movements of daily life. In other words, one has to be able to hold on to something strongly and more strongly, and it is exactly this holding on that prevents a leakage and builds up what must be built up in us. This power of having a container, this power of separation and self-remembering, makes it possible for what is called second body to grow, that is, something that is not a function of external conditions. Here lies the depth of the work, and here lies the first explanation of all that the work teaches that we have to practice in this second education. It has often been said that one can either serve life or serve the work. If a small thing upsets you, if a mere spoken word spoils your life, you are not in a condition to develop. You have nothing whereby to develop, as it were no force to create the second body. Now inner talking weakens us in this respect probably more than anything else does. It is a continual source of leakage, of force, a serving of life. What does life mean? Life means, among other things, what people say to us, how they behave to us, what comes through our senses, through what we see, what we hear. In the work sense, life is this external thing that we make contact with through the eyes, through the ears, the taste, etc. The psychological senses are the eyes and the ears. They are the vehicles of sense. They convey to us impressions from the external world in which other people exist as visible, audible things. Your psychological life is invisible to the senses of other people, and to the external senses of yourself. Your psychological life is how you think, how you feel, and it is to this life, this inner psychological life, as was said, that the work directs your attention. It says, observe yourself. How do you think of other people? No doubt you think it does not matter, and that it is a private thing of your own. But it does matter, for if you think evil of other people you are all wrong inside, and you will get into a situation, after a time, if you try to do this work that I dread to think of. All that side of you must be cleared up and made right. Here canceling comes in. Now inner talking comes practically always from wrong thinking and wrong feeling. Just as you have a rash on your skin and feel you must be ill, so if you find yourself full of inner talking, full of unpleasant phrases that automatically repeat themselves, full of justifying, you may be quite sure that you are psychologically ill. If you begin to feel this work as one of the important things in your life, you will feel extremely uncomfortable, you will really feel ill, and you will really wish to see what it is all about and how you can stop it. You will always find that it is because you are lying, because you are not facing what actually happens. Let us say you may be lying through some fantasy that you have of yourself, some absurd picture that in itself is a lie. And in this work you cannot go very far with pleasing self-made pictures of your own nobility or value. When you begin to observe yourself deeply enough, these pictures, these fantasies, begin to change. Do you know that you yourself are just as bad or worse than the other person? Then I am quite sure from my own experience that a great deal of your inner talking will stop. You do not seek to justify yourself. Try to change inner talking, which, as I said, is always a monologue directed against another person, into a dialogue with another person, and give this other person an existence, and say to him, or her, I do not think that I have been rightly treated, and try to make this other person reply. Inner dialogue is an extremely useful thing to cultivate. You may be surprised that this other person, whom you have materialized in your mind, may suddenly say to you, who do you think you are? It will be a very surprising experience to have someone in you saying that to you about yourself. And this materialized person may go so far as to say, what was it you said? Now this will break up all your nice little negative enjoyment. You will feel that you have an enemy in yourself, or perhaps a friend, and that you cannot think or feel just as you have always been thinking or feeling in your own rather unpleasant privacy. Sometimes it is a good thing to put up the work against you when you are in inner talking. Notice what your inner talking is up to. Then repeat it to this image of the work that you have summoned up in yourself, and just see what the work says. It is calling up eyes which are rather more conscious to have a dialogue with your mechanical eyes which are not conscious. Let us suppose you get some answer from your work eyes. Instantly your mechanical eyes will try to make an excuse. They will say, for example, oh, well, this is all very difficult for us. Now let us cast this difficult situation in terms of the work speaking to you, and by you I mean your mechanical psychology, that is continually wasting force in absolutely useless psychic activities. You summon up the work. The work says, why are you negative? You say, I am not negative. And then for a moment there is silence, and then you, i.e. your mechanical inner talking, say something like this: well, I could never do the work. Silence. And then you will find that your effort to divide yourself into two will rapidly die away, and you, i.e. your mechanical side, will continue to internally talk, probably with added force. Now it is just here that a certain subtlety of self-observation comes in. I do not think that afterwards, at least for a little time, your mechanical inner talking will go quite so happily. I will end this short commentary by saying that when you are in attention, your inner talking stops. Painting is useful. What you have to understand is that inner talking unchecked exhausts you, wastes your force, and probably makes it possible for you to have many illnesses that are unnecessary. A person too high in himself or herself will always have a great deal of inner talking, because when you are too high in yourself, the activity of self-justifying is constantly at work. Remember that one of the aims of this work is to realize our nothingness. Such a realization will stop all inner talking, and all inner waste of force due to it. But it is extraordinary to notice in oneself and in other people what a lot of smashing it takes, what a lot of untoward circumstances are required to bring down this inner fantasy, this inner elevation, that it takes so much force to maintain. Thank you.